according to time trial times, but I would say this is a region in particular where we've seen a lot of upsets in the past as well. So I would be excited for every single series in our bracket here.
I also think, just talking about Worms a little bit more as well, whenever they did time trials, Necrotic Wake was actually one of their time trial dungeons, and they would have put up the third fastest time trial time for the Necrotic Wake, and so I think that's...
Like when you compare to the groups A and B?
Whenever you compare to exactly, whenever you compare to groups A and B, whenever they qualified. But it looks like we're gonna be starting off in City of Threads here.
Yeah, we saw Worms ban out the Arakara, and Champion of Strength banned out the Necrotic Wake, which makes sense given how fast the Necrotic Wake time trial time was from Worms.
Yes.
So we will be starting off in this City of Threads. Now, this is a dungeon that has a lot of finesse to it, right? The start of this dungeon, moving through with the Shroud, that's something that we've seen in both groups A and B. A lot of mishaps at the start of the dungeon. And then you have the Spy section, which is, again, another kind of high finesse area where you're trying to do as much of that area in as little time as possible with splitting your group up and grabbing the spies in a bunch of different ways. That's an area where we may have some innovation from a different region, having a different idea of how to do that area. And then there's historically been just a big pull right after that boss, the Blades of the Queen.
Dude,
so
this Champion of Strength logo is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a good logo.
Weeb's out. I'm being honest here.
I love the Worms logo we've got there. Over on the left there, so cute. All right, so it looks like we are just ready to get underway here. Right off the bat, we do have our first Resto Shaman of the MDI here from Champion of Strength over on the right.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty exciting. It's something that we see a lot in live keys, not so much in MDI so far, and a mage as well.
Yeah, they're playing Frost Mage. It looks like
Frost
the damage
Mage
meters can get reset from the practice, so we can get a glimpse of what the spec actually was.
So right off the bat, we do have it looks like a Shroud mishap, perhaps, or no? This is an intentional pull here.
This looks
Worms.
Intentional.
Okay. And same with Champion of Strength. So in our Western regions, we saw a lot of just skipping straight to the first boss as the first pull here. But both Worms and Champion of Strength are interested in doing a big pull with Lust right off the bat here. A good thing that this lets you do is it gets your Lust on cooldown right away, so you can get another one at the end of this dungeon too.
So this was one of the dungeons that was a time trial dungeon for the Western teams. Whenever I was talking to some of the teams coming out of the time trials, one of the reasons that they talked about not actually pulling a bunch of this trash in the beginning is because that you get too much trash towards the end of the dungeon. Oh, dude, look at what Worms are doing. They're actually going to this right-hand side over here.
Wow.
You can actually get a bit more count here, but the notable thing is that there's that Queen Ansarek visage
beacon
thing the beacon, I guess that's a good way of describing it, that gives you that damage amp. And so I think that Worms are going to be looking to grab that and take that damage amp into the boss after they end up killing off this trash. But the bigger question is, what are they going to be skipping after this area? Because again, most teams were taking like all of those conscripts and those webmancers into that big beetle. Is Worms going to be skipping most of that trash? Is that faster?
Yeah, I mean, you can get so much count here, but like you said, there's not too much of a use for it. Looks like both these teams are skipping the two mobs before, like the two big mobs before the first boss.
Yeah,
which were historically pulled in with the boss by the teams in the Western region. So that is a little bit of the count back. But yeah, I'm curious what the idea is going to be here. Worms have actually grabbed that beacon on their whole group here, so they have a nice buff as they get into the boss. But Champion of Strength do have the boss pulled faster, so that is potentially value for them. It's actually, I'm surprised to see that this series, the routes be the same between these two teams as well, because historically when we do have, a first seed versus an 8th seed, often you see the first seed just going so much faster, but that is not true in this series so far.
I think Champion of Strength pulled one less pull, because like looking at the count difference, there's 6% behind.
Yeah, that does make sense, so a little bit less trash. And they didn't grab the beacon buff for this boss like Worms did, which has allowed Worms to accelerate. You can see they're actually catching up, almost caught up on boss damage, and with that 6 extra percent. But, like you said, having 6 extra percent in the start of this dungeon...
This dungeon is so weird for count, because you just get so much of it in that third area.
We'll have to see what the idea... I mean, it probably means you can do a much smaller pull after the second boss. It's worth noting as well, one of the times we saw this in one of the group weekends, I believe it was at a +9 key level. Here it's at a +10, so a little bit
Was it
higher.
a +9 both weekends?
I think it may have been, yeah. So we may be seeing like we may see some slightly different strategies from the Western region because this is the higher key level. Notably, of course, at +10, that means you have both Tyrannical and Fortified active. And in addition to that, you also have one of these Xalatath affixes, which is the Voidbound affix this time. So you can see that spawning for Worms here at the end of the boss. Not the greatest time for Voidbound to spawn, but it's not the end of the world either. Champion of Strength did get that boss killed. They actually got it killed a solid 15 seconds ahead of Worms. And they're going to make their way now into... Oh, no. They have an affix that's active and buffing these mobs from far away. Oh, that's not great. They're going to have to kill that. At least they did manage to kill it off and get the buff. If you ever have a Voidbound and it despawns, it finishes its cast, the damage reduction does not get removed from the enemies that it's stacking up on them. So it's really important to make sure you actually kill it rather than just letting it expire.
Okay, let's see what Worms are going to do here in this area. I think that over the course of the last couple of weekends, we've actually seen teams do a bunch of different stuff, whether it be all 4 of the Eyes of the Queen together, whether it be 3 Eyes of the Queen together, whether it be snapping across the entire world. What is going to be the strat? And it looks like Worms is setting up for the snap here as they've applied Tricks of the Trade to their tank, and then their rogue is going really far. It just makes sense that this is going to be the most popular strat. I think that playing all 4 of the Eyes of the Queen at the same time, it's very dangerous. There's a lot of damage that can go out with the Void Rush, but I think in terms of time-saving ability, that is the fastest strategy that you can possibly do.
Yeah, meanwhile, Champion of Strength did pull the first Eye of the Queen with the Perfume Merchant, and it looks like they're just going to run around and do this a little bit more honestly. They're just going to fight these...
Dude, they're looking like me!
Yeah, like it's they're doing it as intended, right? Killing these off, mostly 1 or 2 at a time. They have actually grouped up a few... Is that Eyes of the Queen, or is those just its bodyguards? I think
they're pursuing the Marauder.
Okay, yeah. So this is going to be a much slower strategy for Champion of Strength, but it's a lot safer. Worms, on the other hand, are getting an affix spawn in the middle of this quad Eye of the Queen pull. This is a dangerous moment here. Those Eyes of the Queen, with multiple of them there, they've got a lot of dodging to do, and those Void Rushes will do a lot of group damage.
Something that I actually saw from Worms earlier is the fact that they were playing the no dispel strat on the first boss, where they just let the orbs time out. Do you like that one over the dispelling? Yeah,
you make sure that when it times out, you aren't aiming at the middle of the boss, and the rest of your group just stacks up there. You have both of them explode like that. I think it's nice.
Yeah. Also, a little bit of a tip is that one of the orbs always aims towards the north. So
interesting.
I don't know what the usefulness of that is, but it could be useful maybe to somebody.
Now, for those who are tracking our MDI, who've been watching the previous group weekends, you will note that our UI is a little bit different this time. If you want to look at count, we have that in screen now instead of in the UI. So it's that key tracker week aura just above the details damage meters.
It's what we use for TGP. It's like the same thing that we end up using for the TGP because it makes more sense in terms of looking at splits and whatnot as well.
Yeah, it's a nice. It's a publicly available week aura as well. I think it's Relo made that week aura. If you're interested in picking that up for yourself and modifying how your key UI looks, as Worms are farming something. Their tank is throwing glaives down there as they wait for this RP to finish. But here you can see they've definitely gained a lot of time over Champion of Strength. Champion of Strength are just running around and killing off these Eyes of the Queen one at a time. This is much slower strategically than Worms. Oh, a beautiful spawn time for this affix as well. That's a great reason actually to get in combat with all those little mobs. But they reset the boss? Did they? What's happened here? What's going on here for Worms? Maybe one of their players wasn't in the arena, and so the boss reset by targeting them? Something like that? I'm not sure. Either way, they'll wait for this boss to respawn. Yeah, a couple of warning pings coming out, and here we go. We are into boss combat. So the affix spawn actually not that great, as they are going to lose that buff fairly early into this encounter.
Okay, so as it turns out, that was actually very bad.
It's okay. It's all good, though. We've got the boss engaged.
What do you think about the Unholy DK in here? So the Unholy DK is obviously very good for the first pull, and it's obviously very good for the pull that's after this boss.
Yeah, Unholy also, I mean, DK in general, right, is just so durable, too, which is really nice to have one in your comp here. It is, I think Frost DK is a little bit better in this dungeon, just because the single target should be a little bit higher.
I tend to agree that I think that Frost DK should, in theory, be a little bit better, but there are definitely spots in which Unholy should be slightly better for Frost, particularly that first pull that we saw that was being done by Worms. I think that is a pull that is much better for Unholy than is for Frost, and then depending on how large they can actually go in this next pull that's after this boss, I think that the Unholy DK could really shine.
Meanwhile, Champion of Strength, do we want to talk a little bit about the Resto Shaman and Frost Mage? Because if you've been watching our MDI group weekends, those are two specs you actually haven't seen at all in the Western groups, but Champion of Strength are playing both of them. So what's the kind of pros and cons of the Resto Shaman and the Frost Mage?
I think for the Resto Shaman, I think the raid buff is probably the biggest pro that we're seeing here. They're not playing an Enhancement Shaman, which has, I think, been one of the main characters of the MDI that we've been seeing so far. And so I think that the raid buff is actually quite good. I think the downside of the Resto Shaman is that the personal damage is going to be slightly lower than some of the other options, particularly like Disc Priest and Restoration Druid that we've seen considerable amounts of. But I do think that the Resto Shaman, it can perform. It has a 12-second interrupt. It has actually a lot better CC. Than both the Discipline Priest and the Restoration Druid, so I think that those are bright spots for it. I do think that the damage is a little bit lower, which is why you've seen it less. For the Mage...
This is a great Frost Mage fight. Look at that. The Glacial Spike splitting ice combo into both of these targets.
Their Mage has actually just been doing good damage the entire run, from what I've been seeing. I think that Mage is kind of known as a little bit low DPS specialization on this season, or like a low DPS class on this season. But I think that overall, Champion of Strength Mage has actually been overperforming well where Mage is normally placed.
Okay, here goes Worms. Let's see how big they go. We've seen in the Western groups teams going all the way up to that Venom Shell, but that was a key level lower. Worms are going to be doing just this. They're just going to do the trash down here, group it all up, line of sighting the rest of the group around the stairs to help bring all these mobs in, and then a Sigil of Chains is going to grip the rest of them. And they've now. This is an Unholy DK pull if we've ever seen one.
Do we think that we could have taken this into the Venom Shell after having seen it from both of the Western weekends?
It is pretty sketchy. We've seen a lot of tank deaths in this part of the dungeon. Those conscripts do stack up a lot of extra damage onto your tank. So I like what they're doing here. The problem with this is that now you don't have Unholy cooldowns for this part of the dungeon.
Yeah, but this is the biggest reason that people were playing Warrior in this dungeon too, is because block is just so strong versus the conscripts. It doesn't matter if you're taking bonus damage. If you have your block up, you can actually just still block the damage. Obviously, if you're getting hit through, you're not going to block the entire thing, but it's still...
we have seen even Prot Warriors die on this pull, but look at the Vengeance Demon Hunter health there, spiking down and back up.
He's got 9 stacks of the conscript debuff. He's actually taking so much more damage from physical attacks now, but they're going to be able to down that Venom Shell.
Nice
Lust
work.
available. What do we do with the Lust here, I guess, is the best question.
It looks like they're going to go right here as well, grabbing this huge test subject and all of these unnaturalers, and they're probably going to want to grab the little droplets that are required to spawn the coagulation as well.
Yeah.
Yep, there they go.
How much more trash do we think that we're going to get here? It looks like this is just going to be the pull here. They're going to let all of the... So they have 5 unnaturalers here. This is actually... Oh, they actually have even more. They have 7 unnaturalers here, so they're going to have to be able to kill this off before the cast goes off. It is like a 20-second interrupt, so it's not like the end of the world. But they're going to have to make sure that they are looking to CC it. Oh, it looks like Champions of Strength have a tank death.
They have 3 deaths on the board while we were full screened on Worms, and they were able to kite this out. That is one of the strengths of the Frost Mage. They were able to kite out really nicely because all of the mobs were slowed. So they are going to be trying to get this all gathered back up, but they're playing without Last Resort now. Once this meta fades from their tank, they are in danger of more deaths if they're not careful. Meanwhile, Worms have the coagulation. They have that test subject involved in this pull as well, so a little bit of bonus mechanics to deal with here. They also are going to get that affix. Kind of a good timing on this affix, as once you kill it, you do get a little bit of cooldown reduction and a lot of versatility. You get 20% flat versatility, so 10% damage reduction, which is a lot of value on it. Like that, lowers the key level by 1 while that buff is on you for the damage of the mobs.
The Voidbound affix is probably the hardest one to play, but it is by far the best buff. Mostly because whenever it spawns, it puts a DR on all the mobs, and so it can be a bit of... It can be a bit troublesome at the very beginning, especially depending on when it spawns. But the boon that you end up getting whenever you're able to kill off that Voidbound is just so massive. Like you're saying, dude, 20% damage is a crazy amount. And then we've seen MDI teams kind of talking about it before, where the CDR from the Voidbound actually can make your CDs line up in better positions to then allow you to do another big pull, just like back-to-back in some specific ways.
Yeah, it's tough because you can't plan around it too fully. The way that these
Yeah.
affixes work is that they have sort of a window in which they can spawn, right? So it's
like a 30-second window or something like that.
yeah, exactly. Like they won't spawn back to back, but then once it's time for them to spawn, they'll kind of they'll add a little bit of randomness to it, and you have to be in combat for it to spawn as well. So
They're lust.
yeah, I think we're just lusting the last boss at this point for Worms, which, single target lusts are good for time, right? That is nice for, even though it's less value than, like, obviously you love lusting a big trash bowl, especially with an Unholy DK, but those mobs are probably going to die either way. Doing a huge amount of burst in 30 seconds instead of 45 or whatever, is not necessarily as big as getting more single target damage. Unless the lust lets you do a bigger pull than you otherwise would be able to do. That is my kind of general rule of thumb for Bloodlust is I want to use it on a single target unless it lets me do a bigger pull by using it in AoE, often because we can then kill the pack before we run out of defensives, before we run out of interrupts, or because it gives our healer some extra healing throughput as well.
Looking at a pull like this, dude, this is like this has been a great Frost Death Knight pull. I'm pretty sure, like especially since like they're jamming their lust. I think this is more like a safety lust than anything else. They were able to get that Webmancer killed off. They're now going to be able to get the Stag Shell killed off as well. I feel like this is just more of like a safety lust than anything else.
I think you might be right as well, yeah, because you really don't want the too many bosses to be alive at the same time, especially if you have this huge test subject in on this pull as well.
There's specific ways that you can actually pull the two mini bosses together to make sure that their special abilities aren't like synced up that well. But even still, even on like a 10, I'm pretty sure it just like can kill you if it's not perfect. And so I think that the lust kind of makes sense. Then they end up pulling, what is this boss name? Ezo?
Yeah.
Grand Speaker Ezo or something like that?
Splicer.
I think is the actual Splicer, yeah, Grand Splicer Ezo.
Yeah.
And so now Worms are just in such a commanding position. I think that like Champion of Strength actually wasn't too far off until they had that tank death, but Worms have just looked phenomenal in this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the bottom of the screen here, we can see our boss splits, right? Champion of Strength were faster, but with a little bit less count on the first boss. And then even though they did like 4 Eyes of the Queen separately, they only lost a minute on the boss 2 split. So definitely a good showing for them. I think if they had a way of doing the 4 Eyes of the Queen together, or at least 3 together, something like that, and if they didn't have that tank death, I actually think they would have been in a good position here. This is a pretty great Frost Mage dungeon, looking at it. And I do think the Frost DK is also a really strong thing for them. So I like I
think my only criticism of Worms is I think the first area is slower. The way that they're pacing that is a bit slower than playing more trash after the second boss. I think that would actually be a little bit better, especially getting the lust on the first boss. I think that from what we've seen, a lot of teams are just like shrouding all the way in, and then getting the lust on the first boss, and that allows you to just completely blow up that boss in somewhere in the order of like 45 seconds to a minute 15, depending on like cooldowns and wolf procs and stuff like that from your enhancement shaman. And so I think that like that's probably the biggest way that Worms could actually make up a little bit of time going from now into the grand finals. It's just like a little bit of rerouting of this place.
Yeah, they are going to stop the clock here at 16:30.
They have count, right?
Yeah, they do have count. I'm always when I do this dungeon, I don't usually have count when we kill that boss.
The clock didn't stop immediately. Yeah. I was like, hold on, wait a second.
But yeah, 16:30, so that's going to be game 1 going to Worms here. Certainly a huge favorite in this series. But again, when we look at the time trial times, like they were almost twice as fast. They were 50% faster in these dungeons than Champion of Strength was in their time trials. They did not look 50%? That dominant compared to in this live run compared to the competition here. Like I think that it certainly has been. This was an impressive run from our 8th seeded team here, as you can see the damage meters there. The left number is overall damage. The second number from the left is DPS, and then you have healing, HPS. I forget what the 5th one is, and then I believe it's interrupts and deaths are the 6th and 7th. But what's that 5th one? What is the
5th one?
Is that I don't know. I
there's like effective healing, and then there's
maybe it's effective healing versus total healing, something like that.
Something like that, I think.
Either way, we are going to jump straight in to our next map in the series, which
Locked in.
It looks like Arakara. I thought we banned Arakara, but maybe I was mistaken about where the ban actually landed here in this series. So it does look like we are getting ready for an Arakara, which notably this was a time trial dungeon in this region. And it was...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We have a 10-minute, 40-second Arakara for Worms versus a 15:53. So again, 50% more time in the dungeon by Champions of Strength. But yeah, we'll see whether that is, in fact, where we go. Yeah, they do, in fact, play Arakara. So it looks like we were just... Our ban information was perhaps wrong, as we are going to get underway with an Arakara here momentarily.
So just some information about their Arakara time. They put up a 10:40 Arakara plus 10 during time trials. Currently, the fastest Arakara we've seen is that one that we saw from Mandatory last weekend in Group B. That was at 10:15 mark.
Okay.
Oh, wow. They're playing Warlock.
Wow. Okay.
What?
So this is a cool combo, right? The Warlock is very powerful on that CD, and I guess the Augavoker is largely going to be... I mean, it's going to buff actually really nicely the Frost DK and the Warlock, because they're going to be cooldowning at the same time. So
what we're going
to be looking for is really big pulls from Worm around these CDs, because they are very cooldown reliant.
So who are you power infusing? Is it the Lock?
I think it is the Lock in AoE, because in big AoE like this, your Frost DK already has like infinite runic power, but your Warlock, every increase you can get on their global cooldown should be valuable, because as they cast more Rains of Fire, they're going to be spawning more and more Infernals.
Augavoker? What is this comp?
Yeah,
what are
so
we
the
cooking over
Augavoker is
here?
another one that we see a lot on the high keys on the live servers, right? We've seen it a little bit in the MDI, but it's been pretty rare. We haven't seen too much of it in our Western regions. It's nice for a lot of different reasons, though. Like, it gives you a decent chunk of survivability. Augavoker has been nerfed a lot since Dragonflight when it first came out. It used to be true that if you had an Augavoker, you were like 15% tankier across the board, right? That's no longer true, but it is still true that the Augavoker does have some nice group utility, some nice defensive power. The Zephyr coming out here for Worms as they tank that big AoE from the mini-boss is a lot of extra health that they effectively get from that.
People played it during time trials as well, whenever they were playing double DK compositions where they wanted the Augavoker to actually just be able to buff the Death Knights. And so there are definitely situations in which the Augavoker actually can excel. The damage of the Aug is... It's actually much better than it was in something like Dragonflight Season 3, for example. I think it's way better than that. It is still a bit surprising to see, though, especially since we haven't really seen too much of it this MDI cycle. And Worms end up holding their first Lust until this third mini-boss here.
Yeah, one of the big downsides of the Augavoker is you're sitting like an Enhancement Shaman or an Assassination Rogue. These specs are really, really, really good. So it's not necessarily even so much about what Aug doesn't bring, it's that you're not bringing one of the specs that's just doing so much power right now. So that being said, the Warlock is very strong too. That is a very powerful spec, because we do have a death coming out for Champion of Strength there on their Death Knight. Frost DK being the choice here for both teams.
You still in the ground effect from the
the poison
Gorgers
swirly
blowing up.
That thing, the Toxic Rupture,
Yeah, he's still in the Toxic Rupture circle.
Okay, Worms are doing a pretty big pull into boss here. One of the nice things here is you can see where the eggs are spawning. The boss doesn't actually eat them right away, so you can just AoE them down with all this other stuff if you're comfortable killing them. You need to finish it before the boss finishes the Gossamer Onslaught cast, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, they just end up tanking the ads on top of the boss, which ends up making sense. So looking at count, most teams in here ran two variations of a route in this dungeon. The first variation ended up having your count at 35% enemy forces, and the second variation of the route in this dungeon ended up having your count at about 50-ish% enemy forces, where it looks like for Worms, they're playing something that's a little bit unique in the sense of that they're 35.59, so some hybrid where they have a little bit more count, so I think it's going to make their second area a bit more interesting. Additionally, you might see the Bloodlust icon lighting up every so often for Worms. Don't be alarmed, that's just every single time the Augavoker presses their Breath of Eons cast, there's a talent called Plot the Future, you end up getting your Lust effect, and it looks like that's procking the Observer's
It's just for you,
tracker.
right? You just get 15 seconds of Lust for yourself.
It's just for you, though, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't actually see them playing that in Dragonflight, but that is now part of the talent build here in the War Within.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool
it's so you can
effect.
It's so you can get more, like, upheavals, I think is the biggest reason that you're playing it.
Yeah, and it synergizes nicely with the Scale Commander kit, right, where you can extend your bombardments further.
I can't tell if he's Scale Commander or Chrono Warden. I haven't been like paying attention too much. I don't know what would be better.
I think Scale Commander is what you're looking for, because Scale Commander's priority damage by putting that bombardment marker on a target. The way it works is that after you use your Empower spells, you can mark a target to be bombarded. And so on a pull like this, putting that mark on the Blood Guard would be pretty valuable. But Chrono Warden, possibly a little bit better defensively, right?
Yeah. A little bit better defensively. It's also more of a buff playstyle, and so like it could be good depending on like how much damage your tank is doing, for example.
I'm pretty sure I saw the Deep Breath curve there, which is a Scale Commander thing.
He's got the bombardment on a target right now. I can see it on the nameplate.
Oh, we have a tank death for Champion of Strength. That is very, very not good. But they are able to finish the boss in time, so actually merciful for Champion of Strength. There are 2 deaths on the board, though.
That's the second tank death I've had this series so far, and I think that's something that we see time and time again in the MDIs. If you end up having tank deaths, I feel like teams that have tank deaths almost automatically lose the run, because it's so easy to recover from like a DPS death. You just end up committing the battle res. Sometimes it can be really problematic, but more often than not, it's just like a few seconds of damage. For a tank to die, more often than not, that ends up having multiple people die on top of the tank dying.
Yeah, it's a bit catastrophic if that were to happen. We do have a little bit of an instant replay of this first pull that Worms were up to. Is this Worms or is this no,
Champion
this Champion of Strength. Okay, this is an instant replay. This is
even
full screening them.
Not even instant replay.
All right.
Yeah. This is real time.
Cool. So they're going to go and just do the 1 Blood Guard pull here. We saw Worms actually start off with 2 Blood Guards. The Blood Guards are really the limiting factor in this area.
Yeah.
Each of them they provide an AoE damage reduction aura around themselves. So that is really what limits you from being able to pull super big in here. And what we see teams try and do is do this area in as few pulls as possible, despite the fact that they're trying to play around those Blood Guards.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things too is like that's why you'll see sometimes teams pull like 4 of the Blood Guards together, because they don't actually apply the AoE DR to one another. Otherwise, it would be catastrophic. And so you can pull as many Blood Guards as you reasonably want, but it kind of comes down to like what can you actually live. Yeah,
Champion of Strength here are doing sort of a rolling chain pull as they get through this area.
This doesn't look too bad. I think it makes sense. They're actually they believe that they're limited more so by the Web Mage casters as opposed to the Blood Guards.
Makes sense.
Maybe a combination of both. So something kind of similar that we see on live where you end up doing this like rolling chain. I think that's a good way of describing it.
Yeah, it's something that is pretty nice on live servers, right, is to do just a big continuous chain pull. We do have a death from one of those. I think that's the Extraction Strike on the
That is the Extraction Strike icon. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
I believe that mechanic will target a non-tank player if your tank is out of melee range of it. It's one of those Fervent Strike style abilities.
Wait,
I think
it fervents?
I believe it does. I've seen either it fervents or I'm bad at threat, but it targeted the healer there. There's no way the healer's going to rip threat, right?
Well, I think it was like the way that the tank pulled. He ended up just glaving the pack, right?
It's possible. I think I've seen it fervent before, but I'm not 100% sure.
It does have unlimited range. I know that for a fact.
Yes, that is a fun part of the Extraction Strike mechanic. As Worms have engaged the boss, you can see from the count as well, they're at 81% count here, so they are doing well. They're not going to need too much at the end of the dungeon here.
Most people are like 70 even coming out of this area from memory.
Yeah, Pain Suppression comes out from their priest as that charge targets them. That's a nice little way to not have to dodge. Just pain suppressing yourself, no big deal.
Here are the rules for pain suppression. 1 for me, 1 for you. Yeah. So the priest always has to have 1 available for them.
Yeah, it's a powerful part of the priest kit this season is that you do get 2 pain suppressions, right? You got 2 charges of it.
DR of it?
I believe it's a 40% damage reduction.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure on that.
Yeah, it's pretty potent.
You can also farm the pain suppression back up faster. It's not just like on this like super long cooldown. The more I think it smites you end up pressing. Not only does it reduce your Mindbender CD, but it also allows you to get PS up faster.
Yeah, it's a big part of the discipline utility kit here. It's every power word shield gives you pain suppression cooldown reduction.
It's power word shield, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Which you do,
and then smites the bender CDR, yeah.
Yeah,
this makes sense.
Yeah, you do also. They are playing that Void Reaver talent tree as well, which is pretty cool.
That thing's giga damn. The orb is I'll say it, a bit obnoxious. The fact that you can see it on the mobs, especially since it can like clog up melee a little bit.
But I think in terms of that thing is so cool though. It's like,
it does so much damage too. Like you gotta be playing it, but I just wish I couldn't see it personally.
A little bit of danger here for Worms as they have pulled this hauler with the overseers, and they have these flying mobs as well. Yeah, there's that tailoring stun being used on the hauler there. Love that. That's
and their lust is coming up in 50 seconds. Looks like Worms playing a pretty unconventional comp, but they're going to be able to put up a pretty respectable time in this dungeon. I think if they put up anything less than like 11 minutes, that's actually contending for like some of the top times in the world, especially since this is on the 11
plus 11
level
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the level that we saw from a lot of the other. This is what we saw from both Cup A and Cup B, and so if they're able to put up an 11-minute run of this dungeon, I think this is quite impressive.
They are going to take the remains of this trash pack into boss here, so a little bit of danger, but it looks like they're mostly able to get through.
Their breath isn't up for another 45 seconds, it looks like. Wish we had times, but I'm just guessing, and it looks like the Infernal probably up in about the same time that the Breath of Cinder Ghost is going to be coming up.
Yeah, we're probably holding this lust for a little bit to make sure it lines up with those cooldowns.
I think this ends up being like an 11:30 dungeon finish. Then, just looking at when the CDs are coming up relative to you're talking about the Breath of Eons? No.
Yeah.
I think the Breath of Eons just gets sent on CD. That you CDR that's like 1 minute or like 57 seconds sometimes.
Yeah, so even though we see lust on the frames here, I believe that is the fake evoker lust. Yeah,
that's the plot the future talent lust.
Yeah. So we still haven't seen Worms hit their lust for real yet. I believe, like you said, once Breath of Cindergosa and Infernal are ready, but now at 60% on the boss, we are about to have Infernal and Breath of Cindergosa, so maybe they'll wait until after the next grip from the boss, and then they'll have a bunch of free time, and they'll send the lust right then. That might be it. Nope, they're pressing it right now, even though they're all getting gripped in.
Well, the DK just stands there, right?
Yeah.
The DK just stays there. The Demon Hunter just like leaps out for half a global, no big deal.
Yeah, everybody else just gets gripped as well, and they get to DPS the boss for free. So it actually does work out really nicely. Big damage coming out now from the whole group with that lust, as the AUG buffs are on the players with those CDs as well. Power Infusion somehow got desynced from all this, but it can still land on the later half of this Breath of Cindergosa. It looks like it is going to get cast. Now, Tettles, it looks to me like Power Infusion has been single-targeted here.
No. We have a maximum of 2 buff tracking on the frame, and since we have the AUG evoker, it's on the Warlock.
I don't even see the effect on it, but either way, that's going to be Worms stopping the clock there.
There's no way he casts it.
Dude, maybe it's.
Dude, imagine he's just outrunning Twin Priestess or something. Something funny like that.
Don't need that talent. That thing is overrated. But one thing that's definitely not overrated is Worms. That was a really fast run and a 2-0 victory for them in the series. I think a very expected outcome, right? This is, as we were saying at the top of our show here, the team that is by far the favorite in this group and out of this region. So very solid performance from them. Pretty much no mistakes in these runs. Very well played.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team that's made up of like well-known Race to World first level, high key pusher level players. I think that this is the team that whenever you're looking at world-class contender that can actually make a run during the MDI Global Finals, I think this is the team that is everybody's kind of looking at. I do think that this was recorded a week and a half ago, so I think that they can also take some of the strats that they've seen from some of the Western teams and also be able to improve some of their times in a couple of their dungeons. But I thought that what they were doing, they were kind of paving their own path with the comp that they were running as well. It's kind of interesting.
It is a good point, is that this was run simultaneously with Group B, is what we're watching right now. So there's definitely a lot of room for strategic adaptation between this weekend and the Global Finals for whichever 2 teams do make it out of this group. But yeah, here's a look at our damage meters from that run and the bracket where Worms did 2-0 Champion of Strength and made it through that quarterfinals. So today we're going to play 8 matches for you. So we're actually going to see both Worms and Champion of Strength again. We're going to play these first 4 matches, this round 1. Then we're going to play the upper quarterfinals, and then we're actually going to play the lower bracket round 1 as well today. So we've got a lot of World of Warcraft for you that we are just going to chain back to back to back, like Champion of Strength were doing with their pulls after the first boss in that Arakara.
Yeah, and next up we have the matchup of OneForAll versus Team Udon.
Ooh, good team name.
I'm personally rooting for Team Udon.
This is our 4th and 5th seeded overall teams coming into this weekend. The difference in time trial times between these two teams is less than a minute as well. It's 30 seconds basically separates these two teams on time trial times. So this is our closest matchup in theory of our first 4. But of course, then we're going to have more upper bracket and lower bracket action today compared to our group weekends. So we are going to see the band go out on... What is that last dungeon there? Is that a Grim Batol or is that a...
Is
that a City of Threads? Okay, a City of Threads.
Sure it's City of Threads.
And then Arakara effectively banned here as well as a result. So we are going to see Dawnbreaker, Mr. Tierna Scythe, and then a decisive Stone Vault if we need one. And we've got...
Wait, is their team name Woo Dog or Udon? Hold on, wait a second. Look at their logo.
Apparently, Wudong means udon, Tettles, so it's different anglicizations, I think, of the same thing there. Yeah,
you were learning so much, Ratness.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I love is learning things. So, udon is a type of noodle as well.
Yeah,
it's a thick noodle made from wheat flour. So, jot that down.
I worked at a Chinese restaurant for a while. I knew what the noodle is. Thank you, though.
Pretty good.
Learn something new every day.
You do learn something new every day. Okay, so we're going to start off with a Dawnbreaker plus 10 between these two teams here. I believe it's the Orbs Xalatath Affix as well that we've got going on here. So, again, OneForAll versus Team Udon. In a dungeon that, at plus 10, it can be a pretty quick dungeon. It can be treacherous as well. A lot of opportunities for things to go wrong in the middle part of this dungeon.
I think the pull right before the second boss is always the one that has been the most challenging for teams that we've seen thus far. Additionally, taking any of that trash into that second boss also has become problematic. I think that those are probably the two most challenging parts of the dungeon. This is cool, by the way. Dude, just like this, look at this preview of Dawnbreaker, looks sick.
Yeah, there's the flying section that we basically never see teams actually do that fly, right? Because you just land where the last boss is going to land, and you wait for the boss there, or you fight some trash while that flight is happening. Something that we've seen adaptation in Group B, I believe it was Holy Moly, sort of developed the strat of doing some trash during that boss flight sequence. So we'll see what these teams have in store for us in that part of the dungeon. Dawnbreaker does start off with a bit of a scripted section, right? Like you kind of basically just have to pull the exact same trash every time. But one thing you don't have to do is play the same comp as we see. Yeah, we've got a Moonkin Resto Shaman for OneForAll.
Okay.
And a Destruction Warlock for Team Udon. Cool.
It's crazy
and Elemental Shaman as well. This is Ellie Shaman, not an in-hand
Oh my god,
Shaman.
dude, this is it.
All right, this is there we go. Dude, I've been saying it. Ellie Shaman. Look at those damage meters. The blue class ascending.
Count Dooku.
Yeah, look at all those earthquakes as well. You just have to yell at your tank to not move the mobs out of the earthquake. So there we go. We've got another new spec debut in our MDI.
Ellie is also pretty good because you can always wear Spy Masters as well. And so on that 4-minute CD, I think that Team Udon is actually going to be very strong on the 4-minute CD whenever you have the Spy Master stacked up with the Destro Warlock and the Elemental Shaman combined. I think that that's a situation where you're able to just you can pull effectively the entire world and melt it.
Yeah, the only problem with Spy Masters is if something goes a little bit wrong and your player with Spy Master's Web dies, it can be catastrophic, right? You lose all those Spy Master stacks. It can be very painful if that does happen. So important to try and not, of course, have that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I would say deaths are doubly punished whenever that happens. And both of these teams, hey, looking at it, they're saving their lust. So kind of similar to what we've seen from some of the other Western teams in Group A and Group B, where they end up saving their lust probably for that second boss pull with all of that trash. And it looked like Team Udon ended up getting a really unfortunate Ascendant Orb spawn. I think those orbs ended up spawning back on the Dawnbreaker right as they were leaving.
Oh, no. That's always unfortunate.
Does that buff the mobs from this far?
It looks like they're not buffed because they do get all purple and glowy when they're buffed, and I don't see them looking like that currently. So That is at least nice. It's not the worst buff as well. Some of these affixes give a really powerful buff to the enemies. This one, I believe, is just haste for the enemies if it goes off, so...
it's spell haste, which works with the mobs really weird ways. For caster mobs, it's like pretty straightforward. They just cast faster. But it also does a bunch of weird stuff where their auto attack speed, and sometimes you even see like CDR being applied via spell haste to mobs, and so it can really make cooldowns kind of funky if you're not careful.
Yeah, it can do some weird stuff, especially if you're not used to certain mobs getting that haste. You can have something that you're not ready for. Sometimes things that you usually can dodge easily will become too fast to be dodgeable.
Spell haste is so weird with mobs.
But the buff is nice if you can get it for yourself. If you can kill all 10 of those orbs, which usually one sigil is enough to do that, or a capacitor totem, something like that. If you can get those orbs, you get 10 stacks of this buff, and it gives you 20% total haste, and also some movement speed, which can be nice too. But mostly the haste is what you're happy about here.
Yeah,
it's like a mini Bloodlust. All right, so OneForAll is going to be finishing off the trash here a little bit slower than Team Udon, it looks like, but both on a very similar pace. The boss gets engaged for Team Udon, about 5 seconds ahead of OneForAll.
I think I prefer Udon's comp. I think it's going to end up being higher DPS later down the stretch, especially with that Discipline Priest over that Restoration Shaman.
Yeah, the Elemental Shaman I think is cool as well, although I think the Elemental Shaman should be a little bit lower single target than the OneForAll comp.
I mean, Moonkin's generally pretty low single target, is it not?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the CD lineups, right? Like they're going to be good in their cooldowns with Lust, but at this plus 10 key level, that might not be enough of the boss fight, right?
Yeah.
Because there are very often these kind of specs where the MDI builds that you play on these things do pretty low sustained single target, but Bloodlust and cooldowns can often kind of paper over that weakness.
So Udon's gonna have their Spy Masters fully stacked after this boss. Are you gonna press your Spy Masters on this pull that's right after this and do like a Giga pull, or do you save it for like the 6 to 7 minute mark where you press your Lust?
I'm gonna press my Spy Masters. I guess I'm gonna hold it for Lust, and then I'm gonna press it on Lust, and then I'm gonna press it again, even if it's only half stacked at the end of the dungeon.
Okay,
that would be my
default
reasonable plan. But I will say it's probably spec dependent. If you're a master of a spec, you probably have a better idea of how you should be doing this. That would just be my kind of not knowing the intricacies of any given spec. That would be my default strategy. Yeah, Spy Master's a very powerful trinket. It's super strong. Even if you never press the on use, it's still a good trinket. That you just the passive intellect. But then you also get to use the on use and do a huge amount of bonus damage whenever you want to with some big cooldowns, especially with Lust. It works so well.
Yeah, and it looks like Team Udons are going to be able to kill off the first boss a little bit before OneForAll, about 15%. Honestly, no real difference here. I feel like this is kind of a situation where we can see either team really accelerate in this middle section. I think this middle section is going to be the kind of the showcase for who's going to be winning this individual map.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, Team Udon have gained a lot of time on this first boss split compared to when they pulled the boss, right? The two teams pulled the boss around the same time. Team Udon now got 30 seconds ahead, so
are we looking at
if
CD
no
wise?
Mistakes happen for either team, that is a large time advantage, as we are going to see this big trash pull coming out with that mini-boss pain suppression used on their tank to try and make sure that they can get all of this grouped up safely.
There's a pretty big DPS cooldown disparity in the favor of Team Udon over OneForAll. OneForAll is not going to have that Breath of Cinder Gosa or that Incarnation for their Balanced Druid available.
Look at that HPS coming out from that Ancestral Guidance from their Elemental Shaman for a while there. Dude, top healing.
AG is bonkers. Dude, even at Enhance, there's specific pulls where Enhance can even break like 1,000,000 HPS for a little bit. Depending on how many mobs are available for them.
Yeah, it's actually kind of wild that we have two shamans on our board, and they're the two specs that aren't enhancement, because enhancement has, like you said, been the main character of our MDI mostly over the last few weekends.
Yeah,
it is very strong. One area that Elemental does better is big AoE, right? Like, as you're having your target count get higher than, say, 5, that's where your Elemental Shaman is starting to shine compared to the Enhancement Shaman. The problem is that 5 targets do tend to be the most important pulls in the dungeon, right? Is like, the medium-sized pulls where it's like a mini-boss and some difficult trash mobs. Like this pull that Team Udon are doing right now. This is 7 targets, but this would still be a great area for an Enhancement Shaman.
The Enhance also has a decent amount more priority funnel damage as well. Like, it has the best funnel in the game. Them and Assassination Rogue, I think, are the only specs
I think
that have,
Enhance
like...
is a little bit... Or Assassination's a little better, yeah. Elemental does have some, though. You do get to dump some into your primary target.
Assass can be a little bit better priority damage depending on how many mobs you have pulled, but pull for pull, it should, in theory, be Enhancement, and Enhancement's better on, like, single target.
Yeah, the single target is a huge strength.
Oh my god. What is this mob called? An unpullable mob. They've pulled an unpullable mob. I want to call it a Marauder. I want to call it a Marauder, but I don't think that's the right mob. It actually grips people in, and it just like spams this bolt cast. This mob is... I wiped to it many times on the beta. I haven't actually seen it be pulled, and it looks like...
Look at OneForAll.
This is what This is what happens whenever you pull this mob, by the way.
Oh, we have a Death or Team Udon as well, though, as they're moving into this big pull. They're not hitting less on this pull. This is just a mini-boss pull, not the boss
Oh,
pull.
their Warlock died. They lost their Spymasters, too.
Yeah, it's
and they're
tragedy.
Infernal. Oh,
okay.
God.
It's either the Sureki Web Mage or the Sureki Militant.
It's the Militant. That's the name of that mob. It is the Militant. That mob is...
Are you sure? I think it might be the Web Mage. The Web Mage is also nearby and is also a big... I think it's a Web Mage because it's just casting.
Oh, you're right. I think this actually is a Web Mage. Okay, the Militant is the one that wipes you, though.
Yeah, there are a couple of Militants that you do need to make sure you don't pull. Like, there's the ones in the third... In the actual boss area. If you're not careful and you take the boss too far away down the road, there's a Militant there. But yeah, this was just a Web Mage, which is a lot less illegal
What
to
does
pull.
that mob even do? Oh, is it? Oh, that's the Web Mage from the boat. The mob that puts the circle on you from the boat. Oh.
Okay, Team Udon are getting into this boss here. Let's see, they are going to hit that Bloodlust as well, so this is the big lust opportunity for Team Udon. They're going to line it up as well.
What is OneForAll doing?
OneForAll are on the chimney. Unfortunately, you can't drop into the house through the chimney, although that would be a cool feature. Dude, can you imagine? You land on the chimney and then your character, it's just a black screen and then your character shows up inside the house.
Blizzard's got to get on it.
Yeah, that's a feature request right there.
Oh my gosh. Looking at Team Udon here.
Orb. Is that going to... Okay, phew, it's going off to the safe side.
I think their orb is okay.
So far, so good.
Them losing their Spymaster's web stacks on that Warlock during that pull is actually a huge damage loss, because now look at his DPS relative to the Elemental Shaman, who's pretty clearly at least either popping his cooldowns in conjunction with his Spymasters or just as his cooldowns. I think it's one of the situations that the MDI just in general is very cooldown reliant. Very rarely does sustained damage actually matter for the MDI. You're kind of just pacing your entire dungeon around CDs, and so anytime that you end up losing those is a huge problem.
Yeah, it does throw you off. Now, it is worth noting, we do have the Challenger's Peril affix active, so that means that every single death is also going to cost you 15 seconds of dungeon timer. Now, we have 1 death for Team Udon, and 3 for Team OneForAll. So OneForAll actually need to catch up and overtake by 30 seconds here, which I don't think is going to happen. They are so far behind. They haven't even pulled the boss here, whereas Team Udon are already working on the last mini-boss.
What's the count situation?
The count situation is good. Oh, it's not good for Team Udon. I think this is this 6.5%? This
I think so,
Dark
yeah.
Architect? Okay, then it is good.
I think they're fine.
30 count?
I was kind of wondering if they were going to pull it like a trash pack after or like during the boss fight, like we've seen from some teams. But yeah, this mini boss is like 6.52%, so I think this is exact count.
All right, yeah, that is it is in fact 30 count exactly. So Team Udon will hit exact count with this last mini boss, and then they will go into the last boss and have all that they need. So as long as they can kill this last boss, they are going to actually be several minutes ahead of OneForAll. OneForAll, trying to claw this back, are now in boss combat. They are hitting their lust. Their lust has now ran out. But they did do a lot of damage to the boss with that lust. That Moonkin damage. Really good during that lust. They also play Spymasters, right? So they have the lust Spymasters combo for a huge amount of burst.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Spymasters is like a premier trinket. I think if melee DPS were just a little bit less good this season, we've seen just like, I think this is the resurgence of melee DPS in a lot of Mythic Plus dungeons. If they were a little bit less good, I think we would see a lot more MDI teams just really be pacing their dungeons around that Spymaster's web, because it is just the most impactful thing that you can possibly be doing.
Yeah, it is a very, very powerful trinket, although in an 8-minute MDI key or a 12-minute MDI key, you are spending a lot of that key ramping it up, right? Like starting
Here's
from
the
zero.
thing, though. If you press it, say you have 3 or 4 people in your group that have it, and you press it all together, you can do a pull that's maybe 20 or 30% bigger than you otherwise would have been doing.
Yeah. That's,
and just be able to murder it and, you know...
Yeah, or combine it with Lust to just destroy a boss.
Yeah, imagine you do the entire Necropolis.
Right.
So, something like that. I think that something like that would be on the table if you were running a bunch of the trinket.
Absolutely, as we do see Team Udon phasing the boss here at 63%, and now doing the little flight sequence. Are they going to go land, or are they going to follow the boss? It looks like they're just going to go land in the last boss area. Meanwhile, OneForAll working on that Dark Architect. But yeah, there's just nowhere near enough time here to catch up. Team Udon just have to avoid wiping, and they will secure this game.
I think they were a little bit slower to begin with, OneForAll was, and then the 3 deaths on that trash pack at Grandma's house like really kind of sealed the deal in that regard. Ooh, look at that Demon Hunter throwing the glaive at the boss.
Yep, that's value. You got one global there. May as well make the best of it.
Aldrachi, is it Aldrachi that ends up getting the empowered glaive?
It is, but they do typically play Fellscarred, which is those demon surges, because that's just a huge amount of AoE damage. But yeah, the Aldrachi Reaver, you do get this cool thing where your throw glaive turns into Reaver's glaive, and you do a little combo dance of different abilities. That's more of a single target build. You'd play that in a lot of raid fights, like I think Nexus Princess.
I think people for high keys were actually playing the Aldrachi Reaver as well.
But it does have some nice defensive benefits as well. But yeah, Fellscarred just does such huge AoE, as we do see Team Udon about to close in on the win here. Just 60%, that's going to stop the clock on this boss. And it's going to stop the clock on their dungeon. A 1343 Dawnbreaker plus 10 for Team Udon. And they're going to advance to a 1-0 lead over OneForAll. Destruction Warlocks on both teams as well, Tettles. What do you think about the Destro Lock in this dungeon?
So this is the second series in a row that we've actually seen Destro Lock from the Chinese region. I think that we saw it a little bit in Group B, right? So we've seen it in a couple of different dungeons. We've seen it miss, and we saw it in a Necrotic Wake. I think that Destro works really well in specific pulls, of which, kind of like what we were talking about, Spy Master's pulls, of which you can pull 20-plus targets. I think that for this situation, it makes sense. We saw it in Arakara on like massive pulls. Arakara is a huge mob density dungeon. For this dungeon, they lost their Spy Masters where they were going to be pressing it with their Infernal, which sucks. But I think in general, the Warlock should look good. And I mean, looking at OneForAll's Warlock, he's their top DPS. I think that for Team Udon, the Warlock probably would have been their top DPS as well if he didn't lose all of his CDs on the most important damage pull that he was pressing on. I think it's okay. I like the spec. I think the pick is good.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool spec for this overall.
I don't love dropping like assassination rogue.
That's the problem, right? Is every spec you're thinking of adding to an MDI comp, you're talking about dropping an enhancement shaman, an assassination rogue, a death knight. These are such powerhouse specs, but we are going to move into a Mist. Mist is another dungeon where the Warlock gets a lot of value with those gateways potentially.
I have been doing a lot more research into the Mist Maze the past week and a half, and I am firmly of the opinion that any trash count... So basically, if you go over 52%, you better go to 70%, but you shouldn't go over 70% enemy forces in this maze, because it actually doesn't save you another pull at all. And so there's like 2 breakpoints. It's either 52% or at 70%, and we've seen teams a couple of times in Group A and Group B actually pull too much trash in the maze, where they come out and they're like 84%, and you're like, great, but what are you going to do with that 84% enemy forces? Ooh, is that a Ret Paladin for Team Udon?
It is a Retribution Paladin, Tettles. An interesting spec. One really cool thing, actually, that it does, I believe Wake of Ashes stuns these little mobs.
Really? Oh, interesting.
I think so, yeah. Let's see.
They're demons, right?
I think they're aberrations or something, and those do get stunned by the Wake of Ashes, I think. My God. Let's see. There goes Wake of Ashes. Are they stunned? Maybe not. Maybe I'm lying. Or maybe they were stunned by other effects. But yeah, either way, Ret Pally, a pretty cool spec for this type of dungeon. You have a lot of burst available to you into the first boss, and it's a good spec to try and make the push on Mistcaller happen as well. You get a lot of damage loaded into a small amount of globals on this spec.
Why is he Blood Elf?
Yeah, so Your options.
So Blood Off has a couple of effects. It's effective uses for this dungeon. First and foremost, you can Belf to make those Spike Claws not drop that debuff that makes your party take more damage, but also makes the mobs take more damage whenever the Spike Claws die. So typically you don't Belf that off.
Yeah, it's also it's decent passive damage as well. I think if you Arcane Torrent, you maybe get a hero power or a holy power on that spec as well. I'm not 100% sure.
It's kind of interesting as well. Both of these teams are running Restoration Shaman now.
Yeah, this is a cool dungeon for the Resto Shaman. There's a lot of kicks, right? Like if you want to try and do 2 stag shells at the end of the dungeon, the extra kick is really nice compared to, say, a priest that doesn't have a kick, right?
The Moonkin for OneForAll has actually been kind of cooking the damage meter.
Yeah, Moonkin is an example of if you just play with a Moonkin, your kick situation gets pretty bad, right? For the stag shells, if you try and fight 2 of them.
That's true. I mean, this is a pretty low...
It is it's +9.
Yeah, it's a low key. You only need a couple of very specific interrupts.
The +9 does. It's kind of pulling in 2 different directions though, because the +9 is saying, okay, the mobs will die really fast, but also it's saying, hey, don't you want to pull a lot of stag shells all together all at once? Because if the answer to that is yes, then you do want more kicks across your group.
That's true. I don't really. Consider it like that.
A big variable here is, will these teams be able to easily one-phase this boss?
Lust.
We are going to see Lust held for OneForAll for this boss. Team Udon used it on their first pull, so if they can still phase this boss, that will be really good.
How are OneForAll faster without pressing Lust? I guess
that is a great question. Yeah, I mean,
is it skill gap? I guess it has to just be skill diff.
It could be. It could be just Moonkin versus Ret Pally as well, right? Moonkin could just be doing more overall in this part of the dungeon. Ret should be really good for bursting through here, as actually so is Destruction. Dude, all of Team Udon are doing so much damage here in this burn phase.
OneForAll didn't beat the boss on a 9.
Yeah, with Lust.
It is
Team Udon almost do, but they actually are going to get the boss reshackled as well. So actually both teams are going to be finishing this off right around the same time here.
You want a prediction? I think that more teams, if they're not going to be looking to one-phase the boss, are probably going to be looking to play the Disc Priest and take the Soul Cleaver into the boss to give it the 20% damage amp.
If you dominate mind, right, you can do that.
I think that a lot of teams that were running the Resto Druid during Group B weekend and saving that Heart of the Wild for that. That's unfortunate for Team Udon, not pulling the trash back over the wall, but looking like they're seeing the Warlock Pet anyways. But I think that the Resto Druid Heart of the Wild, as I was saying, just ends up providing an insane amount of burst during that window. So I think that
Resto Shaman is so bad compared to Disc Priest and Resto Druid at that one particular job, right? Like, Disc Priest, you're providing power infusion, you're doing a decent chunk of single target yourself. That helps phase the boss a little bit. Resto Druid Heart of the Wild helps phase the boss a lot. Resto Shaman is putting a couple of lava bursts into that thing. It's not great for that particular job. It's good at a lot of other stuff in this dungeon, but if your goal is to phase the first boss as reliably as possible, Resto Shaman is definitely helping less than other healers at that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we are going to see both teams now heading into their next sections of the maze. And like you said, the goal here is to get to 50% count, not 60% count.
I think they want to get to 70. I think you want to be like 70 flat. Yeah.
70 is good, 50 is good, 60 is bad. That's kind of our rule of thumb for the maze, because 60 doesn't save you a pull, like you were saying, relative to 50.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons that I think we've seen the most successful teams in Mist so far. They kind of just hold W and they actually don't pull any additional mobs in the maze, because the triple villager pull that you do at the very start of this dungeon, it ends up giving you like 32% enemy forces coming out of the first area, which is just enough to naturally hit 70 if you then just do the maze in like normal.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going to see, so it's a little bit tough to compare the two teams, but it looks like they are basically at the exact same spot in this maze. OneForAll a tiny bit ahead. They were 3 seconds faster on this first boss split, so it is going to be a close map for sure between these two teams. Moonkin is stacking up an extra Spy Masters relative to the Ret Pally, so
that's true.
I think I'd prefer OneForAll's side of this coin, but I'm not confident about it.
I think that Udon should be slightly faster killing these maze trash backs right now. I think the low target count DPS should be slightly in favor of Udon, but I don't think it's enough, because I think that OneForAll ended up getting a better exchange out of like the a very slightly better exchange out of the first area. Now, is Udon going to be able to get the Lust coming back up? What do you think about that?
Yeah, they might be able to get a second Lust where OneForAll couldn't. One other thing that Udon might be better at is the rep pally. If you time an execution sentence, Wake of Ashes, Templar's Hammer with the Mistcaller 10% moment, you could maybe like single-handedly kill Mistcaller from
what's
10
the
to
mandate
0.
What's the mandate situation looking like too? I wonder, because
sure,
that's something that we.
But maybe they play Mad Queen's Mandate for that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Mad Queen's Mandate. Teams were playing from 2 to 3 Mad Queen's Mandates to be able to kill Mistcaller off from 10% to 0 during Group A and Group B weekends. I wonder what OneForAll and Team Udon are doing with their gear.
Yeah, I wonder if that's something that's even on their radar. I think at a +9 key level, it absolutely has to be something you're trying to do, although it's worth noting that the Tyrannical Affix is active here instead of Fortified, so that does make it a little bit harder, right? Like, if it was Fortified, it would definitely be something that everybody would be trying to do. Because one problem is you have to, like, save some CDs for it, and then it's kind of awkward, and if you don't end up phasing it, it's a catastrophe if you've saved CDs.
The problem is also, like, if you don't do it and somebody else does it, it's like a 30 to 45 second time loss.
Absolutely.
And that could basically, like, lose you a map almost single-handedly. Like, we've seen a couple of teams during Group B weekend be able to one phase over another team, and it was just like you immediately win.
All right, OneForAll are going to get the boss pulled first. Team Udon still have one pull left in their maze. You can see from count, they are going to be, I think, a slightly ahead on count, are Team Udon. I think they grabbed a tiny bit more trash, but both teams are ahead of that 70% threshold, so they're both going to have basically the same amount of trash that they'll want to do at the end of this run. OneForAll engaged with that boss. Nice affix spawn. The affix spawn can also be an important factor.
Oblivion is, I would say, probably the hardest affix for MDI teams.
Yeah, it's so easy for it to get soaked by random mobs because you have so many mobs coming from all over the place.
It's kind of like weird too because you like to chain packs really far distances as well. And if you have the Oblivion spawn, and you don't like recognize it at the very beginning. The orbs can actually spawn in like a weird position relative to where the mobs are, and then just like funnel into a mob from afar, and then buff all of the mobs. I think we see it a lot on like the staircase in City of Threads, where it was the most impactful there, where it would just like spawn while you were gathering the mobs on that Venom shell, and just like ruin your day. And I think that going into this last boss, going into Tredova, we might be seeing something similar, where like an ill-timed Oblivion orb spawn really could cause a lot of problems.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see a couple of those stacks are on Team Udon's boss here. OneForAll
It's okay.
Are approaching that push point now, so we'll see if they're able to make it happen. We'll see if they're even trying to make it happen. Breath of Syndragosa is being held by them, so they might use it to try and get over the finish line here.
I don't think you'd breath to try to get over the finish line. That seems pretty bad.
Awkward. They do have an affix spawn. That's good timing on the affix for trying to make this happen. The Treants come out from their Balanced Druid. Oh, nearly.
Oh, no.
Not quite, though. Oh, wait. They did it. They got it through the DR at the end. They got
What's the DR?
Low. I think it's, it's either 90 or 99.
I think it's 99.
Yeah, I think it is 99 as well. Wow.
They're
Here
still on
comes
their
that
gate.
gateway.
Yeah, somebody dropped the gate.
Okay, let's see if Team Udon can make this phase as well. Here we go. 13% on the boss. They kick the boss. Can they get it to start another cast? There's the execution sentence. The guessing game. The execution sentence, goes off into the shield. Oh no! If they push that a little bit later,
I don't think they can get that. Yeah.
Yeah. If they had waited like one more second before getting 10% there, that execution sentence would have carried them over the finish line. It stores damage from your other abilities while it's active, and then it explodes for like 20% of that damage. But yeah, they are gonna have to kill this boss the hard way.
OneForAll's gonna win this, man. This is it, I think.
Yeah, OneForAll are in a commanding lead now.
Oh, they're kind of doing a small pull here though, and Udon has Lust up.
Okay, maybe we spoke a little bit too soon. Team Udon could try and just take all this into boss with Lust. They don't have that. Like, I feel like the Moonkin comp would be more interested in doing something like that.
That's what I'm thinking too. But like, I think that OneForAll with this route here, they're kind of opening up Team Udon to be able to kind of like catch back up. I mean, look at this. Team Udon, they're caging that acid gullet.
Yeah.
And OneForAll is still just like a very slow chain.
Team Udon did not click the seed either, so if anybody dies,
they don't need it.
They won't be close. There goes a Shadow Meld
So
from most of Team Udon.
Udon are at 81% enemy forces, so they're way higher than what we actually need.
They're going for it.
And so they're actually skipping a lot of trash. But I mean, look at this. They're going straight into the boss, and they're going to have Lust. And so I think it's just going to be a race to the finish. And OneForAll, you don't have time for this. You need to be pulling the boss right now.
Yeah, they do have an affix buff. They are going to be going into the boss without Lust. It will come up in about a minute here for OneForAll, so they should maybe get this at the end of the boss, but maybe not even. Team Udon might be able to stop the clock before that Lust becomes available for OneForAll. There's that Sigil of Chains gripping all these mobs under the boss. They get the last little bit of count that they need. The Stag Shell does absolutely need to be kicked, though. The boss has already lost a third of its health, though. They're doing so much burst here.
Here's the thing, too, with the Lust as well, is you actually want it on top of the trash pack, because the trash, like, having to do damage to the trash mobs ends up losing you a decent amount of, like, the ability to be able to do damage to the boss. And so I think that this is a fight where, more often than not, you would just kind of ignore the trash. You would just end up hitting the boss. This is a fight where you end up wanting to hit the trash a lot. And so, I mean, look at Udon. They're at 30% ahead on the boss fight. In OneForAll, they're going to have Lust coming up in 15 seconds, but I think that I prefer Team Udon's position here.
I think so as well. I think Team Udon have clawed this one back. OneForAll were so far ahead, but they just did all these small pulls instead of pulling something into the boss here. And there's 30% less health now for Team Udon on this boss. The Lust does come out for OneForAll to try and claw this back. They do have, I believe, a fully stacked Spy Master on 2 of their DPS as well. Not something we usually see. So they are going to be melting this boss now. Only 25% ahead are Team Udon. But OneForAll are going to get another shield on this boss. Something that Team Udon won't have to deal with. So I think that is going to seal the deal here for Team Udon. Just 15% on Tradova. Those last couple of ads here, they have all the count they need as well. Both teams have gotten full count. There are still some trash mobs alive for Team Udon, but they just need to kick them and not let them distract them. The boss now at 12% for OneForAll. It's dying so fast.
Oh my god.
They have their CDs as well, but it's not going to be enough.
Udon got it.
Team Udon stopping the clock there just a couple of seconds ahead of OneForAll. Wow.
Is that a throw by OneForAll? What happened?
I'm not sure if that was like maybe they were like, oh, we're so far ahead. You know, they looked at the other side and they were like, they missed the missed caller skip. Okay, just play it safe, right? Something like that. And then you realize, like, oh no, we couldn't afford to play it safe. But I think a lot of credit does go to Team Udon. They had a really cool skip, that Gateway Shadow Meld combo, something we haven't seen before at the end of this map that actually let them turn their 80% count into one less pull in that area, which is really nice.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to go straight into the boss.
Basically, we were lying about the don't go over 70% count. They found a way to make it good.
Well,
I'm not going to name any names. One of us was lying about that, for sure.
I think it's a situation where we've seen teams from like Group A and Group B take like all of that trash straight into the boss from 70%. So we do know it's possible.
That's true.
And I feel like on a 9 it should have been done. Maybe. I mean, look at this replay here. Look at this from on the right hand side. You see Udon. Again, at that 80% enemy forces, this gateway just gating all the way across the gap. It makes sense. You're actually able to skip a Staghorn. It just makes this pull that you're taking straight into the boss a little bit easier. So normally whenever we see this dungeon, we see it with a rogue.
Right.
But I think the fact that they're not playing rogue means that they're going to have to kind of innovate something a little bit different since they're not going to have that shroud.
Okay, so good news for Team Udon. They won that 2-0, even though both of those maps looked pretty close. Bad news for them is that they will be up against Worms later. We're going to broadcast that match
that is
also later today.
I think that Worms looked a little bit better than Udon.
I think Worms did look extremely, extremely dangerous, so that is definitely a worrying sign here for the rest of the competition. We are going to move now into FTBZM versus Try Another Way. You know, these are the things these are the mysteries. So FTBZM are our second-seeded team coming into this bracket, whereas Try Another Way are our seventh-seeded team. But the time trial difference between them is actually still only 3 minutes. The only team that had really, really aggressive time trial performance was Team Worms. Team FTBZM were 7 minutes slower than Worms in the time trials, even though they're the second seed here. So they are not comfortably second place and making it to Global Finals out of this group, right? Like, I think Worms look really good here. I think they're overwhelmingly likely to be one of the teams out of this group. FTBZM, from our time trial times are the second most likely team, but it's going to be really close between them and all of the rest of this field. Only a few minutes different in time trial times.
Ooh, looks like FTBZM is banning out the City of Threads, and it looks like, what's the other team name? Oh no. Oh no. Try Another Way ends up banning out the Stone Vault. I had to pull up my doc.
Yeah.
11 Stone Vault. I think that more often than not, whenever we were looking at some of the group stages, the 11s were the candidates to get banned more often than not, so I think it makes sense to ban that Stone Vault.
Yeah, the higher level dungeons are often teams' favorites for banning because it's kind of less efficient to practice them. So if you can just ban that one out, you can do 2 dungeons in the time it would take you to learn 1. So that is usually the rationale there. And then because you're expecting other teams to ban them out, you practice them less, and then you ban them out when you have the opportunity to. That's sort of the metagame we see usually develop around Keystone level here. We are going to start off with a Dawnbreaker between these two teams. So not a time trial dungeon, not a dungeon that we are aware of these team strategies in, and a dungeon that we've seen an absurd amount of variety in. Recall that during Group B weekend, we saw an Arcane Mage in this dungeon as well. We've seen Frost Mage, Ellie Shaman in here already just in our earlier series from this Chinese region too. Just so much different ideas for handling this dungeon.
I think that there's a lot of really interesting picks that we've seen this season. I think that this season we've seen more diversity in terms of compositions in the MDI than ever before, and I think that we might be, you know, again, seeing something that's pretty unique here.
I've been keeping track. We've now seen 21 different specs across our MDIs so far, and there's a few that I wouldn't be surprised if we see this weekend as well. Specs like that Prez Evoker, even, something that I think is underrated. Not going to be showing up here, though.
The thing with some of these MDI teams as well, and some of the compositions, is that there's a lot of stuff that's like viable, and more
Mage.
so than ever before.
Bingo, that's
God.
a new one. There we go. That's spec number 22 of our MDI, is the Fire Mage from FTBZM.
Ooh, we got Try Another Way busting out that Ret Paladin as well. I think we saw Mist Count playing the Ret Paladin. We saw Thanner
was on it
in this
yes,
dungeon.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that Ret is it's very popular in China, just generally speaking. I think that
it's
Ret
popular
is one
worldwide.
of the most,
that spec is so popular, actually.
It's one of the most popular
rates.
specializations worldwide, but I think it's always that and Fire Mage have always been some of the most popular specializations of the Chinese
like
region.
Competitive level from I'll always remember it's also like Marksmanship and Outlaw are another 2 specs that you just see a ton of out of the Chinese region. Yeah, it's cool. I think the Warlock as well looks extreme. I mean, the Warlock has been our most played spec, I believe, so far this weekend. So
what is up with them in Warlock?
I think Warlock is super sick. It does a lot of damage.
Maybe we just haven't seen enough Warlock from Group A and Group B, and it is actually like low key really good.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good on this poll. I will admit. Well, it doesn't look good when you don't have your Infernal available, but when you do Infernal, it does so much damage.
He's single targeting, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Ignore the fact that he's Rain of Fire on screen, but he's single targeting.
No. Yeah, that's a prior damage Rain of Fire. They don't teach you that in Warlock school.
They don't teach you anything in Warlock school.
Yeah. All right, so FTBZM a little bit fast. Oh, the mage missed the boat, but did land on it the second try. Second try's the charm. Landing that dragon riding here.
There's specific spots of the boat that you can just like slide straight through. Have you ever fallen? Dude, I fallen to my death because I dismounted too early a couple weeks ago. It was really sad.
Hate to see that. Aren't you playing an Evoker as well? Can't you like flap to safety?
Well, you want to die at that point, right? Because like I dismounted off my dragon riding mount, and it was just like, and you fell straight through the boat, and you're like, oh no, it's over.
Very, very interesting. I actually really like the Fire Mage in this dungeon, I will say. I've played a little bit of Fire Mage on this dungeon myself, and it works out really nicely. Like, you often have a target to be kind of combusting into.
Yeah.
The way that Fire Mage works as well is there's 2 different builds for this spec right now. And one of them is very AoE focused. One of them is a lot more Pyroblast focused, and kind of you just do single target and spread cleave off that single target. It looks like they're playing the more single target focused version here for FTBZM, because I'm seeing a lot of Pyroblasts going off on this target count instead of Flame Strikes. So that should mean a lot of free priority damage for FTBZM, and free cleave off of that as well.
Do you okay, so we haven't seen fire at all so far. I was under the impression that fire was like a pretty low damaging spec, especially for like an MDI format. What do you think FTBZM is looking to play? Like, do you think that they just have somebody who's like a fire mage career guy and just like overperforms on that specialization? Or do you think that they end up just thinking that is probably one of the best things that they could possibly be doing in this dungeon?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few nice parts about Fire Mage in this dungeon. You've got a couple of bosses that say spawn ads, and Fire's nice at that because you just spread an Ignite for free onto them as they're spawning, so
Yeah.
that can be a strength for it. But if I had to guess, I would guess that Frost Mage is your best overall damage mage for this dungeon. But I'm not 100% sure. I mean, all the mages are pretty similar in damage right now. Like, they have 3 good specs with basically, like, 2 good hero talents each. Not all the hero talents are super good, but they're all pretty close, actually. It's an awesome class to play right now because all of...
Oh my god.
Basically, whatever you choose is good. Like, whatever talents you pick, they're good.
Dude, FTBZM is just dropping the puddles in the worst possible spots and just
All
like...
good.
Just blatant disregard for their melee safety.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, no need. They are chilling. Yeah. Zyro, one of our fellow casters, is watching along and has pinged me with fire is turbo bad XDD. So he's not a believer in it, but what he may have been watching me play fire in this dungeon and not a master expert of it like FTBZM have here, because I do think fire has some strength in this dungeon. It does work out nicely on those mini boss pulls.
Also, check the scoreboard. They're going to kill the first boss faster while having that lust available for a larger pull after this.
That bloodlust is a huge resource to still have access to here.
Checkmate doubters.
Yeah. I think it's nice. I think it's
what
cool
I'm going to say. I actually think that the Resto Shaman for both FTBZM and Try Another Way is really bad in this dungeon for a very specific reason, and that specific reason is that Acid Rain does not work on the Dawnbreaker boat.
Yeah.
Acid Rain contributes about 50% of Restoration Shaman's damage, and the fact that it doesn't work on this boat is really, really, really unfortunate, to the point where you're seeing both of those healers doing, somewhere between 50 and 150,000 DPS, where most healers in the same situation would be doing 300 to 350,000 DPS, or even a Resto Shaman in a similar situation, if Acid Rain worked, would be doing about like 300k DPS.
Yeah, I think you're right. That Acid Rain. The nice thing about Acid Rain is that it's largely for the AoE, as we do have our death here. It's a Ret Pally down. They are going to use the battle res here rather than release. I like that. I think that is worth doing to try and recover this.
I was also under the impression that Rain of Fire also didn't work on the Dawnbreaker boat, but maybe that's been fixed.
You can use those AoE abilities, it's just sometimes they behave a little weirdly. It depends.
Acid Rain just does not work. Yeah, Acid Rain just straight up does not work. I was under the impression that Rain of Fire also didn't work, but I might be mistaken.
Rain of Fire, I'm pretty sure does work. I'm not 1,000,000% sure though. I think it is.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we are gonna see. Okay, Try Another Way here. Another difference in comps between them and FTBZM. We haven't talked about it yet, is the tanks. They are playing a Prot Warrior instead of the Vengeance Demon Hunter. I think the Vengeance Demon Hunter should represent a little more damage, especially when you factor in the fact that you're bringing Chaos Brand, which is scaling your casters, whereas Battle Shout isn't scaling your casters' damage for Try Another Way. It is still scaling your Ret Pally and your DK, right? But the DK is still benefiting from Chaos Brand for FTBZM. So all 3 DPS benefit from Chaos Brand for FTBZM, whereas only 2 out of 3 benefit from Battle Shout for Try Another Way.
But Chaos Brand's 3% versus Battle Shout's 5, right?
Yeah, it's 5% attack power versus just 3% magic damage.
3% magic damage, exactly.
Yeah. But then also the burst AoE from Avengers Demon Hunter is really nice too.
FTBZM ends up popping their lust on this pull. Like, I was not expecting this to be their lust. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I think that there's better things that you can be looking to lust here. I think that the trash pull into the second boss is probably the best thing that you could have been looking to lust here. I will say that I don't think it's the worst lust in this dungeon, but at this point I would have rather have had 2 lusts than this lust.
Yeah, this is I don't like this lust at all. I think that it is kind of the worst of all worlds. You're not going to get it on boss for single target. You're also not getting it on a big AoE dangerous pull, right? Like that mini boss is scary, but I think you can do that pull without it, as Try Another Way are looking to prove here on our right-hand screen. FTBZM are still ahead, though.
I think FTBZM pulled 2 more mobs into this, or maybe even 4 more mobs into this pull that we saw on the right-hand side. But yeah, like you were saying, I don't know. I feel like there's something better that we could have been using our lust on.
Yeah, I'll withhold judgment. One nice thing about it as well is that maybe you're kind of staggering cooldowns.
I'll withhold judgment after he states his opinion in the last sentence. Okay.
Okay. I'll try and withhold certainty at least, because one of the nice strengths of it is that you get to maybe use lust on that pull, and then you use CDs on another pull, and you're kind of staggering out your CDs to make a bunch of different pulls work. But now they are going to do this pull with boss without lust. Darkness comes down to try and save the group here. There's so much damage coming out of everybody.
Dude.
Well, you don't really need mana as the rest of Shaman.
Totemic Shaman is, I think, one of the only healing specs that actually uses like a large amount of mana this season. Oh no!
Okay,
and he does end up going down to that dot, or actually, it was the cast from the Shadow Mage ended up connecting with him right as that link came out too. So the link immediately gets absorbed.
Yeah, the Link did do some good stabilizing things for them. And yeah, like you said, the mana is definitely... You need enough mana to cast your Surging Totems. Whenever you get to a point where your Surging Totem button is grayed out, that is a really sad place to be for the Totemic Shaman.
This guy is oomer than here in just a couple of seconds.
He just cast his Surging Totem, so that's going to be down for a while, providing that Healing Rain effect for the group. But yeah, no Spirit Link here. Not a lot of cooldowns available. There are group defensives, though, although a lot of these defensives are grayed out as well for FTBZM.
Are they going to wipe here?
This is scary, for sure. Astral Shift and Stone Bulwark Totem come out to keep their healer alive. Not a lot left, though, as we are going to have one of those orbs. And this is potentially a scary spot here for them. Out comes the AoE, or the ad spawning. And I believe it's the next orb is an overlap with the AoE damage, so...
What do they have?
They really want to kill the boss before then. The boss is low.
Packed, but they don't have Mass Barrier? I think they have to beat this AoE.
So this AoE, I think they're going to live because there's not too much other overlapping with it, although there's Shamans...
Oh my god, where's that orb going?
It's fine, it's far enough away, but here comes that AoE. Okay, they are going to get the damage. So this is the overlap. Dark Pact's now eaten through. A lot of damage on the entire group, but they have gotten through. FTBZM, 0 mana, but they don't need it. Mana is a crutch. They're going to be able to kill that boss off. Meanwhile, Try Another Way, working on the boss as well. They will be getting their lust back in 3 minutes here, so they will get another lust at the end of this dungeon, whereas FTBZM will not. They are going to mercifully allow their healer to drink some mana. That is so kind.
They just procced a 15-second time loss there, having to drink to full.
All good.
That sucks.
These things happen.
I think Resto Shaman is something more of like a live key specialist than an MDI specialist. I feel like having to sit and drink there is rough. I'm not in love with that.
Yeah, anytime you're sitting down to drink, like ideally you'd like your group to be able to pull while you drink, right? That is something that is usually safe, right? Like, as long as your group isn't dying, you can drink for a little bit, and that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to see FTBZM engaging the last boss. Try Another Way, still working on the second boss here.
How do they lose so much time, I wonder?
I'm not sure. I mean, they will have a lust, but I'm beginning to think it's not going to be close to enough. They are pulling trash in with the end of this boss here, our Try Another Way.
Oh, their Resto Shaman's also
Yeah, the Shaman mana situation is not great. Not great for either team. All right, FTBZM going to be getting the second spawn of barrels here in a second.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to milk your damage a little bit longer as well, so you don't throw that third barrel for a couple seconds. Now the downside is that you end up holding that barrel, which you end up taking a decent amount of damage while you're holding it, but assuming that you're not also getting hit by the wave at the exact same time holding that barrel is not like the end of the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's dangerous, but it's not catastrophic.
I think it starts to really become a problem on like the 12 plus key range. I don't think it's necessarily an issue here, like a 10.
Yeah. All right, so here comes that last throw. The boss is going to be getting chunked down here. Let's see how low. Have they missed a bomb, actually? 69% on the boss. That's a bit high. I think... Oh, yeah, they did miss one.
Oh, so they out-healed it with the link?
I think they just healed through it.
So here's the thing with the bombs is the boss auto runs away whenever it has 6 bombs connect with it, no matter if a bomb blows up or not. It is out-healable. Whenever the bomb blows up, the dot's not like that bad. It's like pretty bad.
It's
like
bad.
You don't want to be doing it. Yeah. It's not like,
but
it doesn't insta wipe you or something like that.
The 7th bomb you throw, it can never bring the boss below 62% health. So it's like
really?
hard cap. Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise you could just kill the boss with the 7th bomb.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, the boss phases like it has a hard floor of how much damage those bombs can do at 62%. So you can use the 7th bomb to just guaranteed hit the boss at 62%, but you can't use it to just kill the boss.
So lusting a P1 is always really bad then. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
I didn't actually know that.
As the key gets higher, it starts to be totally defensible, I think. But yeah, it's sketchy at this key level to do that. Try Another Way do have their lust. They're holding it. They're probably going to try and use it at phase 2. But I just don't think it's going to be enough for them. Both teams do have 1 death on the board, so we're equalized on death timer. But FTBZM just have so little boss health that they have to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is going to be a win for FTBZM. I think that some of their strat, while we kind of question the Bloodlust on the Grandma's House trash pull, I think that they're still just a little bit faster from pull to pull in this dungeon. I think they had something on the order of like 2 less pulls over the course of the entire key, which really allowed them to be able to accelerate over Try Another Way. Try Another Way, I didn't think they looked too bad. I feel like they kept things competitive.
Absolutely. Try Another Way have looked phenomenally good in this dungeon. We're going to be in for a very close series, but FTBZM will stop the clock there. 15-15 will be where that clock does stop. That's going to be game 1 going to them. Again, they were our favorites in this series by a medium amount. This is our 2nd seed versus our 7th seed, so it is. This is the expected outcome. But I would say there's a close game between the two for sure.
I think that FTBZM is probably the most likely team to come as the 2nd seed out of this region.
Yes.
Just looking at their time trial time. So this was the expected result for sure.
Yeah, that's still, though, a good run from both of them. Damage on the overall as well. That Fire Mage putting up substantial overall, too. Almost doing Destro Lock damage, although the Rep Pally was doing some huge damage for the other team there.
I would like to see them get off of the Resto Shaman. I think that would be both of these teams. I think that getting off the Resto Shaman...
It seems like the region just seems to really like that. Like, a lot of these teams have been playing Resto Shamans, huh?
It's so good on, like, live keys, but it's... The damage that it provides for MDI level keys, you just much prefer something like a Disc or Resto Druid.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to see Siege of Borealis being our next keystone. Our first Siege of Borealis. I keep wanting to say of the weekend, but really it's like of the weekday. This was played on the weekend, but
of the Super Loot Tuesday. Yo, how are your vaults, by the way?
Not great. Last week I had some really good vaults. This week they were mid. How about you?
I got sockets.
Oh, sockets. We love taking sockets. Oh, we have a death here right off the bat for Try Another Way. Not a great start to this dungeon, and a must-win for them as well in the series.
Oh, he got guttered. Oh, no. He hit the haste reduction by the gutter. A fate, honestly, worse than death. I'd rather die than get struck with the gutter 50% haste reduction.
Yeah, it looks like the Mechanome Unholy DK.
That's
there for
crazy, by the way.
Well. Yeah, it's cool.
Why Mechanome?
Is it the highest damage ratio?
It is the highest single target damage spec or race, I believe, for Unholy.
Very, very weird.
Yeah, interesting. We do see Night Elf, the kind of more standard choice for FTBZM's DK, but that is a Frost DK, not an Unholy DK for FTBZM. Try Another Way are sticking with Ret Pally, Destro Lock as well.
Yeah, FTBZM still playing the exact same composition that they were playing earlier. I think that so we've seen this dungeon be ran on a 9 before, and the conventional strategy actually involves you bringing a rogue and shrouding all the way to the first boss. And the first pull of the dungeon is a massive lust pull. Obviously, it kind of makes me question, does FTBZM have rogue in their bag? Like, is that something that they can actually swap to? Because if not, I think that they're going to need to be looking to play that for the globals.
Yeah, I think Rogue and Enhancement Shaman are both so good. The Enhancement Shaman, a little bit less necessary in a world...
Oh, Try Another Way died!
Try Another Way! So what happened there? These mobs are so dangerous. The mobs that do the little flurry here. Yeah, the Shredders.
The Shredders are...
They're appropriately named. They do
unlivably
shred
bad.
your tank.
They also like to do this thing where they port out to ranged DPS players and do 60% of your health in like a teleport garrote dash, and if you pull 2 of them, you just die. 100 to 0. In addition to that, not only do they do that port, but they also cleave. And so they are probably the nastiest mobs in this dungeon, which is why you're seeing a lot of teams actually looking to omit those mobs whenever they're shrouding through this area.
Yeah, there's a extremely dangerous mobs for your tank. You can see that debuff on Try Another Way's tank once again here. Super sketchy. Looks like they're going to be able to survive this second time, though. But yeah, that is 6 deaths on the board for Try Another Way. That is a minute and a half of death timer. Meanwhile, FTBZM working on that first boss and already have it killed here. 2.5 minutes into the dungeon, and the first boss is already down. At this +9 key level, this is often a bit more of a sprint than a marathon.
What's the let me pull up what's the fastest we've actually seen for this. Group stages, Group B. They had the 9, right?
I think you're
Group
right,
B?
yeah.
So Mandatory and Holy Moly played Siege in the finals, and Mandatory had an 1140 of this dungeon on the 9 key level. Oh no, there was a 10 in Group B. What was it in Group A? Was it the 9 in Group A?
That sounds plausible. It eludes me what the key levels were in our global region. We do have Try Another Way now working in towards the boss. Are they going to be able to pull onto the boss here? It looks like no. It looks like they're just going to finish off this trash pack without going into boss. They're sort of posturing towards it. But FTBZM already now on the triple sniper or the quadruple sniper pull. Going forward here with the spotter. It used to be back in BFA, you would have this spotter and you would use it to demolish these packs, but now it doesn't damage all the enemies.
Dude, that was ridiculous. I'm actually glad that they changed that to not be like that this season. It's so gimmicky. It was so gimmicky back then. I'm really thankful that they changed it whenever they brought the dungeon back.
Yeah, I think so. Because do you remember back when we had bolstering as well? You'd bolster up a spotter and you would just go and one-shot the dungeon with it. That was so fun. It was fun in the sort of way where I'm glad it's not the way the dungeon works right now.
Yeah, okay. Fun for the mobs, perhaps.
Yeah. You know, we have Try Another Way here. They actually canceled the boss's Fixate cast with hitting it with one of the barrages there. So that was a little funny. It was just chasing their tank for a while. Not something we usually see on Chopper Red Hook.
It's actually not possible to like intentionally do that. It's not really bad whenever it happens. So what happens is whenever the boss actually is casting that chain ability, whenever he grabs everybody in, if he gets hit by any of the artillery barrages that are like dropping out of the sky that knock him back, he actually cancels the AoE and then will follow your tank around until he hits another bomb. Again, not really the end of the world, but that's just like something that you should be looking out for whenever it does happen. And yeah, you just, as the tank, you just kite him into another bomb and then he'll be back to normal. So again, that's the fix for if that happens to you in your own run.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. You just have to be ready for it. And the fact that it happens unreliably some of the times means that sometimes you're not ready for it. So trying to be ready for it is always really good.
Another tip as well is like if you're actually looking to meld the boss, make sure that your tank has at least taunted the boss as well, because more often than not the boss doesn't have like a threat table. You can't
usually
heavy
it's
hand
not relevant
somebody
who it has threat on, right?
Exactly. It's normally not relevant who he has threat on, but say somebody melds, he can heavy hands the nearest target, which can be a lowly enhancement shaman occasionally. And so you need to, like, if you're looking to meld, to like reset the cast or something like that, give yourself a little bit more time on the chase game. Just make sure your tank has threat.
All right, FTBZM finishing off this trash during the first intermission of the second boss here. And that boss is about to go right back onto that ship as well. Huge damage coming out from FTBZM with that affix available too. Cauterize, a powerful defensive option that Fire Mage has that the other Mage specs don't, is about to come back to being available for them as well. That is one of the nice strengths for the spec in MDI, right? Is that just instead of dying, you cauterize. That's really nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
We often don't think about defensive benefits of these specs, but Augmentation Evoker having Defy Fate, Fire Mage having Cauterize, Rogue having Cheat Death.
DK being a Mack truck.
Yeah, DK just being unkillable, and then Warrior having Battle Scarred Veteran, and DH sometimes having Last Resort, and sometimes not talenting it, and then regretting it when they die. These are all really important things for these runs, because you think about these speed runs about being as fast as possible, but the consistency is not 100%, and those sorts of cheat death talents move the consistency up, which is really good.
Yeah. So how we've seen Borealis be pulled in the past is basically every single time your cooldowns are up, you take as much trash as reasonably possible into the boss. Now, this Monkey Town area is the only exception to that, where you have to do like one pretty large pull with like you can even do up to like probably even 2 demolishers. I could see being pretty reasonable here, maybe even up to 3, depending on your offensive CD situation. But looking at FTBZM, like they have the combustion available, they have the infernal available, the Breathless Ghost is being pressed here, and they are trying to pull as many mobs as possible. You're grabbing a bunch of pillagers and a tempest, so you need to make sure that you get that choking waters dealt with. But I think that this Vengeance Demon Hunter just does an excellent job of having great mob control here, as that pre-combustion is just burning all of these targets. You have that pre-Breathless Ghost being pressed as the mobs are just being melted by that.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing so much damage coming out of this composition, right? Something to always sort of be... all of these specs, right? Every DPS spec we play, they always are capable of just such big damage, but the Breath of Syndragosa is really something special.
I will say, I think it makes more sense whenever you're playing like the Rogue, the Assassination Rogue Enhancement Shaman Frosty hit composition in this dungeon in particular, because it's so straightforward what you're supposed to be doing. You're like, 2 minutes are up. All right, we're pulling everything, and then it's just like that. That's your game plan for the entire dungeon, and so it just makes sense whenever that is your entire game plan. Where I think for FTBZM, you're gonna have to like modify that. You might have to do slightly smaller pulls in some instances. What we saw last pull is they actually didn't drop that Warlock Infernal. Instead, they just committed to the Breath of Syndragosa and the Combustion, and separating that and desyncing that from the Infernal to allow the Warlock to kind of carry them on this pull in particular.
Yeah, it is it's always an interesting thing, right? Because like there's some merit to just having all your cooldowns for a massive pull, but especially at this +9 key level, that can be overkill even on the most massive pulls, right? And you kind of just want these medium-sized cooldowns to let you do the biggest pull available in every room. We do see FTBZM invis potting because they don't have a rogue. Usually we would see Shroud of Concealment past those mobs, but they don't have a rogue, so they use Invis Potion instead.
You can also Mind Soothe past that too. Again,
we don't have a Mind Soothe either. Yeah, the other option would be Sigil of Misery meld.
You can't misery
but you meld.
You can't misery
you can't misery the spotter. Yeah, so that's an awkward.
Oh, here's the
thing.
Boss. Here's the boss for FTBZM. Okay, so we have Breath of Syndragosa, we have Ignite, or we have a Combustion as well, and this is actually a very dangerous pull for FTBZM. I think that they have a lot fewer offensive cooldowns than we tend to see whenever teams have been actually looking to pull trash into this boss. This is a very sketchy situation.
Yeah, this is a dangerous pull for sure.
Get it dealt with, though. It looks like they're okay. The double commander is about to be dying here in just a couple of seconds, and once the double commander dies, then they're kind of home free. But whenever both of those mobs are active, you can actually get comboed with this Breakwater AoE at the same time that the commander hits you and just completely die 100-0, no recourse.
Yeah, you have to be careful as well, because sometimes where you were fighting that, the waves can spawn on top of you and kill you too. That could have happened if they'd had a less lucky wave spawn, but looks like they are going to be through the worst of it now. They're going into another trash pull here. 89% count, so they do still need a little bit of enemy forces here. I think even after this pull, they will need that last trash pull in the area too.
Is that count?
I'm not 100% sure. I think so.
Let me look. I'm pulling it up. This last trash pack is 4.45% enemy forces or 22 count.
Yeah, they do still need 50 total.
But they have this other.
But they have trash in combat.
To them. So it's 9.31 total after. Okay, so it's going to be.
Their shaman dropping super low. Does manage to survive, but now their tank is dying.
Oh my god, their tank died.
Auto
Are
attack.
they gonna be able to get him up?
Takes their
oh my
tank
god,
down.
the Warlock dies.
The res does eventually come out after a couple of globals, though.
The poisons take him out from the invaders.
Yeah, plus the auto attack damage. So, okay, the count situation here, Tuddles. That last commander is going to die.
That's not. This isn't.
They're at 456 out of 494. Now, so back in the day in Siege of
This
Morales,
is 22 count. Okay.
Back in the day, you would do this pull because you were waiting for the
RP.
You'd wait for the RP for the gate to open when you were playing Alliance.
Is he gonna
side
get
here.
summoned?
I think he might be. Oh, cool. Okay, so he's going to drop a sigil. The sigil is not going to immediately activate and get him in combat. So he's going to take the summon after dropping the sigil, and then the sigil is going to explode, and the mobs will snap to him. So there he goes. The summon's coming out.
Yeah. Okay, this makes way more sense. I mean,
Cool.
We're just sitting here like, this is like count. What are they doing?
Love this. So this was a strat we saw kind of pioneered in Algathar Academy last expansion. But this is nice. So that's going to be a little bit of extra count for them. That should be all they need. Just a couple of these Hosen in on this boss.
Actually,
I love this.
I like this. I don't know if it justifies necessarily. Okay, I think that there was a lot of time to set this up, but I do
Yes.
think that there's something there. I feel it. Like I see the vision.
This
I
would be
see...
really good if the gate still took a while to open.
exactly.
But since
If
the gate does open and you can just be in boss combat right away there, I think it's only medium good at best.
That was cool though.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. Regardless of how good it is, it's very cool.
And that's the most important thing.
That is one of the top two most important things.
All right, we're win or lose, we're giving them the style point.
And I think they're still in great shape to win here. I mean, compared to Try Another Way, right? Try Another Way still a minute of death timer of disadvantage here. FTBZM have used that lust now, so they're just going to have to get through the end of this boss without it, but they shouldn't need it here. They're already nearly done here with the second platform. Yeah, things are looking so good for them. This should be another 2-0 series here.
They have Infernal and Combustion up for this next platform.
Yeah, this is a great spot for the Warlock Gateway as well that you can drop. Yep, there it goes.
Oh, nice.
And that should help whoever shoots that cannon shot as well, which is their mage. Yeah, again, the Fire Mage, been looking solid in this dungeon, is going to secure a 2-0 in this series unless something goes horribly wrong here on this boat. Although at this point, I think they could maybe even wipe and reset and still kill this boss in time, because Try Another Way have only just started the third boss here.
Yeah, I mean, FTBZM looked pretty dominant compared to Try Another Way. I think that, for me, like, for FTBZM to really showcase themselves as, like, a world-class qualifying team, I think that they're going to need to be looking to play, like, other healer specializations. Maybe be looking to get Rogue and Enhancement Shaman out of their bag as well. While I do think that the comps that they've been running are really, really cool, I don't think it's something that you can, like, universally play in every single dungeon and be, like, a world-class level team, if that makes sense.
There you have it, FTBZM 2-0 over Try Another Way. As they have got all that count, thanks to that snap at the end, they're going to move on into our upper bracket, round 2. Their opponents not yet determined. That will be the winner of the next series that we're going to watch. But FTBZM, very cool. Look at the dude. Look at the logo there. I bet those are their class colors, right? Like of the different people there.
Oh, Mage,
yeah,
Mage,
Mage, Shaman, Warlock.
Wait, there was a priest
DK.
on there.
And then
Where's
maybe
the
their priest
though?
main is being forced to tank. That could be what's going on here.
Oh.
That's my prediction for what that all for what the colors mean. Yeah, 1446 was the timer there in that Siege +9. So not fast in the international sense, right?
We've seen 1030s
Right.
of this dungeon. I think that a lot of the timer lost was actually just like compositional stuff.
Yes.
Where, again, like I was talked about earlier, the Enhancement Shaman, DK, Assassination Rogue comp, the game plan is so straightforward, you just pull all of the trash into the boss on your 2-minute CD. Whereas I feel like the comp that they were playing, it ended up losing them a lot of, I don't say a lot, but like a decent amount of time because it wasn't as clear-cut what they're supposed to be doing at every single spot.
Yeah, the other thing I don't like about like they had that cool strat at the end with the snap, but I think especially at the +9 key level, that was probably a bit too fancy of a play for the key level.
But they're playing Warlock a lot, and this region has been playing Warlock a lot. Now, I think that there's a lot, like, if you start thinking a little bit more, there's probably other situations of which that snap works as well.
I think the key goes up as well. Like, if we see this dungeon at a higher key level in the Global Finals, for instance, I think that kind of strategy would work out more favorably.
Exactly. I think that's a great way of describing it. All right, so now next up, we have Dolly Only versus Warrior Optimization. What is that logo for Warrior Optimization?
That's what Warrior Optimization looks like. We'll see if they decide to play the Warrior or maybe multiple Warriors. We haven't yet seen a Fury Warrior in MDI. We have seen the other two flavors, a lot of Prot Warriors, and we've seen a few Arms Warriors. But yeah, we're up against... So this is our 3rd seed in Dolly Only and our 6th seed in Warrior Optimization. There's their logo. What on earth is happening there?
Is he kicking?
It's a Fury Warrior being... That's the Fury Warrior logo. It's a Fury Warrior being... That's the Fury Warrior logo.
What is that?
Look at the logo for Dolly Only as well. That is a hardcore logo.
Giga Chad.
That's cool.
Oh my gosh. Dude, that's Fury Warrior after the 3rd set of nerfs, I think.
That's still good. So... the 3rd and 6th seeded teams here, it's actually a lot closer than you'd think. They're only a minute and a minute and 8 seconds separating these two teams' time trial times across 2 dungeons. We are going to start off with a Grim Batol, and then the Mist was banned, so we would be moving into Arakara and then Necrotic Wake. Arakara and Necrotic Wake were this region's time trial dungeons, so we do start off, however, in the old Grim Batol. Grim Batol is a dungeon that's seen some strategic evolution in our international weekends. We've seen some cool strats with the tank grabbing a big pull for the other 4 players to bomb with those dragons. But I wonder if that's something that has of course, this was recorded simultaneously with Group B weekend, so any strategic adaptations from that won't have happened yet.
I feel like this is a situation that until you actually see that being done by another team in Grim Batol, you don't really recognize like what's necessarily possible with the dragon bombing run. I think that Grim Batol is probably the dungeon that is one of the least optimized on like an MDI level. I think that there's so much more that teams can be looking to do in this dungeon. They just kind of have to be pressured into it. Similar to the bombing run. I think that bombing run, once it was initially showcased, it was shown to be about a minute-ish time save. Teams were like, great, we're going to be doing that from here on out. But until you know that that's possible, you don't like really try something like that.
You gotta show it, right, for me to believe it. We are going to see the 2 teams about to get underway here. I'm curious to see what comps we see used in here, because we have seen
Dude, are we going to see a Fury Warrior?
I would love a Fury Warrior. I actually think this dungeon is not bad for Fury either. There are a lot of pulls with like 1 medium-high target. We do have the Fury Warrior. Let's go.
Wait, is he Fury?
Yes.
Oh, he is. Oh my god, he is.
That's 2 swords.
Wait, there's not even a Warrior Optimization. What is this?
Well, because the Warrior Optimization optimized in this, so they're not playing it. But Dolly
Okay. The optimization was so strong that they realized that they didn't want it.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. But Fury Warrior, this is cool. This is a huge pull here for Dolly Only as well. This is massive.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Also, that's another one of the specs to go on my spec sheet. Warrior Optimization. A Shaman down here. The Enhancement Shaman dying on this first pull. Not great. That is their Lust already used as well.
Oh my gosh, a death for Dolly Only as well. Oh my gosh, 2 deaths for Dolly Only as the Fury Warrior and the Shaman both end up going down. The Shaman does end up pressing that Ankh ability, being revived. And now they're going to be able to get the Fury Warrior back available. Looking at this, Warrior Optimization didn't press they did press their Lust on the first pull, and Dolly Only elected to not. And look at, where is Warrior Optimization going?
Oh, they mind suit to skip this pack, but they have to pull it now because their player released and couldn't get through the second time.
Is horrible.
Yes, it's not great. I'm gonna level with you, Tettles. Things could not be going worse here than when you're fighting this pull by itself.
We're fighting 3 mobs solo. Oh no, man.
Meanwhile, Dolly Only got a pretty good patrol there for their bombing run. Doing a little bit of free damage to that pack before the boss. That's usually the pack you ignore the most, so that you can just fight it with the boss in the MDI setting.
Yeah, and then for high keys, I think that pack that's on the bridge is like, do not shoot that pack. You're playing that pack with the dragon anyways. There's no point in actually shooting it. So I think it kind of just depends on what your strategy looks like. But I think we've seen something from MDI teams that's been pretty popular is they just like have all of their shots perfectly played. Oh my god, Dolly only gets
Dropped into the gunk. Oh no.
Destroy your ground effect.
Dude, the red dragonflight, maybe playing both sides here, doing some damage to the enemies and the players.
Oh gosh, that just makes me laugh so hard just seeing them get dropped into the ground effect.
Yeah. All right, so Dolly only have this this pull now of some of the remnants of these trash pulls grouped up, and then they'll probably be going into the boss. Meanwhile, Warrior Optimization finishing their run, their dragons dropping them into a little bit less of dangerous terrain.
Warrior Optimization is playing like the meta comp here too. They're playing with an unholy DK, but I think that this is. I think the comp that they're playing should, in theory, be much better than Dolly Only's.
I think that you're right, but Dolly Only have lost their tank, and they don't have a battle res Tuttles. Oh
no!
That is
what
a
did he
full
die
wipe
to?
for them.
The Skull Crusher dot,
the boss
or
does
the Rive?
do a lot of tank damage. That is a lot of tank damage on that boss.
He looked like he died to the Rive as well from the Overseer.
Yeah, you have the combination of the Overseer and the boss. That is just a lot of damage.
That's a really unfortunate situation for Dolly Only. And for Warrior Optimization, this is the lead that they needed. They're going to be able to actually have an insane amount of time lead. We kind of talked about that 3-pack of trash that they were fighting being super time inefficient, but now they're up 1 minute 15 seconds in terms of death penalty, and they're probably going to be able to get this boss killed off before Dolly Only even is able to re-pull.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge advantage, not to mention, I mean, that time, the Challenger's Peril, 15 seconds per death, is going to be huge here as well. Warrior Optimization, if they can just avoid any deaths here, they have such a huge lead. Okay, Dolly Only looking like they're setting up to try this again.
Where are we lusting?
So, I would just press it right now, and there they go. Dolly Only press it right now. They can hear me. I'm sending the thoughts back in time to when this map was played.
It was just... well, why wouldn't we have pressed it there before we
Because you knew you were going to die and wipe, and so you don't want to waste a lust when you're going to wipe. It's elementary.
I don't get it. Okay, anyways.
Maybe they didn't have CDs when they pulled it the first time, so they were holding for when those CDs came back up, and then the wipe happened before then.
Yeah, I believe it.
That's kind of
that would make sense. And so then you think you're going to get the lust again back on the 14-minute mark or something like that later on in the dungeon?
Dude, look at this Fury Warrior damage on this pull.
Hold on. Is Fury Warrior OP? They need another nerf.
Yeah, hit him again.
Well, one more, Blizzard. I know you're watching.
So, okay, the story of Fury Warrior this season is, at the start of the season, it was just absurdly good burst AoE.
Yeah.
Then the burst AoE got nerfed several times. Bladestorm, Odin's Fury, both took multiple nerfs.
Well, that was mostly due to Ansurek,
Largely
raid
because
damage,
it's so
right?
good. It wasn't just Ansurek as well. It's Silken Court and Brute Twister Overnax. It was really good in a lot of raid fights. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they got the burst AoE nerfed a lot, and the problem is that after all those nerfs happened, the spec was kind of... It was like, okay, we're still good at burst AoE, we're not particularly good at anything else. But recently, in the most recent patch, they buffed back up sort of the sustained single target and AoE of this spec. So
yes.
it's actually in a much healthier spot than it was at the start of this expansion.
Are they playing Slayer anymore?
Yeah, I think you're still... So you can actually play either in keys. Both the hero talent builds work. I think that I've seen a Slayer proc from that, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me see what they're playing on live right now, because I know that you can play both. It looks like on live, it's about 70-30 in favor of Mountain Thane over Slayer.
Interesting. That's kind of unfortunate too, because I think that in terms of whenever you're thinking about like what is the optimal way of playing Fury Warrior in like a 5-man, you would want to be, I think, that Slayer playstyle to be really, really strong.
So the Slayer is the raid build. I think it is better single target. I think the Mountain Thane, I actually think Slayer is better for an MDI key. compared to Thane. Because I think you
Okay.
have Breath of Cindergosa doing all the things that Mountain Thane would want to do, of just doing bigger burst AoE. Although, looking at this poll, maybe they are playing Mountain Thane.
Unless you're just a Giga Chad.
Okay, we can watch. See if we see any whirlwind animations from this warrior. Unfortunately, we've seen a tank die. So I'm not sure, because if they're playing Mountain Thane, they thunderclap instead of whirlwind. That's the tell between the two specs.
Our producer just goes, I was worried for a second that the teams might be flipped in the VOD, so I went to check, and apparently this is right. It is Warrior Optimization is just the team that's not playing the Warrior.
Yeah, I was thinking like, ooh, Warrior Optimization, maybe we'll see the Fury Warrior, and it's crazy that we did see the Fury Warrior, but it came out of Dolly only.
That is insanely funny to me.
Yeah, that is just phenomenal. One thing that is not phenomenal, though, Dolly only. Now, this is a sight that is very familiar to me in my weekly keys of your whole group running from Throngus. Oh no, the cleave!
Oh no!
Oh, mega kill for Throngus. That's tough.
Throngus 1, Dolly only 0.
And they're going to have to wipe the very slow and painful way here. Oh, and avoid emissary spawns as well.
Dude, this is so over.
They're adding insult to further insult here for Dolly only.
Insult to further insult.
It's getting rough here in the Grim Batol. 12 deaths on the board. Now, I have tested this extensively. You can time a Grim Batol with up to 24 deaths in my experience.
At what level?
Oh, 10, which is the level of this. So, Now, the problem is they're trying to beat Warrior Optimization, not just time the key. So the fact that they have 10 more deaths than Warrior Optimization, that is an extra 150 seconds of death timer, or 2.5 minutes is that's the conversion on that. Looks like they are going to be going into this Molten Giant and Throngus for Dolly only, so they're going to try and keep this going. But Warrior Optimization have already killed this boss. They also have more count, and they're moving into this next trash area. But this is a dangerous trash area as well.
How many lava benders are they going to pull is kind of the real question here, and it looks like the answer is going to be 1. There is a Beguiler in the back actually mind-searing somebody, leaving them fully stunned for Warrior Optimization. That is actually a very scary situation here, and this is going to be an insane amount of tank damage. You have double Enforcer here just absolutely beating on this Vengeance Demon Hunter, and assuming that this lava bender is able to be killed, Warrior Optimization should be home free here, but there is actually so much damage coming out of the Warlocks, coming out of the Beguilers, and those Enforcers just smoking the tank here.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, those Enforcers stack up and enrage with every successful attack that they commit to your tank. So once they get up to 10 stacks of that, they are just destroying your tank. If you CC them for 4 seconds, it will fall off. Otherwise, you have to kite a little bit, which is what Warrior Optimization ended up doing there. It looks like, a cool pull coming out here for Warrior Optimization. They are going to be setting up now.
So it's what, 2 Warlocks, the 3-pack,
yeah, they
and
got
then the lava bender
from
from the
other
bridge.
side of the bridge. I like this. This is cool.
I don't hate that. It's really scary to do on live. There's like a critical mass of like Warlocks and casters that are actually very difficult to interrupt in this situation. But I think that for like an MDI level 10, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think that was actually a great pull from Warrior Optimization. I think that whenever we see TGP later on this season, teams are going to be taking this area much slower because it is very, very hard. Every single one of those lava benders basically requires all of your offensive and defensive CDs. But I think that for an MDI it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Warrior Optimization now going into this next pull. This is a scary pull too. At least there's only the one lava bender here. The next 2 they're going to delay and potentially take into boss, do you think? I think so.
They have Lust up. They could do double lava bender into boss depending on their count situation. I haven't like mapped out exactly what their count is. We've seen a lot of teams actually playing a decent amount of the trash in the Throngus room. And so you don't need like double lava bender or something like that. It kind of really just depends on like where we're going to be getting count from. So yeah, it is looking like the double lava bender is on the table. The death mark is available. The DKCDs aren't. The power infusion is not up, which makes me think that the Ascendance is not up. So Warrior Optimization is actually just going to
We're going to chill here. Yeah, we're not going to take this into the boss, which it is scary to do. That is a lot of damage.
They just don't have buttons, right? They just don't have the Ascendance. They don't really have the... They don't have the power infusion. They don't have the DK cooldowns. The AMZ was also dropped off the stack.
No, that's good. That's how. If you ever want your group to move somewhere, you just put down an AMZ and then they'll run into it.
That's I like that on Hadal.
Yeah.
Dark Fathom. Use the AMZ or use the barrier to like tell your people this is where we're going after the breakwater goes out.
Absolutely, great
That's good
strategy.
Oh my.
All right, so Warrior Optimization have started the boss now.
So I'm gonna level with you. I got some good news for Dolly only.
Okay.
They can still get 12 crests if they time this key.
Yes, that's great. 12 Gilded Crest even. We are at that plus 10 key level.
Exactly.
Fills out a slot in the vault as well. And you know what? For how wrong this run has gone for Dolly only, they're truly not far behind in terms of the dungeon. The biggest problem for them is just the fact that they are sitting on this huge death timer differential. But
Yeah.
if Warrior Optimization fully wipe, then the death timer will only be a minute in their favor. Dolly only are not that far behind. Like, if Warrior Optimization get a full wipe in the middle of this boss fight, they would lose a ton of time.
Purely because the run back is like impossible here.
It's a catastrophic run back.
Yeah, you have to run back all the way from the Throngest room. Now there is a way that they could wipe here. I can see it. It involves one of these ads contacting a player, I believe.
Oh, gamer down.
There's no way.
The curse comes out from Tettles back in time, opens up a time machine and curses Warrior Optimization. They need to reset this boss and just try and salvage this pull, but it looks like they are going to just have...
Just sleep away and meld. Just sleep away and meld.
All right, it's all good.
Oh, no.
We're running back. Okay. So, Dolly only are still a minute and 15 seconds of death timer behind Warrior Optimization, but they're now at about the same spot in the dungeon.
Okay.
I think Warrior Optimization are maybe 30 seconds ahead now, but not much more than that.
I agree. Both of these teams are going to be looking to have their lust up in a couple seconds here. I don't know if I've ever cursed a team worse in my entire life, by the way. What was that?
Yeah, not great. Dolly only have got the boss started, so we will be able to sort of get a timer idea. Again, remember, even though Warrior Optimization are now behind in the dungeon, they are the team with Challenger's Peril on their side still.
Oh, and another death for Dolly only. Oh my gosh. The Ret Paladin going down. They don't have a battle res as the Restoration Shaman also going down, onking immediately. Are we wiping? I think we're wiping to this pack, and yeah, Dolly only also wiping to the boss with the double lava vendor trash pack. And looking on the right side of the screen here, we have Warrior Optimization back into the mix. I just look over at my side monitor. I see Dratus with the biggest grin on his face of all time. As he's, what are we watching, man?
Oh, dude. A catastrophe is what we're watching here. The timer is in jeopardy for Dolly only now. 19 deaths on the board. 19 minutes into this key. Warrior Optimization are being bailed out by this bigger disaster on the side of Dolly only.
Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Okay, now we're Optimization. We're back. Okay, half the trash pack died. Good news. There's less Beguilers now. One of the mobs actually didn't fully heal. Great. That's even better news. We need to make sure that we do not let any of these ads contact any of our melee DPS. This fight, I'm going to be honest, really, really obnoxious with a bunch of melee DPS, and it's hard to deal with these mobs if you don't have good slows on them consistently. And so for Warrior Optimization, this is a tough boss. You have to make sure that you do not get hit with the ads, though.
Yes, this is it is a wipe even on this plus 10 key level, or close to it. If nothing else is going on, it can maybe be survived. Warrior Optimization, no last resort available for their tank now as a result of that previous wipe either, so it is a little bit sketchy here. They are not fighting this boss in that sort of side spot we sometimes see it fought in. So they're just going to be able to deal with these mobs a little bit more safely, but a little bit potentially more slowly. Oh, and they got to make sure these don't contact them. The group is full melee. This is dangerous.
Full melee is tough on this boss.
It's a huge challenge.
Yeah. Oh, Dolly only actually looking to lust phase 1 of the boss.
Ah. Interesting. Now, I can't say for sure, but I feel like that can't be good, right? Like,
you do it live sometimes.
Okay, with the goal being that then you get another one at the end of the dungeon?
Yeah.
But you're not going to have that happening here, right?
Well, the timer's 35 minutes.
Yes, but surely we're done with this dungeon in the next 10 minutes, right? Unless.
Unless is, I think, accurate here. And
Yeah.
it looks like Warrior Optimization is going to be able to finish out the boss here in just a couple of percent, as the boss is reaching 50% here momentarily. And they don't have too much trash left to deal with. They just have a couple of those Faceless Corruptors. And then they have the final boss of this dungeon.
All right, Warrior Optimization starting off this dragon pull. They're just fighting the dragon with these little mobs here. Not fighting, not too dangerous of a pull.
I think this is okay. You just really have to make sure that whenever you get targeted with the Twilight dot, and in addition to that, you can't get like hit with the knockback while you have the increased shadow damage taken debuff. Those are like the two most important things. But like you're saying, playing these hatchlings into that pack isn't like the end of the world. And how big is Warrior Optimization going to go? And it looks like it's just double Faceless Corruptor here.
Yeah, we're not going to see a quadruple. I think if I was Warrior Optimization, I would probably just do this double, do the next double, and then do the boss. They do, however, have Bloodlust available, so they might be interested in trying to take this into boss with the next double Corruptor pull. That is something we do sometimes see teams do, but it is kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
It opens up a way to wipe that otherwise wouldn't exist.
The issue is almost certainly the increased shadow damage taken. That's more the bigger issue with the hatchlings. Now there are ways to make the hatchlings not actually drop the increased shadow damage taken on you. You can like tag them and then meld them off, then they no longer will actually apply that debuff to your player. There's some ways that you can get around it, but in general as well, like if I'm Warrior Optimization, I would just try to play this as straight up as possible. Yeah, just doing the pack like normal, and then just oh wow, they're even lusting the pull. I don't think I hate this. I think this is probably fine.
This is a scary pull. It's it's some danger. You know, your tank is in some danger on this pull. You don't have Last Resort available. The boss isn't quite as scary, I would say, as necessarily this trash pull even.
Yeah.
It's a good lust.
And so the double Corruptor is going to be dying off here in just a couple of seconds. They are actually playing a couple of meld characters. Their Rogue and their Disc Priest are on that Night Elf. The DK basically can't die. That guy's a fridge.
Yeah.
So,
Death Knights are unkillable.
DK
Death Knights, yeah.
DK is so sick this season. That is the specialization that whenever I'm looking to pug keys, that class is the one that I'm looking to invite because that class can't die. And dying is really, really bad this season. The Challenger's Peril is rough.
Absolutely, yeah. Those 15-second timers, as you can see at the top of the screen, providing a huge amount of extra time for Warrior Optimization.
This might sound insane, but I think Dolly only is actually faster, just generally speaking, with the strategies that they've been deploying.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the top of the map, right? Like, they are... and there's another death even for them. They are 13 deaths behind, and they're really not that far behind in terms of the dungeon.
There have been 2 wipes by them, full wipes.
Right.
And so that's a huge time loss. But I really don't think they're that far behind, all things considered.
I think you're right.
It kind of makes me question what we're going to see in the next couple of maps.
Yeah, I do think the Fury Warrior looked pretty good here when when the whole team wasn't dying. But they are into the last boss again. They're really close to Warrior Optimization here. We have another death coming out for Dolly only. That's their 21st here.
Oh my gosh. How much did you say that you could have?
24 is the most deaths I've had in Still Time to Grim Toll.
Okay. So we're 3 away.
Yeah, we are getting close. Warrior Optimization, though, are also getting close here to just stopping the clock and ending this game. Dolly only probably a little bit surprised that the dungeon hasn't been over yet with this many wipes.
They're probably sitting there like, where are the admins? What is going on with the other team?
But finally, they are about to receive the bad news in party chat. Warrior Optimization do get over the finish line. Credit here to both teams for displaying some resilience in the face of adversity provided by this dungeon. But it is going to be a 1-0 lead in the series for Warrior Optimization there, with potentially one of the greatest logos of all time.
This is an all-timer for logos.
Yeah, it's funny as well because it's quite literally what happened in this map as well. Was they kicked the Fury Warrior, right? How do they know?
POV Blizzard versus Fury Warrior.
It's scripted. This entire thing, it's scripted.
It is scripted. Hold on, wait a second.
All right, so with the Grim Batol down, I wouldn't be surprised if we see these teams banning that dungeon in future series. Of course, it was not bannable. The way that our format works is that you can't ban the first map in any given best of 3. We give them 5 dungeons, we give each team a ban, but we say you can't ban the first one in the series. So that Grim Batol was in that unbannable slot. We will be moving on to a different dungeon, though. So
what do we have next? Hold on, we have the
That's a great question,
maps
Pebbles.
listed somewhere. Oh,
Yeah.
it's Borealis.
Okay.
Oh no, it's not Borealis.
Nope, it's not.
It's Arakara.
Arakara, City of Echoes. So this is one of our time trial dungeons. Now, between our two teams, the time trials in Arakara were actually quite close. It was about a minute separating these teams in the Arakara in favor of Dolly only. So even though Dolly only are down a game in this series, they are, in theory, the faster time team.
Are they going to play the same comp, you think?
I'm not sure. I feel like this is not a Fury Warrior dungeon, Arakara. I think you're just pulling so big all the time. Fury Warrior is pretty aggressively target capped. So in Grim Batol, your pulls are often 5 mobs, and you're like, yeah, this is fine. But in Arakara, you have these pulls where you want to be fighting like 20 enemies at once. Stuff like Unholy, DK, Destruction, Warlock, Balanced Druid even, if you want to play something that's a little bit off meta, is a little bit more of what I'd be interested in. But they are going to stick with the Fury Warrior. Check this out, Tettles, though.
Oh,
we have
the
a
Repellon.
new spec. This is our first time seeing Holy Paladin in the MDI this season. This completes another... So we've now seen... So far today, we've completed the Shaman, Mage, Warrior, and Paladin trifectas. We've seen all 3 specs now of all 3 of those classes, thanks to the Chinese region. So, very cool. Dolly only, though, with that Holy Paladin. Not a spec that I was expecting to see in the MDI, I will admit.
The only class we haven't seen now, Monk.
Yes, we have yet to see any flavor of Monk, that's right.
Exactly, so 0 Monk of any kind.
Maybe.
Which is interesting because Mistweaver's actually not that bad.
Yeah,
I think
Windwalker is strong, too.
I would say that Mistweaver's better than Resto Shaman in an MDI.
I think you might be right, yeah. There's you do a lot of kind of damage as well as part of your healing rotation, which can be really nice. Warrior Optimization are going to hit the Lust on the second mini-boss here, Dolly only having already committed it on their very first pull of the dungeon. So yeah, the Holy Paladin, are you familiar with its kind of strengths and weaknesses as a healer here?
Well, I've played with Ellesmere a couple of times on live.
Okay.
And occasionally I'll be like, I want to press the defensive here, and Ellesmere will be like, no, I got you. And I'm like, okay.
Okay.
But I don't really know what they do beyond that.
Yeah, I think they have the, they're playing, I don't know if they play Lightsmith or Herald. I think they play
I think
Lightsmith.
they've been Herald.
Okay.
They play both. Okay, for the record, they play both. It kind of depends on the dungeon.
Oh, Warrior
I do know.
Optimization! Death's
Oh my god,
coming
they're
out!
wiping. This is a full wipe.
This is a full wipe here for Warrior Optimization on their Lust pull, no less. Nope, it's not a full wipe. They've recovered it. They've killed the mini-boss, so only a couple of deaths coming out for them. Only 3 deaths on the board. Nice work.
And the battle res.
Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, at least on that pull. But 3 deaths is 45 seconds of death timer as they feast up, waiting for their healer to return.
Yeah. But again, the Holy Paladin actually has pretty good consistent healing, and then whenever they have their wings available, they actually have pretty strong burst healing. That's from playing with them a little bit. And again, like you were saying, I think they end up playing Lightsmith or Herald of the Sun, depending on the dungeon itself.
Interesting. Yeah, I know the Lightsmith one has that tempered in battle trait.
Oh, tempered in battle? Oh my gosh, that is...
So,
I've been killed by it a couple of times.
Yeah, basically you hand out these weapons to people, and then there is a hero talent that says when you or somebody with your weapon drops super low, the other one basically transfers some health to them. So what can happen is you can both be dropped low by the same hit, and then you transfer them some of your health before the hit hits you, and then you die to the hit. So yeah, if you're ever playing with a Lightsmith, either Prot or Holy Paladin, that can be on your death log. It's always fun to look at. But yeah, I'm not sure the flavor of Holy Paladin we're looking at here.
Dolly only here, into the boss already with a little bit of trash, and they are going to be getting up to that 35% mark that we were talking about earlier. Whenever I was saying that, like the 2 routes that we've been seeing involve 35% or 50% enemy forces. Dolly only are going for that 35% route, which I think that is meaning that they're going to play like quad Bloodguard and go right after the first boss here, Dreadness. I think that's the route that we were seeing with the 35% enemy forces.
I think you are right. I think that's exactly what they're up to here. I have been looking at Dolly only, though, and I think I've seen a weapon fly from their paladin.
Okay.
So I think they are on the Lightsmith lifestyle for anybody who is trying to detect that. Another thing worth mentioning as well is we have the Elemental Shaman for Dolly only as well. That's not an Enhancement Shaman. That is Elemental. I like Elemental in this dungeon a lot. I think you have these really big pulls a lot of the time. And you sort of complement the Fury Warrior, right? The Fury Warrior working well in those target cap situations. The Elemental Shaman working well in that really big AoE.
Yeah. How do you feel about Dolly Only's comp? It's Ellie Shaman, Ret Pally Fury Warrior?
Yeah, and then a Holy Paladin, Vendor Demon Hunter. I feel like
we're playing Comfort. We have to be playing Comfort,
yes.
right?
Like, I feel like the Holy Paladin has to be worse than either a Resto Druid or a Disc Priest in here. It's not providing even a
oh my god! Oh my god! The boss!
The boss has been buffed. Okay, they have to kill it before it gets its next cast off. As long as they can do that, it should be okay. Yeah,
so they can meld. Okay,
yeah, we're fine.
You can meld the Voracious Assault Tank Buster.
Yep.
If you want to. But the Gossamer Burst or the Alarm Shrill immediately wipe you, basically, if those mobs have been eaten. And that was very scary for Dolly only. I think that they only had a few more seconds before something happened that ended up wiping them. Now, where are they going to go here? I suspect that the answer is going to be to the right side with a lot of these Bloodguards looking at their enemy forces.
Yeah, they're starting off with a single Bloodguard pull. There comes the second one, joining the party. Focusing.
How are you feeling about the Ellie Shaman here, Dratnus?
So Ellie Shaman works really well on this pull. Not only are you doing a lot of damage, your Earthquakes are also providing a lot of free stops on these sort of medium importance casts, right? Like these mobs, you have Extraction Strike, you have all these Web Bolts. You can't actually stop all of those casts yourself if you tried to, but Earthquake is going to kick a bunch of them randomly for free. That is a lot of value.
Dude, I'm having so much fun watching this and casting this, by the way.
Yeah.
This is great.
This is World of Warcraft right here.
All right, Dolly only are able to down this hulking Bloodguard. Where are they going to go next? What are they going to pull? That's the real question. And yeah, it looks like they're going to that right side. I feel vindicated.
Yeah, interesting. We have seen teams differ on which of these sides they like to pull the most.
It kind of depends on your count. Like, yeah. I think that's the big situation. It's just like if you don't have a bunch of count, I feel like it ends up being better to just kind of go to the right side. You play a bunch of these Bloodguards together, potentially even lusting them. I'm actually kind of surprised that we haven't seen a team so far from this region looking to split up their group as well. But not a lot of Rogue has been played, surprisingly.
Yeah, Rogue is something that I think is really, really good in this dungeon. It's so good, in particular, these Bloodguards just get destroyed by Assassination Rogues.
Oh, I think Assass is just in general like really solid, and I think that the fact that they've had a pretty strong absence of Rogue in the region as a whole, I think that's something that they're going to need to be looking at for the globals.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that spec is very, very, very good. You want to make sure you at least can play it.
I don't think it's good in every single dungeon, and I don't think it's good in every single situation, but I think you need to at least have it for some spots, because like Shroud is also very important in some spots.
All right, Dolly only working on this double Sentry Stag Shell pull.
Yep.
We have seen Stag Shells go off in our Group A and B weekends.
It is horrible if they go off, because first off, they pull mobs that surround the Stag Shell. Secondly, they lose you 7 count, and third off, they spawn a Bloodguard that puts a 50% DR on mobs that surround it. And so it is absolute nightmare worst case scenario if the Stag Shell Alarm Shrill goes off.
Yeah, it is tremendously bad, as we do see Dolly only getting in combat with the second boss here. Even though they lost last game in this series, they've done a great job of bouncing back here in map 2. And they're in position to equalize this series. The bop. Oh, big bop opportunity on this boss, on whoever gets targeted by the charge. That's some nice paladin utility.
Would you call it a bop opportunity?
Yeah, bop opportunity, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's Dolly only. You can see the Ellie Shaman actually top damage for them by quite a bit.
You can bait the charge on who it goes on, so it will target. It'll pick a player at ranged, and so for Dolly only, they could basically force it to go on a specific player. In this instance, they were utilizing that Elemental Shaman there. I suspect that they're going to be using that Ellie Shaman again as well, just to make sure that all their melee DPS continue to be able to hit the Anubakaj, I think is this guy's name. Be able to hit this guy over and over again.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an optimization worth doing.
Unknown fact is it's actually kind of difficult to tell, to recall like boss or mob names without them on the screen.
Yeah.
So you just kind of yell, yeah, oh yeah, it's that Sentry Stag Shell, Anubakaj. Yeah, the bop again for Dolly only. So double bop here. I don't think you actually need it for anything else in this dungeon, so I think it makes sense that they're actually looking to send it here.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's other cool stuff that the Holy Paladin is doing in here, but so far the bop is the only really big thing that I've identified as Paladin utility in this dungeon. I guess think, Freedom is going to be nice in this next area.
Yeah, but I mean, you already have the Ret, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, is the second copy of Paladin utility is a lot less compelling than the first.
I don't mind the Holy Paladin. I think it's actually pretty good on live. I think a lot of healers are actually very good for live keys. I think that it's a season that you're seeing mostly Disc Priest and Resto Shamans at the high end. But I really do think that like the balance for healers is a lot closer than people like to make it seem. And like so far from like the top teams in the MDI, we've only realistically seen Discipline Priest and Resto Druid. But I do think that there's opportunities for things like the Mistweaver Monk, like the Preservation Invoker, like the Holy Paladin to really do some cool stuff. Now, it just takes a very specific situation of which they can excel and play to their strengths, but I do think they're better than a lot of people give them credit for.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't think it's better than the Resto Druid or the Disc. Like, I think Resto Druid and Disc Priest are so good for MDI, but I do think the Holy Paladin is cool to see, and I think that this area is going to be a strength for it, because, again, Blessing of Freedom, Bubble on the last boss, both very nice pieces of utility.
I mean, whenever we're talking about the Resto Druid and the Disc Priest, the thing that you're talking about the most is, like, oh yeah, they just give you a lot of passive damage.
Right,
and like,
they add a little bit more damage, yeah.
And that's the nicest thing is, oh, okay, the Disc Priest just does their basic rotation, and they PI you occasionally, and you just do a lot more damage. And that's great, and I think that that's a huge thing. And then for the Resto Druid, it's Mark of the Wild mostly, but the Heart of the Wild Convoke stuff, it is a bit more active, but I think that that's really solid. And Dolly only, I was kind of expecting them to go a little bit bigger here.
Yeah, I was as well. They're not that far ahead than Warrior Optimization. Warrior Optimization are making their way into this section of the dungeon as well. If they go a little bit bigger here, they do have an extra 45 seconds of death timer to overcome, but they might be able to catch up.
Hold on, Warrior Optimization running it down mid. I actually think that this is a much faster strategy just to run it straight down mid. For Dolly only, they're actually playing this side pack, which
this is safer,
it gives you
right?
It gives you a little bit more count. I would argue that it's actually more dangerous. But running it down mid only gives you, I want to say 23% count, where the side packs end up giving you 27% enemy forces. And
yeah,
so you can actually
only are at 61% count right now, so they're going to need to grab some of the stuff from the sides as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, wow. You're actually... Oh, wow. They are really low.
Yeah, so they're going to need to pull some stuff maybe from the sides onto boss somehow? I'm not sure.
That's actually a good shout. I didn't really consider that. They are really low.
Dolly only are going to grab these two Overseers and probably take them into the boss here. Fell Devastation.
I actually don't think... looking at the count, I actually don't know if they have the ability to be able to come back. Because like we were talking about it in the sense of like, oh, they're actually really close because they can pull the boss here soon. But they're probably like 1 to 2 trash pulls minimum away from being able to finish their count. And so Dolly only is about to be able to look to pull the boss with the Overseers here with their Bloodlust. And so I think that this is about to be completely over for Dolly only. They should be able to win this one, assuming that they don't have like a full wipe to something catastrophic. But, I mean, it's possible. We've actually seen a lot of problems here. Taking the Overseers into this fight, whenever you're getting sucked on this boss, it's a situation where you end up having to get yourself rooted. And if your Overseers are still alive, you can wipe there.
All right, both teams into boss combat with that lust popped, but like I said, The count situation is
20%.
not good for Warrior Optimization.
Yeah.
They're only going to be at 85% count after these two Overseers go down. So they're going to need to find a way to get more count. It's just going to have to be after the boss. That is, I think, going to preclude them from coming back here unless Dolly only have a set of mistakes happen on this boss. That is a possibility. Even with the trash dead, this is a very dangerous boss fight.
I think everybody has like situations where they kind of can wipe to this boss. I think it's pretty easy to also incur deaths. Now, you do have the battle res, and Warrior Optimization immediately has to send that battle res. But I think that like those waves, oh my god, the Paladin for Warrior Optimization almost get hit by the wave. There was almost a cowabunga moment.
Yeah, it surfs up as Warrior Optimization have spent that battle res. They're now a minute of death timer behind. Dolly only 40% on the boss. The next grip comes out. And they are going to be spending some big cooldowns to get through here. Astral Shift. The Devour Affix eventually cleared from everybody. Ooh.
It's still in their tank.
It's still on their tank. Okay, yeah, they have gotten all of them.
Good optimization, actually, to be able to maintain that buff as long as possible. It's the one that you can actually just, like, if you dispel 4 players immediately and then leave that 5th stack for, like, the last second, like the 14th second, you can have a really long Devour buff. And I think that it's unique in the sense of that's... Like, I think if we were playing this buff at, like, super high levels or you seeing it like a TGP, that's how you see it want to be played, is just, like, perfect optimization. Kind of like Thundering, if you remember that.
Yeah.
Where people would want to hold the buff for as long as possible. I think that Devour is a situation where it's kind of similar to that with the bubble, yeah.
Nice.
I was worried for a sec.
Yeah. Oh, is there enough blood on the ground?
Yeah,
Looks
we
like
got
there
one, we
is.
got
Dolly
one.
only are fine. 3%. They are going to lose their Fury Warrior there. But that's okay. The boss does go down eventually. That's going to stop the clock here for Dolly only. That's going to equalize the series 1-1 with our
they
favorites
reverse sweep?
catching back up.
Can
I
they
think
reverse
they
sweep?
are likely to now because we're going to be moving into the other time trial map. So Arakara, where we just saw, that was a time trial map for the Chinese region. So is Necrotic Wake, which I believe is the other map in this series.
So let me cook for a second. I think the Warrior Optimization probably, I don't want to say his favorite, but has like actually a decent chance of being able to upset Dolly only in Necrotic Wake because Necrotic Wake is so volatile. Now, I think that Dolly only should be heavily favored, like for the reasons that you mentioned, exactly for the reasons that you mentioned. They're time trial favorites, they were faster in the dungeon. So in theory, they should be better. But I think that Necrotic Wake is just a very scary dungeon in general, that we see teams full wipe to the first pull of the dungeon very consistently even.
Hear me out. Necrotic Wake, you really want a priest, right? You really want a priest to be able to mind control the mobs.
Yes.
And it's Warrior Optimization that have been playing that priest, right?
The priest is like...
It's big.
It's probably like a minute plus time save bringing it to this dungeon. So I think you have to be playing it. But that makes me question, was Dolly only playing the priest during time trials? Does that matter? I don't know. I think the priest is huge. I think you need to be on it, but...
All right, we are going to see... I mean, I'm curious as well about the Fury Warrior in that dungeon, because I don't think Necrotic Wake should be a Fury Warrior dungeon.
If you thought that Arakara wasn't a Fury Warrior dungeon, Necrotic Wake is
you're
worse.
Just pulling so big. I mean, Fury Warrior does still do good big AoE bursts, but they've gotten some pretty big target capping on a lot of their big AoE spells.
They got target capped this expansion again, didn't they?
Yeah,
they
some of the target capping got ratcheted up as part of the nerfs on this back. So it's been down to like 5 targets instead of 8. Yeah, we'll see what it ends up looking like. I'm very curious what comps end up running in here. During the Western region time trials, we saw a lot of double DK in Necrotic Wake, right?
That was prior to the 1105 changes, right?
Yeah, but I actually think it could still work in here. I think 2 DKs and an Og Evoker, so that was a comp for the time trials in the Western region. I feel like it could be good even in this.
I wouldn't hate it. I think, like you said, though, I think the priest is probably going to be the big linchpin kind of specialization that we're seeing.
Yeah, I do think the ability to swap onto a priest. Now, could you play a Shadow Priest?
I mean, we saw it in Shadowlands. It was played even though Shadow was bad, right? Because the mind controlling was so important.
Mind control is just so good. I feel like the priest is I don't want to say non-negotiable, but it's close. It is like, I think, a minute's worth of value.
Yeah, and in like MDI settings, you can't afford to like lose a minute in some situations. I mean, do teams on live or even like playing priest in this dungeon and optimizing the fleshcrafter, and that saves on live even like 3+ minutes.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's like for the future format, that'd be like a TGP level thing that we're going to probably be seeing later on in the season. I think that we're going to be seeing Disc Priest in there. But like for even for MDI, I think that like you're saying, the priest is non-negotiable.
Yeah. Now we've seen a lot of difference in other choices in this dungeon too. Stuff like Destro Lock has been used by some, but not all of our teams.
I would love
think
an
it's a great
Unholy
Destro
DK.
dungeon. Yeah, I think Unholy would be my favorite thing. If I could put one thing into both teams' comps for this dungeon, it would be priest. And then the second thing would be Unholy, I think.
Yes.
That would be where I'd be starting here. Now the question is, we've seen a lot of kind of off meta picks from these two teams, and the question is, how much of that is they thought they were good in those dungeons? How much of that was comfort? And how much of that is comfort, but we are ready to swap to, say, a priest in Necrotic Wake because we know it's that good?
I think most of it is just comfort, but I really just hope that you have the priest in your bag. And it looks like Warrior Optimization still has the priest in their bag, and Dolly does
so
not.
I think I really like Warrior Optimization's comp for this dungeon, but this
much
is
prefer
still
it.
an extremely execution-intensive dungeon.
Did he
as
miss
well.
the Flame Sigil on Blightbone? Okay. Blightbone ended up getting pulled a little bit
Last
late
Sword
by
has already been procced for Warrior Optimization as well, right on this pull. This is a sketchy spot. Pain Suppression overlapping with that free meta as well. Once these cooldowns fall for Warrior Optimization's tank, once we see him dropping out of meta form, I bet he's gonna die. I think he's gonna. Dude, Tuttles, I don't.
You think he's dead?
I think so. This is so sketchy. We've used so many of these resources. Deaths are already coming out here for Warrior Optimization.
Oh no! This is over.
Yeah, this is catastrophic.
At least this pull is over. Not necessarily this dungeon, but this pull is completely over, and now you have to re-pull it without any of your cooldowns as well. They didn't lust.
Yeah, somehow their tank was the last player to die, despite me expecting him to be the first one there for Warrior Optimization. They are going to start
just the
this
greatest
up
to ever do it.
Yeah, so Dolly only have done this now in 2 pulls, and then they're going to chain into the boss.
The live route.
This is a lot slower than we've seen our Western region teams doing in this area, but this is a +11 key.
Warrior Optimization lost their spear.
Ooh.
Oh no, man! I think they should have shipped the shield as well. Like I feel like there, if we press our shield, maybe our shaman doesn't die, and then we're able to kind of get through that pull. I'm kind of questioning the lust as well. Like, why didn't we lust?
Yeah, so we know we're probably going to get 2 lusts in this dungeon if we can press 1 early, right?
Exactly.
It is a +11 key. So in our Group B weekend, we saw this dungeon done in like 7 minutes.
Oh, here's the lust. Oh, do you think they maybe just didn't press it on accident? Because so their tank missed the Sigil Flame. I saw it.
Maybe.
Like he missed the Sigil Flame of the boss, so then the priest had to go pull the boss. I wonder if they were like panicking about that.
Yeah, comms are starting to get cluttered with other things and whoever usually calls lust was busy talking about that type of thing. That all is a possibility.
But now Dolly only here, able to get Blightbone killed off a little bit earlier than Warrior Optimization.
Not that much faster, but Warrior Optimization do have an extra minute and 15 seconds of deaths to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be a count differential. I think both of these teams are going to be about the same count. It looks like Dolly only, or Warrior Optimization has grabbed a couple more mobs. They have a Harvester and a Fleshcrafter.
They have a Gatekeeper, I think, in on this poll as well. Maybe, maybe not.
No, I think it's just Harvester, Fleshcrafter. I'm pretty sure. If they had a Gatekeeper, I'm pretty sure they'd be wiping.
Yeah, I think you are not wrong.
Their healer might die here. Oh. Okay, somebody body blocked the cleaver on the healer. I think it might have been the DK.
Nice.
Oh, they blinded it. Great.
Yeah, great move there by Warrior Optimization's Rogue. As you can see, this boss is going to die for Dolly only here, momentarily. Astral Shift committed by their Shaman, targeted by that Wretch. Shaman, usually your squishiest person on the team.
I think that's pretty accurate in this composition, yeah. The Discipline Priest, one of the big things about Disc Priest that makes them a little bit more tanky this season, oh my god, they actually pulled a Gatekeeper before optimization into the boss. A big thing about Disc Priest that makes them more tanky this season than they have been in the past, a lot of it comes down to the fact that they're like stacking haste versatility. And so you just get a bunch of free DR.
Yeah, because Mastery is just not giving you any damage as well, right? Whereas versatility does, it gives you damage and damage reduction, which is nice.
Ooh, look at Dolly Only here. Dolly Only is pulling the Narzuda pack with the Marauder. So you are able to use one of the Kyrian Anima Orbs. And you can see that on the side of Dolly Only. The Vengeance Demon Hunter is able to use that orb. You have to be watching out for those Shadow Wells. Those Shadow Wells will one-tick any of your melee DPS. So it's very, very dangerous for you here. But those earthquakes as well, kind of cluttering at the ground. So it's really easy to accidentally walk into one of those. And for Dolly Only, being able to get through this pull puts them in a fantastic position.
Yeah, it's one of the underrated drawbacks of the LA Shaman is the ground
the ground clutter
disguise of the earthquake.
Do you like the talent that puts the earthquake underneath the mobs? Because I was playing around with it the other day, and I was like, I hate this. I would rather manually place it.
I'm used to doing it at my cursor, so I just do that instead.
The problem with it at your cursor is then your like cursor's preoccupied by like being in a place to drop your earthquake, but. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. There's definitely pros and cons.
Yeah, it's one of the few abilities. There's also if you're playing Shadow Priest, Void Crash has the same, or Shadow Crash has the same.
I think Shadow Crash actually follows the target now, though, so it's a little bit different than the Earthquake because it'll like follow the midair.
Their tank is so low. Pain suppression.
Is he gonna die here?
After this pain suppression, I'm worried. Looks like a couple of the mobs are dying though, so that should be the safety that Warrior Optimization needs to avoid.
Is the Marauders and Narzuda? Yeah, the Sorcerers are. It's like the Marauders and the Sorcerer combo that can actually kill your tank pretty easily here. But yeah, once you're able to get the Sorcerers killed off, maybe you're home free.
All right, Dolly Only having an affix spawn here. We do have the orb soaking. Ooh, a death for Warrior Optimization on their rogue this time to that cleave. Very common cause of death in this poll.
Dolly Only is playing one Necromancer.
Okay.
I'm gonna level with you.
It's not the fastest pull.
I think this is a really
The problem is,
slow.
like, it's hard to pull the Necromancer forward into stuff, right?
I think most teams have been skipping this Necromancer because it's so, first off, in the way, and secondly, it's just like really inefficient trash count. And so you normally just like don't pull it, but they don't have the common things that you use to skip, like the Priest. Like the Priest is like the normal thing that you just end up sending the disc ahead, and they fade and mind soothe the entire world, and they're able to pull. They're able to get through the boss arena and stuff like that. But I guess without that Priest, then it has you kind of question what you're supposed to do. But for Warrior Optimization, they're actually using the Rogue, and their Demon Hunter wasn't in the Shroud.
That's going to be a death for their Demon Hunter. Oh, the Frostbolt volley! Bang! The Priest had their Priest out of stealth! Oh, now their Priest has to die as well, and now everything else is getting in combat with them! And Warrior Optimization are wiping! Oh, no. Catastrophic turn of events here for Warrior Optimization.
Okay, I'm going to call it. I think that Dolly Only wins this.
I believe you are correct. Yeah, the Priest mind controls are nice. They are not nice enough to overcome an 11 death
2:45.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 45 seconds of death timer is just so brutal. Not to mention all this run back that they have to do right now. This is so bad. And they don't have Shroud for that skip now.
How do they skip? The Priest fades by and grips a two-seater, and the Rogue walks by in stealth?
Yeah.
Kind of what I'm thinking. That's tough. I mean, what happened was the Priest went to heal the Vengeance Demon Hunter because they were. I think there was just like a miscommunication as to whether or not they were going to play the Necromancer or not. And then the Priest was just like too close to the pack, and he realized like he was going to be in combat, and so he melded the pack off. But like he was still too close, and that just is. He just body pulls in, and they just wipe over it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough recovery for Warrior Optimization. They are gonna try setting up a big pull here. This is so sketchy though. They're in so much danger. I think they're in some danger of wiping again here. Their tank is dropping so low and it's gonna die. Oh no, Tettles, Warrior Optimization are gonna wipe again here.
It's what I was talking about earlier. It's the Sorcerer mixed with the Marauder damage. I mean, you see it on live a lot too. Like if you want like a good tip, it's make sure that you have kicks for the Sorcerer's Bolt. Like double melee DPS, especially if it's like double 12 seconds from either the DK with a short kick or a Shaman, can be able to lock down a Sorcerer pretty much permanently. And if you just like have that mob kicked as much as possible, it's fine. Warrior optimization, they ended up pulling like double Marauder, triple Sorcerer or something like that, and they just don't have the kicks to be able to facilitate that without very, very large tank externals. Like, you need to be like pre-pain suppressioning that. You need to be able to make sure that you have your meta or your last resort. Like, that is a pull that whenever you do it, even on an 11, you're pressing every single button to be able to try to live, and you might still die.
Yeah, it's so tough as well. Once you've wiped once, those resources have been committed that you don't have then for the same pull. So now you're just trying to do the same pull, but with less stuff. Now, luckily for Warrior Optimization, they do have Last Resort back now. So that is a silver lining for them. But there's not much runway left in this map. With 17 deaths, Dolly only are close to being able to stop the clock. You know, like if they just kept going right now, if Warrior Optimization stopped the clock right now at 13:30, there's a chance Dolly only could beat that. And Warrior Optimization, of course, still have a lot of dungeon to do. Beautiful lay on hands comes out for Dolly only on their Warrior. Nice work.
Yeah, I think that for Dolly only here, they just need their main goal is don't wipe twice.
Yeah,
like
honestly,
it's not even don't wipe once; it's don't wipe twice.
Play it slow and steady at this point. Like, you could do one pull at a time in the Necropolis and be totally fine. Once you finish these Necropolis pulls, there's only scripted content left, right? Like, you only have the gauntlet into 2 bosses. So just be careful in this area. Don't pull too much all at once here. Well, you're going to have to do this in 2 pulls anyways because you don't have a priest for that mind control, I'd say. So I would say just, go for a medium 2 pull of this area like this. Perfect.
PvPers would say this is all scripted content.
That's true. Yeah, did you catch AWC last weekend?
I watched some of it. I watched the move versus Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, some good games on the other side of the WoW esports.
I wouldn't have hated a really large Bloodlust pull here. I could have been down for that, I think.
So I like saving Lust for bosses given our situation here. I think Lust plus Spear on a boss is just so much damage. For me, the question is, it's a plus 11 key. Do you need Lust plus Spear to kill Surgeon Stitchflesh in one rotation?
So I actually don't think they actually have the damage to be able to one rotation Surgeon Stitchflesh, and here's why. We saw this dungeon be on an 11 in Group A weekend, and we saw Mistcount, a world-class level team that's qualified. They got 3rd place in a TGP. You know, they got like 6th place as Eclipse in the last MDI or something like that. We saw them barely be able to one-phase Surgeon Stitchflesh with what I would describe as a more optimal comp, and they throw cleaver the boss. And I just don't see a world... And I guess that wasn't with Lust. Is Lust stronger than a throw cleaver, I guess?
I think it is. I think throw cleaver is annoying to set up, right? Like, you're losing globals to manipulate it.
But it's 30 million damage on an 11.
Yeah, look, that's nice, but so's Lust.
Okay, yeah, maybe. I guess it kind of depends on
they
what's
have a
stronger
comp that
between
does a lot of Lust damage, like Ellie Shaman with CDs and Fury Warrior Rep Pally in CDs with Lust. That's a lot of damage.
I guess you don't have an Assassination Road kind of sandbagging on the boss.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can do it.
Okay.
I'm curious to see here for Dolly only.
The more that I'm talking about it, the more that you're making me believe.
It looks like their Ellie Shaman decided, you know what? Tank soak this cleaver for me. I'm going to lose more damage than a cleaver's worth if I go and try and aim this at the other Fleshcrafter.
I question the truth of that. But...
Oh, Bop. Beautiful spot for Bop here on this Morbid Fixation. Love that.
I think it's due to the fact that that's the mob that fixates. I think that's why they actually didn't care to get the cleaver into it first.
I think you're absolutely right.
And now you wait for the next cleaver on this skull marker mob, and then you use that cleaver to get the other mob. But I mean, they killed it too fast.
Oh,
the elemental shaman is doing too much damage.
These things happen. Can't turn the damage off.
It's just so hard being a Giga Chad.
All right, so we got 2 trash pulls left for Dolly only, and then 2 bosses, and they will be able to put Warrior Optimization out of their misery here. 18 deaths, up to 19 now for Warrior Optimization, as they should be able to get this boss killed despite this. Their second lust has been used for Warrior Optimization. They will get potentially a 3rd at the end of this dungeon at this rate. Things are going so poorly.
So for Warrior Optimization, I think they're playing a better comp.
Yes.
They're playing the meta comp of the season. I think that for them, what we need to see is just them being more consistent. I think we talked about time and time again in Group A and Group B. I think the path to victory for them, I don't even think it's like strategy related. It is just quite literally, you got to stop dying. Like it's one of those spots that they just need to be more consistent and have fewer deaths on the whole. Like we can't be wiping to the first pull Necrotic Wake. I know it's hard, but like it's like the same thing in Arakara. Like we saw what they looked like in the Grim Batol. They looked fine in the Grim Batol, but you have to be more consistent.
See, even in the Grim Batol, they wiped though. They were bailed out by Dolly only, wiping worse.
Yes, exactly.
So
exactly.
Yeah, Warrior Optimization, very much a team. I mean, look at the size of this pull. This is a great pull that they're doing here, but they've had a death on it, and it's just they need to clean this up. That's what they need to do. Another death coming out, catastrophic for Warrior Optimization.
I think Warrior Optimization, if they really kind of get everything together and they're able to forego having these full wipes and whatnot, they could actually be a team that could get second place coming out of the Chinese region and make it to Global Finals.
They're doing the right pulls. They're just dying to them with an alarming degree of consistency.
It makes me question as to how much time they put into practice. Like that's kind of the thing that whenever you end up watching this team, that's kind of what you end up questioning. It's like, oh, how much time did you put into practice? Did you know the limits? Were you just trying to replicate what you saw from like Group A? Those are the kind of things that it makes me wonder about. But like, I think overall, I think that the way that Warrior Optimization's playing, if they're able to like kind of calm their nerves and they're able to kind of get through these maps without wiping, I think that this should be a team that teams are looking at and are scared of.
I think you're absolutely right. I would not count Warrior Optimization out just yet, even though they are now at 26.
I'm counting them out of.
Yes,
I'm counting them out of the dungeon.
Yes. Yeah. This map, this series, they are absolutely toast. Here comes that spear on Stitchflesh. They're not even going to lust this. They're just going to let Stitchflesh escape. 25% on the boss. So you need to get the boss down to 20% before it would escape, for it to not escape.
Sorry, it's 5. It's 5, yeah.
They needed to do 20% more damage, is what I meant to say.
Yes.
So Lust would not have been that. Lust is not that much damage.
The last boss is 20% to have him stop Grim Harvesting.
Yeah, stop sending people down.
Yeah. I wish it was 25 or 20% for this guy. This guy is... Him and I have a lot of beef. He likes to wipe me a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. Dolly only do eventually get Stitchflesh taken care of here. So
I also hate that Nalthor guy. That guy also likes to wipe me a lot.
So this one, now Dolly only will have Lust and a Spear on pull here. They have almost all their CDs. It's just Recklessness being waited for here. But that'll actually basically be ready on pull as well. So yeah, they're going to go for it. Here we go. Boss being pulled. There's the Lust. Spear still being held by their Rep Pally, it looks like. Even though all the CDs are coming out. Oh, there goes the Spear. Okay. Delay the Spear for a little bit.
Whenever you have a Spear available for this boss, I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to send it with all 5 people up. Some people will talk about it in the sense of like they don't have all their offensive CDs or whatnot. I'm pretty sure that just the fact that you have all 5 players up at the same time just means that you send the Spear regardless, because even like the white swings or whatever from the additional character is going to be worth a lot more.
Absolutely, yeah, they are going to get this affix spawn during their Lust as well. That's always nice. Ooh, Unfortunate Binding comes out. One of the strengths of the double Paladin comp should be that you have freedom for every single one of those bindings. If you pre-freedom the binding, it just doesn't get applied, which is really nice. We have had a Dark Exile on our Ret Pally, so that was probably why we didn't have the second freedom available there.
You could actually...
Yeah, you can't do every single one with just one Pally.
You know how they changed like rescue and life grip to no longer work on saving yourself from the Dark Exile in this boss?
Yeah.
A couple of effects still work, including charge and feral lunge.
Nice.
And grappling hook. So if somehow you were playing one of those, of course.
They do have a charge, but it looks like their warrior is just accepting his fate, being sent down to go kill that mini boss on the side of this. Actually just dying. Intentionally, I believe.
That's an intentional sack, it looks like, yeah. I don't hate the intentional sack here.
Yeah, it's minus 15 seconds, but it does get you back into the fray really quick. I feel like the 15 seconds is just so costly, though.
The problem is the 15 seconds is really costly, but you end up being downstairs for like 35 to 45 seconds, depending on your specialization.
One DPS for 40 seconds is... And then you get crit when you come back. It's not going to matter. Either way, Dolly only send the boss home.
We'll talk about it later.
To mercifully end this series in a 2-1 victory. They can't be feeling great about that after the Grim Batol, but they've got to be feeling pretty good about recovering and reverse sweeping here in the Arakara and Necrotic Wake. Meanwhile, Warrior Optimization being sent down to the lower bracket, they looked strong. They looked like they had a lot of the right ideas, but the execution just did not come together for them.
Okay, so now we're through 4 matches. We've seen all of the teams. I feel like we've learned that this region does not care what the meta is, and they will play whatever they believe is the best on every single map.
All right, so here is a look at our bracket. As we've seen, 3 2-0s and 1 2-1 have set us up for our upper quarterfinals and our lower round 1. So we are going to see next Worms versus Team Udon in the upper bracket, and then FT BZM versus Dolly only. And then we're going to go down to the lower bracket on a little adventure down there, where we're going to see Champion of Strength versus OneForAll, and Try Another Way versus Warrior Optimization. And then we will see the remaining 6 matches tomorrow. But Worms versus Team Udon should be pretty sweet. That one, again, Worms are overwhelming tournament favorites here.
I feel like Udon also looked pretty good, all things considered. I had no real complaints about Udon. Maybe they were playing slightly slower strategies than what Worms were playing, but I thought that Udon actually looked fairly solid. But for Worms, I think that they are the team that, if you want my prediction right now, I think that they're the team that is going to overwhelmingly win this weekend.
I think you're right as well. I think Worms are looking at dominating this group because of just how good their time trial times were and how good they looked in that series. I think the 2-0s are... that's what I'm expecting out of Worms. I think that team looks like the world-class team out of this group. And then I think it's going to be a very tight competition for the other slot because, of course, 2 teams will qualify out of China into the global finals this coming weekend. Now, we are going to see those next 4 series, 2 upper bracket series, and then 2 elimination matches down in the lower bracket. But first, we will be going to a brief break.
In World of Warcraft, we're trying to convince you that Azeroth is a real place. Good sound design at WoW, we want things to feel organic, we want things to feel believable. We have to kind of fill in all those blanks because by default, everything's just completely silent. Ambience is always one of the coolest things for us to work on. The zones in The War Within, the sound team really knocked it out of the park. They're lush, they're vibrant, they pull you in and they kind of reinforce what these places are all about, whether they're friendly or hostile, familiar or unfamiliar. Early on, we want to understand what the intent behind what designers and artists are doing. We want to understand why they made those things so that we can match with sound. So we pick up where they leave off and we fill in the blanks, we fill in any of the sounds that are missing, we define what that zone sounds like or what that creature sounds like, and if there's emotional intent or if there's gameplay mechanics, we want to make sure that sound is right there reinforcing all those things.
Ashkahet is the home of the Nerubian Empire. It's an all-underground biome. I think an important thing to delineate is that while the Nerubians are scary humanoid spiders, they have culture, they have commerce, they are just a fully functioning society. So the overworld, it's bustling. And then the underground portions are corrupted by black blood. So there's kind of 2 very distinct vibes. At the beginning of my sound design process, we try to meet up with world building, or as a team, we will fly through the zone together, just kind of to get an overall feel for it. When they said we need this to feel dark, you're underground, it's hostile, there's crazy old god influence underneath, in my mind, this is going to take a lot of synthesis. That's kind of what I gravitate towards. I wanted to synthesize winds just to make it feel detached from our reality. So I synthesized these on my Moog, going through some reverb, some delay, and some panning. So to contrast that, I really wanted something organic to be the bed. I got our producer Brecken, we got some mics in the Foley room, and we just started hitting anything we could, bowing anything we could, and then we ended up finding these massive springs. The combination of that led to this really incredible, like, rumbly but screechy quality from the giant springs in the bow. I processed it to the point where you would never know it's a spring. It has an organic quality to it because it's air moving, it's a thing vibrating. So I thought that served as a really proper, this is the base ambience of the zone. And then I can populate it with all this crazy synthesized stuff. The trope of a scary thing is the knife sound we all know, the, like, really pitched, like, high frequency. That's the jump scare, is like the big top end. We didn't want it to feel so punishing that, like, you have a daily quest in Ashkahet and you're like, I can't, it's the morning. I can't be hearing that. Box with contact mics, bowed, building out a lot of the texture of kind of the sounds that surround you as you're flying through Ashkat. I always go in with some intention of, like, I want this sort of texture, or I want this sort of frequency range, and then you just reach for what's around you. It's like, it's going in with intention and letting the creativity just take over.
Yeah, we get to play around with when do we want things to be grounded and feel Earth-like, and when do we want them to be abstract and weird. And that's actually one of the big tools we use when we're setting up ambience. Do we want this to feel familiar and safe? Then we're going to lean on using sounds from Earth, right? So we use birds that are recognizable birds, wind sounds, things that you already know are real. That helps communicate familiarity, and familiarity matches safety. As we progress into the depths in the War Within zones, things get more hostile, things get more unfamiliar, and so we lean away from using literal Earth sounds, and we lean in on more maybe synthesized things, or taking real sounds but manipulating them enough that you don't quite know what you're hearing.
Hallowfall is the biggest zone in the expansion. It's got a giant crystal, and the crystal actually has two phases. It will go from light into dark or void, and the ambience will shift to convey both of those feelings. When I first saw Hallowfall, the whole area is basically very alien. So I kind of look at it and think of ideas, what comes to mind. Since it's so alien, I went outside the box and thought about utilizing guitar and tonal things like crystals to create new sounds to supplement things like wind. I wanted to use the guitar, and I didn't want it to sound musical. I wanted to use it just to create, like, broad swaths of ambience that moves and shifts, so it feels like a space, but when you hear it, you're not like, that's a guitar. And I just go from there, create a bunch of source, and then take that source and process it through usually a lot of granular synthesis, different plugins. And I get to pick and choose from those building blocks into creating the end result. And then filtered it. And reverb. Granular synthesis chops up the waveforms into grains and will replay them back in different orders, creating a new sound. When I first try a sound out, it's 100%, I don't know what I'm going to get. So I have an idea, an end goal, but it's basically throwing stuff at the wall until you find what sticks. And then some of the stuff that you think will never work ends up being the best.
My team is always looking for opportunities to do things that are new, novel, maybe new ways to use our existing tools, or maybe we need new tools to try out new ideas for sound. We're always trying to find ways to make sure that the environments are as dynamic as they can be, and that's always an ongoing process. So Back while it was launched, just due to technical limitations, you really just have a simple stereo loop. Today we have dozens of sound emitters all around you. There's positional stuff happening everywhere you are that I think helps reinforce how real and grounded all of these sounds are. They're not just a file that's playing, it's a soundscape that you're a part of.
I think what makes good sound design at the very base level is serving, in our case, our players. Even before creating a sound, I'm always thinking about like, how is this going to make our player base feel, and is it going to make Azeroth feel like home? Obviously every zone is very, very different and needs its own flavor of that, but I think immersion is number one.
I think what makes good sound design to have the players feel the emotions that you're intending. If you can make them feel what you want them to feel, I think you've succeeded. And also creating a sense of wonder. Oh, what's that? I've never heard that before.
I think the sound team did a really solid job on ambience across the board for the War Within. I think each zone has really unique vibes, and I think if you just spend some time just listening to the sounds that are in each of these places, I think you can really tell the progression from relative safety up above down into some pretty scary stuff down in the depths. I'm really proud of what the sound team came up with there. I think it's worth listening to if you haven't.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of the Chinese region of the Mythic Dungeon International. Again, for those who are just joining us, this occurred a week and a half ago, and we are now watching the VODs and seeing, at least for me, the first time of these teams competing. We are in for an exciting game as well, an exciting series here in our upper bracket, as we have Worms versus Team Udon. This is our tournament favorite in Worms, fighting one of the other teams that looks poised to make it deep into this group. There are 2 slots out of the Chinese region into the global finals. Worms are the overwhelming favorite to take one of them. That second slot is going to be hotly contested by all of our other teams. And of course, Worms don't just get crowned here. They are going to have to win their way through as well. And Team Udon look like they're in a position to put up a good fight.
I think Worms, I mean, whenever you were looking at their time trials times as well, Worms looked like a team that would have been like second or third in time trials.
Yes.
And like for the global finals and stuff like that, I think that this is a team that whenever you're looking at them on the world stage, they're a team that could like reasonably get like top 3 or top 4. And I don't think that anybody should necessarily be surprised. Now, how consistent are they going to be coming out of this group stage? I think that that's one of the big questions, and also how much practice they're going to be putting in for the global finals, assuming that they're able to make it through. That's also another question. I think that right now it's kind of like a showcase to see like how good this team realistically is going to look.
We are going to get to see them in 2+11s, starting off with an Arakara and then moving into a Stone Vault, followed up by a decisive Mist +9 if necessary. But here is the Arakara +11. We've seen a lot of different strategies deployed in this dungeon so far today.
We saw Worms play this dungeon, didn't we?
Yes, we did. I believe we did. So the opening is going to be an interesting thing to look for. I mean, presumably they'll just be on that exact same plan. I don't think we've seen Team Udon in here yet, though.
They were playing the Warlock
Yes.
Augevoker.
Yeah, which is really cool. I think this is
It was such a random comp, in my opinion.
It's an awesome adaptation for this dungeon, but I'm curious about the Augevoker. I think the Warlock is really good in here. The Augevoker is one that makes a little bit less instinctive sense to me, but I don't know. What do you think about it? I mean, you've been playing Augevoker this season.
I mean, it's good damage. Like if you look at logs, like sometimes you'll actually be doing more DPS than like some of your DPS counterparts. So it's not something that's in like it has been in the past where it's just like complete sandbagging. I think that it's for MDI just going to end up being slower strategy wise than some other specific specializations, unless there are two specs that just completely blow other specializations out of the water. And I think that that's like the situation which the Aug Evoker would be better is if you would rather have like another copy of like whatever specialization that is just like super dominant, because then the Aug Evoker is then empowering that specialization.
Yeah, we saw that in our time trials before patch 11.0.5, buffing 2 DKs, a Frost and an
Which made
Unholy
sense.
DK.
Yeah.
All right, so speaking of 2 DKs,
2 DKs.
we have it over on the Team Udon side here. They're playing Frost Unholy. Love that.
We
for
spoke it
us.
into existence. Wait a second.
I wonder what flavor of Shaman that is. It's probably enhancement that they are comboing with it, but we will see.
I really like this Udon comp. I think the Udon comp is probably...
I think that might be Elemental, yes.
Oh my god, it is.
I saw the shield on the back.
I think that the comp is a little bit worse than Ellie than it is with Enhance, but I still think that the
This is a
comp for
great
Udon
Ellie
is...
dungeon. You're just doing such massive pulls that Ellie really does shine at, and those free stops from the Earthquake are actually really nice as well in here.
I think that the situation, though, is like you want this Unholy DK to kind of pop off if you're Team Udon. So you don't really want like another AoE specialization. I think instead you want like a pure single target specialist like the Enhancement Shaman would have been. But I think that I like the Team Udon comp, and this is great. And on the left side of your screen there, you cannot count out Team Worms, as they're able to just completely obliterate the first mini boss. And the Lust is still rolling, question mark? And they're actually pulling already into this other mini boss.
Yeah, so again, you have to watch out for the Lust tracker on Team Worms because they're playing that Augmentation Evoker with that free Lust every time they cast Breath of Eons. That is going to show up on our Lust tracker. So the Lust tracker is going to eventually be deceiving you in here, but that was the real Lust that has worn off.
Yeah, well, there's the real Lust, and then the Plot the Future has the 15 seconds on top of it. So. Right. It's difficult to tell exactly how long.
It was 15 extra seconds there, you're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Where only the Evoker was lusting and the rest of the group wasn't. All right, Worms into the third mini-boss here, whereas Team Udon a little bit slower in the first part of this dungeon. They're setting up... Ooh, this is a non-standard pull here. Team Udon getting a lot of count here from this side platform we almost never see pulled.
I like this. I think that this was the pull that Mandatory did, right? Where they actually ended up pulling a ton of their trash into this, and they came out of this area at that 50% enemy force. Is Team Udon's tank dead? Oh my god! he procced his last resort, and he almost died. Now he's in that demon form, and is he standing in a puddle? Oh my god, he's standing in the puddle from the mini boss.
That's what last resort's for. That's why we talent it. It's all good. It's all part of the plan.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was. I'm impressed that they didn't wipe there. Frankly,
it did look very sketchy. But this is the kind of pull that you want to do if you have an Unholy DK, right? You got that A-bomb out. You want to be just doing these big Unholy DK pulls all the time. I like it.
But Worms, I mean, they're already on to the first boss. They're on to Ivanax, and they're going to be a little bit lower count.
Ellie Shaman down. Ankh available.
Ankh.
Not being used, it looks like. Maybe waiting for this Resonant Barrage to finish.
I think you just ship either the... I don't really like out of combat resonating. Out of combat resonating in MDI seems like it's like just a huge.
It looks like they're going to send the Ankh here, so I think that's good. Just saves time compared to any other option. Meanwhile, Worms into the boss here. That Lust again is just for their Aug Evoker. So that Breath of Eons has been popped. 40% left on the boss as Team Udon are just getting started here. Big pull though for Team Udon. This should be a lot of damage for their comp.
The big thing with the Aug Evoker in this composition as well is the Breath of Eons is less pressed for like cooldown syncing with the other specializations, especially since you're that scale commander, so you get the CDR on the Eons from your bombards. So you kind of press it like on cooldown, and but the thing that you gain is you actually gain a lot of personal damage on that Aug Evoker as well. Like a lot more of your damage is just in the fact that you can have 82, 83, 84, 85 even percent Ebomite uptime just because of how often you're pressing that Breath of Eons.
Yeah, this is indeed...
I think Worms is way ahead right here. I think, I would rather have the... What are they going to be, a minute ahead on the boss over the 4% enemy forces?
Absolutely. I mean, it just has to be better, as they are going to be getting this next big pull going for Worms. There's that Sigil of Chains gripping almost everything under this Bloodguard. Most of the damage here is just going to be focused on killing this Bloodguard if they can. That is the priority target, as it is giving all these other mobs extra AoE damage reduction.
The fear, MDD on the side of Worms ends up fearing the Web Mage, and then it just ends up walking out of the pack. That's really unlucky, especially because, like, this is a weird situation. This Bloodguard actually is applying a 50% DR to all the mobs. Do you AoE here, Dratnos, or do you full single target that Bloodguard?
I think it depends on your comp. Like, you need to make sure that you aren't
it's kind of
over-committing AoE to mobs that have a huge damage reduction.
It's kind of a tough spot. Okay, so if the mob was taking 50% increased damage, would you be single targeting or AoEing it?
You'd probably be single targeting it more because, well,
okay, so
even
if it's applying a 50% DR to all the mobs, you would still be. It's like the same thing, right? You'd still be single targeting it.
A 50% DR is like a 100% damage taken increase on the Bloodguard, not a 50% damage taken increase.
Okay.
If you look at the mathematics.
Why did you have to use that voice whenever you're talking to me, man?
I'm just saying. Well, actually, that would be
actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so 100% damage into your, so you'd be single targeting it?
Well, it depends on your comp, right? Like, you don't want to be like, it depends on what the rest of your group wants to do with the way their specs work, right?
Yeah.
Like, ideally, you'd want everything to die around the same time, unless killing the Bloodguard unlocks a huge amount of good value AoE for the rest of your group, right? It's like, if you single targeting the Bloodguard lets your, next Breath of Sindragosa actually be full value on AoE, something like that, then maybe you want to try and kill the Bloodguard first outside of CDs.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always a kind of an interesting question to really think about. It's also kind of like do you press your damage potion on the first pull of Dawnbreaker if you're lusting the second pull, or do you save it?
Right. It's Worms in some danger there, nearly having that cast go off from that Stag Shell. Looks like things are going to be okay-ish.
We're going to leap over the wall?
Yep, there we go. Leap over the wall does eventually work.
Wait, he still has the Web Mage
the caster here, yeah.
The Web Mage, I've seen this, like, reset.
I've seen this cause problems before, yeah. We'll see if they're able to avoid them.
Oh, whoa.
Looks good. Looks like it's snapping.
Nice.
Oh,
they got it gripped in or something. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Worms. Okay, here.
I'm a fan of this.
This is looking really
complaints here.
I mean, this is so fast as well. Worms are already in this boss now. Meanwhile, Team Udon still have another trash pull after this to do. I mean, Worms are so far ahead.
I like the strategy that Worms are doing. It feels like a lot of their speed actually isn't coming from their composition, but it comes from like just the chain pulling and the speed of which they're getting the next pull ready over and over again. That's I think how they made up most of their time in the first area even.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's been the tempo, and it is worth noting they did a very large pull as well after the first boss, right? Like that pull was pretty massive.
That pull is very scary, yeah.
Big time save of a pull.
84% enemy forces here. They're pretty high on count.
Yeah, they can just run down the middle and have all the count they need, right?
I think they can. I think they're skipping the Overseer as well.
Yeah, you skip the first Overseer. You can use the tailoring stun on it.
Yeah,
and then Shadow Meld.
They tailor stun the Hauler.
In that case, then you have to pull to the side and meld.
You know something funny?
Yes.
So Worms here, you see where the boss is? If you charge him a little bit, like 3 pixels further to the right, you can get stuck in the gate and be permanently LOS.
Ooh, don't like the sound of that at all.
Yeah, so he'll be. I said permanently. He'll be LOS for like 5 seconds. What's going on for Udon? Oh, they had a Stag Shell alarm shrill go off. They had a death too. What happened? I couldn't exactly tell. Maybe it doesn't matter.
It looks like they're into the boss as well, but yeah, you can see a full boss ahead. Our Team Worms now, plus 3 deaths is 45 seconds of death timer. Team Worms in a commanding position, as they are going to try and skip this top Overseer. Demon Hunter off to the right, everybody else over to the left.
Yep. And then double jump meld. In theory, you could Wernstone.
You could,
but you don't need
some AUG utility available. The jump and the meld.
Yep.
Have they successfully dropped combat with that Overseer? Because it was straight into combat.
We've seen a lot of teams accidentally mess that up and have that Overseer maintain combat with them and wipe them. Yeah.
The gateway comes down. Gonna help them get all grouped up here.
He doesn't need that gateway.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot. These haulers, these flying mobs are so sketchy. They do so much damage to your group.
Yeah.
And that hauler does so much.
Here's the thing. So the overseers will put the web wraps on the ground. If you move immediately whenever they spawn underneath your feet, there's no situation in which even the hauler stun can put you in a weird spot. But you have to know that you need to be moving like immediately. Now they're actually stunning the hauler here on the side of Worms, and I think that this is going to give them a lot more leeway. I think this is fantastic. This should make this much easier. I think that Worms are going to be able to down this dungeon rather quickly. I mean, looking at their timer here, what was their timer in the first one? Like 11:30? I think it was probably even like 12 minutes.
Yeah, they are looking.
Their lust is coming up. Their lust is coming up faster. Yeah, this looks better than their first run even.
Yeah, they're into the boss now. Lust for real will be available here in 7 seconds. That should line up. Actually, they're in this awkward spot again where they have Lust coming up, but their CDs are not going to be up for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, deep breath. I think that's a big. I think it's a big situation in which you could actually devise a route that saves you a bit more time. And I think it actually doesn't come down to the mobs that they pulled, because I think the mobs that they pulled were fine. It comes down to like cooldown management, and I think that's like a big. Oh my Warlock. Okay, we're live.
Nice work.
And I think the cooldown management of when you're pressing the Breath of Sindragosa and when you're pressing that Infernal. Say you have those on pull for this boss, I think that would actually increase your time by a lot.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out exactly how they could have saved time, because this route did look really solid out of Worms. Remember, there's a plus 11 key as well, which is a very high keystone for our MDI.
I like the route. I like the route through the second boss. I think the route through the second boss made sense, but I do think that it's like there's something that's in that second boss area that loses them a little bit of time just from cooldown pacing.
Meanwhile, Team Udon are going to use that tailoring stun on the Overseer. Then they're going to meld. Looks like they're still in combat, though, so Team Udon having a bit of a skip fail. Ooh, we have a death for Worms as the Priest does go down for them. The res does come out. The Lust is rolling here. This is their real Lust, not the fake Aug Evoker Lust.
Yep, we got the PI as well in the Warlock. How good's Destro with PI this season?
It's nice. Power Infusion on Infernal is really strong, because every time you spend Soul Shards, you can summon more Infernals, which is really sick. So Power Infusion is really good into Infernal.
You also get that Smolderon.
It's pretty bad outside of Infernal.
The Evoker.
The Smolderon? Oh, you're talking about the Diabolist extra demon thing?
The Diabolist Smolderon, yeah.
I think they're playing Hellcaller, and at least when we saw the Western regions doing this in MDI, they were playing the other hero talent tree than that one.
Oh, interesting.
For
some reason, I thought I saw this guy with the...
Maybe it was
a different Warlock with the Diabolist.
On live, he's got both.
Look, he's got the Smolderon out right there. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the Overfiend. Okay, yeah, you're not talking about the Diabolist. You're talking about just the one from spending all your Soul Shards. Yeah.
The Smolderon.
That makes sense. That does look like Smolderon. The green Smolderon.
Exactly.
Either way, Worms are going to advance to a 1-0 lead in our series here. Again, the favorites coming into this matchup, the favorites coming into our weekend, looking really, really solid in this map as well. That Aug Evoker, very cool to see.
I think the Aug Evoker is okay. I mean, looking at the damage that he was doing, 715k. I just feel like there's like other specializations that also bring really good stuff. And so the Aug Evoker's, like what you're actually utilizing the Aug Evoker for, I feel like it has to be just like overwhelmingly good to because whenever you start comparing it to things like Assassination Rogue or Enhancement Shaman or whatever like that, there's just like so many good specializations. I feel like the Aug Evoker is maybe a little bit worse, but I think that overall, Worms, they looked dominant. This is 11? Is Stonevault an 11 this weekend?
It is indeed an 11, yes.
I keep saying weekend.
Our weekday.
Yeah, my Tuesday, my weekend.
Yeah. Tuesday is the start of the week. That's well known to be true.
That's true,
for
exactly.
us in NA.
Yep. Shout out the Vault.
Shout out the Great Vault.
Yeah.
Shout out the weekly reset.
Also, shout out the Gilded Crests and the crafting system.
All right, we are going to see Stone Vault plus 11 be the place here where Worms can cement their space into the upper finals. They are going to be
another
deploying...
Og.
Okay, Og Evoker. It's actually basically the same comp out of Worms here. This is a great dungeon, I think, for the Og Evoker. You've got a lot of pulls where...
It's like Unholy DK.
Yeah, you're Ogging an Unholy DK and a Destro lock on, say, that Skarmorak pull. They're going to go with this big Lust pull right off the bat. Same with Team Udon. Team Udon also still on double DK Ellie Shaman.
I'm gonna say the only issue that I have with the Worms comp is I think that it just lacks good prio damage. Like, I love the fact that the AoE is fantastic.
AoE's great.
Yeah, I think it's just like the lack of like solid priority damage, particularly for things like bosses or these golems, are like a pretty big deal.
Look at this. Team Udon actually got this whole pack pulled, or every piece of trash pulled here, whereas Worms are going to be taking some of this into the boss. This is actually really nice for Worms because they have all these extra targets and they have a few specs that really benefit from being in AoE. So
yeah,
this should be really nice for them.
Yeah, I mean the Warlocks are playing the Auto Havoc. What is it called?
Mayhem.
Mayhem, yeah. The auto havoc spread. So I think that basically the Warlock is going to end up cleaving.
I mean, they
that
just single target on a pull like that once the boss is pulled, and then they get some free extra soul shards. You get your extra withers out if you're playing that hero talent, or immolates otherwise. Meanwhile,
Udon
Worms,
here looking good.
Okay, both teams are actually right at the same boss percent.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I feel like whenever you're looking at the comp, I feel like just instinctively I would give Udon the favorite, just looking at the comp, but I also have to convince myself that's not an enhancement shaman every single time I look at it. There's an Ellie shaman.
The Ellie shaman, I mean, there are some really good pulls for Ellie shaman as well in this dungeon, right? Like, all the trash onto Skarmorak is a huge opportunity for some Ellie shaman top DPS, although again, you are sort of cannibalizing your Unholy DK's damage as the Ellie shaman in a spot like that. So I'm not sure if I love that.
What do we think the next pull is for both of these two teams? We think they're going to the Master Machinist wing and just doing that typical, like, really large Master Machinist pull?
I think so, yeah. I think that makes the most sense.
I think I'm kind of expecting that. I feel like for Udon should have a really easy time of, like, crushing the Skarmorak trash into boss pull. And I don't know how I feel about the Worms situation on that.
The thing is, heading to the Master Machinist room makes the most sense because you can pick up that 10% versatility buff over on that side of the dungeon. So I think that should always be where you go second in an MDI setting. Right. I don't think you can, because it lasts for 10 minutes. That's going to last you the rest of the dungeon. So
yeah,
in a live key situation, you can go either direction, I think. But in MDI, I would always advocate going towards Master Machinists second.
I think most teams end up going towards the Skarmorak wing on live.
Yeah.
But most of that comes down to lust timing, not necessarily like optimization. But then, yeah, like you're saying, during MDI, the lust optimization is a little bit weirder, and so you would rather go to that Master Machinist wing and just get that 10% versatility. Ooh, and Worms here, able to kill off Edna a bit before Team Udon. And Worms, looking at their cooldowns, they don't have that Infernal, but they do have the Breath of Eons and that DT plus Unholy Frenzy ability, getting that A-bomb out and being able to just go to town on this trash pack.
Yeah, big. Oh, frontal connects with their Evoker. Does survive. That was a little sketchy there.
You know what's really bad about that frontal? If you die to the frontal and then you release, the dot from the frontal is not cleansed, and you will immediately die again.
That's not good at all.
So if you die to the frontal, wait a second before releasing.
All right, Worms have finished out that pull. Team Udon, tank down.
Oh my god.
More deaths coming out now for Team Udon. Oh no, catastrophe. They were only 7 seconds slower on the first boss, but now they're going to be having 5 deaths at least here. I think 6, actually. They rezzed their tank.
It's the Forge Hands. I mean, it's kind of what we see pretty consistently from all the teams, is like the Forge Hands stack up an increased damage taken debuff on your tank over and over again, and
they're trying to recover this, but they're wiping. Oh, no.
Yeah. I mean, dude, they're non-elites, but they're by far the most dangerous mobs in this entire dungeon, which is why you see on the left side of your screen here, Team Worms. They're grabbing all this trash, and they have a bunch of Forge Hands in there, but their tank is actually just not face-tanking the pack. He just gets in there, gets threatened, he's like, these mobs have nothing to do with me.
Team Udon are trying to recover this as these mobs are chasing after their group. This is so brutal, and it looks like it is a full reset of most of these enemies. That is tough. Meanwhile, Worms heading into the boss now, and Worms just have to not wipe, and they will make their way into the upper finals. It is not a qualification to global finals just yet. There are only 2 teams that make it out of this group, so you actually have to win the upper finals or the lower finals to get to the global finals, is the way that this works compared to Group A or Group B, where you just have to make it to upper finals.
Exactly. And now Worms here. Dude, I keep getting baited by this lust every single time.
Yeah, me too. That Breath of Eon's fake lust. Always tricky. All right, so Worms working on these 2 bosses. You do want them to die at around the same time. They've done a lot more damage to the robot than to the caster.
This is typical because the caster likes to jump out almost immediately. So then they start hard focusing the caster for a little while after the damage has been done. And so this is a situation where I think it makes sense. It's the exact same thing that we saw from the other MDI teams in Group A and Group B of how their damage balance looks.
Yeah, if you can get a good proc of that Mayhem here, that can be really big for this Destro Lock 2-target damage. But it does look like damage on this pull primarily being carried by that Unholy, although most of that is just going to be when there was AoE, because they did pull a bunch of trash onto this. So we don't actually know what the boss damage is looking like here. That is another huge pull for the Aug Evoker as well. That was a great value Breath of Eons at the start of this. All right,
so we're not
Udon
going to power
attempting
infusion.
to recover. Oh, the recovery is not going to work.
Oh my god,
their tank
whoa.
goes down.
Dude.
Team Udon.
Oh,
this is just tragic for them.
I was looking at Worms' cooldown situation here. They actually just popped like pretty much all of their CDs. So they don't have their power infusion, they don't have the Infernal. They are going to have the Unholy Frenzy and the Demonic Transformation. Wait, is it Demonic Transformation? That's not the...
Dark Transformation.
Dark Transformation, yeah, Dark Transformation. I was like, wait a second, that's not right. And the Dark Transformation for the Unholy DK, but I mean, that's kind of all they're going to have here.
Yeah.
This is going to be... Are they doing all this trash in Skarmorak? I'm actually really worried if they're going to pull all this trash in Skarmorak.
I think you can. You've got your Unholy CDs. That's the main thing you need. Looks like their Warlock is low. Their Warlock is low from Burning Rushing.
Burning Rushing, yeah.
Love that.
So, and Disc Priest not known for being able to like
heal without combat. Okay, so they're skipping past this first bit of trash. It's going to be the Infernal Strike and then the Shadow Meld in a moment here. There's the Meld. Now their tank is super low. Oh, and they didn't succeed the skip.
Oh god, they failed the skip. What do you do here?
You just kill this pack. You just say, you know what? It's all good.
The Aug Evoker died to the Defiler, or not Defiler. What's this guy's name? He's a Defiler.
Yeah, the big mob.
Yeah, the big mob that does AoE, Big Ben.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, looks like they're setting up for a pretty big pull here. So I'm not sure what their plan was, because it certainly wasn't this. They didn't want that first pull in here. Maybe they were going to go into boss with the rest of it, but they certainly aren't now because that first pull is involved.
Yeah. Now their cooldowns are in a really weird situation. The DK ended up popping the...
DK popped.
I don't know.
So can you even go on to boss with the rest of the trash now, or do you have to do another small pull, is the question.
I'm not sure.
Because we have sort of 4 trash pulls left in this area.
I would probably play this slower.
Looks like they're doing it certainly slowly. And maybe at this point they know that Team Udon have had these wipes as well, and they know that they should just play it a little bit more safely.
He's a despoiler. I've remembered now what he is.
Yeah, here's a look as we full screen Team Worms. They are looking to probably go into boss with one of the side pulls after this, and then move the boss onto the other side pull mid-fight.
Okay, they're going to have everything on pull now.
Maybe just do everything. You do both these pulls with the boss. Could do.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of
actually be down.
But you have a lot of damage.
Most teams actually do more sketchy pulls with the boss, right. I think. So I think that you could actually just like completely take this into the boss with the despoiler even. Oh, it looks like they're going to be taking a little bit slower.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you need to do all this trash eventually, but you can do it half and half as the patrol does join in.
A little bit late.
A little bit of AoE comes out.
Yeah, I don't mind doing it half and half. This is kind of scary how they're tanking this pack though.
Yeah, a lot of danger for the tank here. That pain suppression being used. Looks like they've made it through the worst of this. And yeah, they are going to have a few of these crystals still alive. Ooh, 2 of them go off at once. Okay, they've managed to avoid the 3rd stack at least. And yeah, the boss is going to get quite a large shield right about now. As those crystals do die, and the boss has a shield for 30% of its health or something there.
I think it's fine.
It's fine.
On this. Yeah, like you're funneling your DK 6x to the buff. He should be able to kind of like deal with it. The Disc Priest also double dips on the damage and the healing properties of the buff as well. And so, assuming that you have the buff available, it should be okay. I think during a TGP or something like that, we're going to see teams at most only have 2 of those crystals up, but realistically only have 1 of those crystals up. But for an MDI situation, the shield is much lower since it is an 11, so it's kind of fine.
Yeah, as long as they can skip the next shield, it would be really good. I actually don't think they're on pace to, though.
Yeah.
So we're going to get a second fortified shell on the boss here.
I don't know. It kind of makes me wonder as to, like, did accidentally pulling that despoiler like mess with their CD timings and just like make them so much slower, because this is going to end up being a really slow stone vault.
3 explosions go off. That's going to claim the life of their warlock. And the next fortified shell does come out as well.
That's I wonder if that was due to mayhem.
Very possibly. Very possibly. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do. It just happens. All right, they are going to be eventually able to take down this boss. 2 deaths on the board now for Worms, so uncharacteristically sloppy from our tournament favorites. But things are still going well for them compared to the absolute disaster over on the right-hand side of the screen here. Team Udon, 19 deaths so far in this stone vault. Things could be going worse, but it would be hard. It's difficult to imagine how they could be going worse, but I don't want to say they couldn't be. All right, Worms heading into the end. Interesting. Worms are going to be skipping the first 2 mobs here with Shadow Meld once again.
I don't mind that. Where do you think they're going to lust?
Just last boss, I'd say. The question is, are they going to do trash on the last boss? No, they are going to do... maybe they do the inside 2 with lust on the boss. That's what I would do. No, they're hitting it right now, though. Here we go.
No. That's Augevoker lust.
Oh, they're hitting it not right now because that's Augevoker lust.
Dude, I've been baited so many times. He just keeps pressing the button that he has, and I'm just like, lusting. I'm like,
I mean, that's
not
when,
lust.
So I saw lust. I saw the lust light up, and I saw Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation. I was like, oh yeah, here we go.
Because it makes sense, because that's when they're pressing the breath, right? You're like, okay, this makes sense. And you're just like, wait a second.
So we saw Infernal. I think Lust is going to be on this Infernal for Worms. That's my guess.
Yeah. I feel like it kind of makes me wonder how much time they lost to that despoiler. I feel like they had to have lost a decent amount of time.
I feel like they're like a minute and a half or 2 minutes behind their fastest run here because of how much that interfered with their plan.
So the boss was slow, but I can't exactly put my finger as to why the boss was super slow. And it kind of makes me think as to like, did they lose like a bunch of offensive CDs to having that play that despoiler? Then they ended up just like not having it for the boss, and they weren't able to do like keep their rhythm as to like what they actually had planned prior. Because like I bet they were actually planning on playing those 2 charge mobs that were in the very beginning in the front of this area into that pack is what I'm kind of expecting that they were looking to do, and skipping that despoiler pool instead.
All right, last bit of trash going down here for Worms. That should be 100% trash, as that was their real lust as well here. A little bit of fake lust at the end as well from that Aug Evoker.
It's just bonus lust. It's not fake.
Yeah, bonus lust.
Exactly.
Lust, but just for me.
Exactly. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, the DK popping the Unholy Assault in the Dark Transformation a little bit late.
Yeah, not lining those up with the lust, unfortunately. These things happen, though. They
what do you
do
think
desync.
of their comp here? What do you think of their comp in this dungeon? I don't know.
It's an interesting comp. I think that the Aug Evoker, Destrolock, and Disc Priest synergize really well with each other.
I think it's too much AoE, though. Which is like a weird complaint to have, being like, oh yeah, you have too much AoE. But I think at some point they need to have like a funnel damage specialization or priority damage specialization. Either it be the Enhancement Shaman or the Assassination Rogue. I would be down with either one.
It is hard to sit both the Assassination Rogue and the Enhancement Shaman, in my opinion.
Exactly. Yeah. I think you need one at least.
There is so much synergy, though, between the non-Unholy DK parts of this comp, and then the Unholy DK just does it. It's a one spec synergy machine on the pulls that it's good at.
Well, I mean, we're gonna be able to look at the damage after this dungeon
overall,
concludes for the side of look at the overall for the side of Worms. I'm kind of expecting the DK to still be on the top overall, which means that like your Destro Lock is getting PI'd, but your DK's winning overall.
Yeah, the DK should be, or the Warlock should be contributing a lot of single target in those AUG, PI, Infernal windows.
All right.
Like, that is a really nice combo for single target even though we don't think of Destro as a single target spec, that is a huge single target combo on these bosses. They are going to stop the clock here. Worms are going to take this series 2-0 over Team Udon. They are going to make it through to tomorrow in the upper bracket. Extremely well played by the team that was indeed the overwhelming favorites coming into this weekend, or weekday, as it ends up being. Let's take a look at those damage meters, though. I am very curious about Team Udon's overall here, and most of Worms overall, though.
Look at the DK, man. It's just like, that's a chasm.
4.3 million DPS overall.
You're really telling me that we need this Warlock? Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, so you're saying just turn the Warlock and the Augavoker into single target damage, right? Like
two single target damage specs.
And Shaman.
Exactly. We just let the DK kind of full send the
I'd buy it,
AoE.
but I do think there is some, like, the single target being brought by this combo is also good.
I love the comp. I think it makes sense. I think it's so hard to actually get single target damage in dungeons. I think that single target damage is very overlooked in Mythic Plus dungeons, just generally speaking. And I think it's like super hard to be able to convert a bunch more AoE damage into single target damage. And I think that like anytime you can get more of it, you actually want it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, so that is Worms 2-0 over Team Udon. Team Udon not out of this tournament just yet. We will see them again tomorrow.
I think they're good. I actually think that they're pretty good. Again, kind of similar to what we saw from Word Optimization. It's got to be more consistent.
Yeah, that Stone Vault was not their finest work for sure. But the thing is, in MDI, a 5-death run and a 20-death run are often actually pretty similar things. Like, once you have those 5 deaths, it's very easy for things to cascade into 20 deaths.
Yeah,
that's
true.
Hoping to see improvement from Team Udon, though, as we continue in the weekend.
The difference is your friends will never let you live down a 20-death run.
That's true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. All right, so we will be moving into our next upper bracket game. We're going to play 3 more series in today's broadcast, and then we will play the remaining 6 in tomorrow's. Again, this is a rebroadcast not a rebroadcast. It's our first time seeing this.
It's not a rebroadcast. We're here live.
We are live, but this is these games were played a little bit over a week ago. We are going to see FT BZM versus Dolly Only. This is our other upper bracket series. Now, Dolly Only looked pretty good in their series, but they did have a tremendous degree of difficulty in the Grim Batol.
I think FTBZM looked a little bit better than Dolly Only.
I would be inclined to agree, yeah. I think FTBZM looked more consistent. They were playing a lot of really good, sound strategies in these dungeons. So
yeah,
my early guess, without having looked at the map pool, is that this should be FTBZM favored. If there's a Grim Batol that doesn't go banned, I will increase that to very FTBZM favored, because that Grim Batol looked rough. It is going to be a banned City of Threads, no Grim Batol in this map pool. We're going to start off 11? In the Necrotic Wake, and then move into the Stone Vault. Yeah, double 11s with a decisive +9 in that siege if we get to it.
I think there's going to be a wipe by one team in both of the first 2 maps. But it might not be the same team. It could be either team. But I think that there will be a wipe. Just the 11s... the 11s and what the dungeons are, the fact that it's Wake and Stone Vault, just make it so likely to actually be able to have a wipe.
Yeah, Necrotic Wake, though, on the other hand, this was a time trial map. Both these teams should be somewhat practiced in here. It wasn't at this key level, and I don't think it was with this affix either, so a little bit of difference, but I'm curious to see how we start off this dungeon. I also would really like to see a Priest on both teams. I think Priest is so good in this dungeon that I don't think you want to leave it at home.
Yeah. I think comps are going to be super interesting. I mean, I think this entire region has been playing a bunch of different stuff. FTBZM has been playing that same composition that they were playing with the mage, right? It was just like, what, Mage, DK,
yeah, Fire Mage,
Resto Shaman.
Yeah. So, but in this dungeon, I think you make some sacrifices to your comfort picks to get that Priest if you can.
Yeah. Do you think they will? They have their class colors.
They did
in their
lock in
logo.
their comp, but there is a Priest class color there. But we think
that's
it's their
the tank.
That,
that's the tank. Yeah,
we think. All right, let's
So
see what they've
it's like-
got cooked up for us in Necrotic Wake. Plus 11 here. Looking to see what comps are here. We could see a Shadow Priest as well. Could be the time for it.
Do you think their shaman's a cowboy?
I think they might be. Okay, here we go.
Oh, it's no priest on either end.
No priests on either team. We are seeing... So these are basically just the comps that these teams have been running in most dungeons, it seems
Yes,
like, right?
Dolly was playing the Holy Paladin in the Arakara that we saw last
Yeah,
time, right?
and they're going to play it in here as well. There's a lot of good bop opportunities in this dungeon for sure.
But okay, again, but is it the double
I think they played in
opportunity?
this dungeon too, right? Like they played in here and they won, I believe, earlier. Yeah, because the
feel like
other
all
team had like 20 deaths or something.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I feel like all the maps like kind of run together, but yeah, you're absolutely right. And dude, look at this on the left side of the screen.
Wow.
Here, FTBZM is able to pull Blightbone
20
into the first
million
pull.
DPS from their Destro lock.
Yeah, I
No
mean,
power
absolutely,
infusion, no AUG needed.
absolutely crushing this first pull. And on the right hand side of the screen, Dolly only is looking to do a much slower pull, doing 2 trash packs and then proceeding to pull the boss, where FTBZM is very quickly going to be able to dispatch with this boss.
Oh yeah, I mean this is such a
This is a
faster
huge time
strat
save.
for FTBZM.
Yeah.
FTBZM look like if they can avoid wiping, they should be like minutes faster than Dolly only.
Oh my god. How do we feel about the Fire Mage here?
Yeah, so
He's
this
Flame Strike
dungeon-
build.
Interesting. Okay, Flame Strike build. I think this is a good dungeon for just playing like single target fire. Oh, we have a death coming out
Oh.
here. Throw Cleaver combines with Wretch to take down their Resto
Dude,
Shaman for
he's-
FTBZM.
You know what's crazy? I actually didn't really see him die on my screen. Like, he actually onked so fast.
That's a good skill to have if you're a Resto Shaman out there.
it makes
that
me wonder, is it
instant
bound?
onk.
Do you bind onk?
I don't think so.
Or bind, like, take resurrection or something?
Maybe.
He was just so... He was just
That'd be a
back
good
into
keybind.
what
You just
was
macro that into all your buttons.
That sounds so
Nobody's ever going to
bad.
see you on the floor. Oh, another death here for FTBZM. Okay, so we liked their strategy. We liked the tempo with which they pulled this boss. Do we like it now that there are 2 deaths on the board for them?
I would take 2 deaths over what Dolly only have been doing.
Yeah, I mean, they are getting a lot more count in this area, our FTBZM, right? So there is that Gatekeeper doing a lot of raid damage, but the AMZ is going to help them mitigate that. So they do get the boss killed off here. The Affix is spawned as well. They do need to finish off this last mob before they can go forward.
I mean, look at the count difference, too.
Yeah, the count
I
is
don't know.
nice.
So they killed the boss over 30 seconds ahead, and they have 11% more enemy forces. I think you just have to be in favor of FTBZM here. They're killing the boss 30 seconds faster, right?
Yeah.
So it just like completely nullifies the death penalty. What are they doing? What am I watching?
All right, they're heading around the side there. We have
Where's their
Polymorph. So there's going to need to be a Shadow Meld here from somebody. It's going to be their DK.
Where is our mage?
Where is our mage? Off on a stealth mission of some kind, perhaps?
Where?
Oh, there's flame strikes happening. Okay. Maybe they pulled the Marauders with their mage. Where is the mage?
Am I blind? Like, I don't see him.
I've seen mage abilities. Oh! DK down to a Shadow Well, it looks like.
Oh no. You see
Okay,
mage?
the mage is just over to the left, maybe? Where? No?
What, is he desynced from the observer?
Maybe.
Does he polymorph the mob?
Yeah, I think that's the most... Well, but not getting healed. The mage is not getting healed, so maybe out of range somewhere?
No, he's getting healed now.
Okay, getting a little bit of healing.
No, he's got the bird out. Wait, where is
Yeah,
the
there's
mage?
a bird next to the warlock. Okay, so the mage just must not be loading in for some reason for our observer. I think that's got to be what's happening here.
That goes so hard. I was
That
just
is
like,
so
where?
cool.
Where is he?
We
I
thought
was
it was some
like-
cool tech, but yeah, it must just have been some kind of a observer issue.
Oh my gosh.
So FTBZM now have 3 deaths on the board, and Dolly only moving into their next pull already here. I mean, FTBZM looked faster, but are they enough faster to overcome these deaths? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know anymore about with the deaths. I mean, Dolly only's still pretty far behind in terms of count.
Ooh, FTBZM are looking to set up a skip here, I think.
So they gate their entire group across. And what? Their Demon Hunter's gonna...
getting
the
feared,
FTBZM actually body pulled the pack.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is gonna be a wipe. They're wiping.
This is the kind of wipe that costs you so much time. Not only have 5 people died, costing you an extra minute and 15 seconds of death timer, you're running back, and now you're running back without all of those, skip utility cooldowns that you may have committed, right? Gateway
there's our mage
on everybody.
Somebody picked all the way on the rage.
We have at least returned our mage to the corporeal realm.
But he doesn't have a health bar.
That's okay. We don't need that.
Okay.
The mages have 5 defensives. They don't need any help.
Wait, maybe he's just desynced to the start of the dungeon because look, there's a polymorph that's out there. Our mage isn't here.
So our mage is just not showing up for FTBZM. That's okay. That's all good. That's now we know, and knowing is half the battle.
That is really funny, actually. Dude, you and I are just like sitting here looking for the mage for 2 minutes.
Okay, so Dolly only with a little bit of a safer, steadier strat here. They're actually going to activate the shield on this pull, providing a 50% damage reduction, crucially for their tank on this pull. This pull does quite a lot of tank damage. Looks like they are going to be able to get through decently safely. And Dolly only, even though we think their strategy is maybe a little bit slower in here, this is going to be the second Necrotic Wake in a row that they'll be able to win by just not dying. It's a great strat.
I'm down. Like the consistency, it's kind of like we talk about during Group A and Group B, just being more consistent, having fewer deaths across the entire weekend. That's going to allow you to have a lot higher success chance. I mean, we saw it with the team like Ducks Can Fly, where some of the teams had better strats and then much faster strats in some instances even. But it just kind of proved that the fewer deaths that you can possibly have, the more likely you are to be able to win a map. And I think that a team like Holy Moly kind of really put that on display as well, where they just had like 0 deaths throughout like most of the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Especially as we move into these plus 11 keystones, the difficulty is so high that maybe sacrificing a little bit of speed for a little bit of safety is a good deal. Problem is then sometimes you run up against these teams like Worms, Perplexed, Mandatory, where they have speed and consistency. And if you're not trying to play for that speed, sometimes you just feel like the only way you win is if they make an uncharacteristic mistake. And a lot of our best competitors don't like being in that position, as we do have a death from a cleave on the Fury Warrior of Dolly only. That's going to be their battle as committed here.
Wait, does our Fury Warrior, is he wearing Ashbringer?
Looks like 2 Ashbringers to me, 2 corrupted Ashbringers.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He's him.
Pretty good, pretty cool. I think on Turnaround you can transmog any weapons you want, basically, right?
Yeah, you can mog into anything.
Yeah.
Two corrupted Ashbringers goes hard. That is sick.
That is a fashion statement for sure.
Wonder what chat would transmog. Probably something silly like the Wendigo Woolies.
I love the silly transmogs as well, yeah. Wendigo Woolies are great.
Well, cryptics who wore the sheep staff forever.
Yeah, the sheep staff.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Like an arcane mage, like
it's an arcane mage hidden artifact skin from Legion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great transmog.
I wonder what happened to FTBZM.
Yeah, they've been relegated to the. We've full screened them out of here.
The Chinese broadcast full screened them out. Oh no.
Yeah, things could certainly be going better for them. The important thing for FTBZM is to make sure that they don't let one map loss turn into a series loss, right? You've got to.
I agree.
You got to just shake it off after this one. And you've got to make sure you're staying close enough that if Dolly only make a big mistake, you're still in range to catch back up, which, unfortunately, they are just so far behind here with 13 deaths.
Where is it? How is FTBZM still here? Oh, wait, they wiped again.
Yeah, they're finally setting up, it looks like, this Shadow
found their
Gateway
mage.
skip.
Their mage is back.
Ah, maybe that's why they got full screen, just so that we could, like, reload the Observer or whatever.
Oh, that's probably right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Could be. Doing some detective work here. A little bit of behind-the-scenes insight into
that's why they hire us for the Chinese weekend.
Absolutely. Okay, so FTBZM trying to stay in this, but Dolly only already have that boss killed, already flying upstairs into the necropolis here. Let's see how big they decide to go here. We saw them do this in 2 pulls last time they were in this area. I suspect that's going to be the game plan once again for them, as they wait for that patrol to get into a good position here.
Yeah, I mean, they also have the anima orb here, too. I think you can actually pull a few more of these these caster modes. Oh my god!
Comes down from the Ellie Shaman.
The melee got... Oh, melee again?
Melee,
no, gore splatter went off.
Oh, gore splatter for Dolly only.
Okay,
Do you keep this going?
No. You wipe here and you're just like, whatever. Wait, we actually committed our anima orb to this. This is... Okay.
Indeed.
Herb has been called.
Oh, that's a lot of gore splatters. Oh, the drained fluid.
The drained fluid. I think
our fluids have been drained here. Dolly only. At least Ankh is back.
So Dreadnoughts.
Yeah, getting some good Ankh value here for sure. Our Dolly only.
I would have wiped. I don't
think
know.
they're gonna get through this.
Is it worth? Was it worth?
Oh no, it's not. It's so bad. It's so bad, Tuttles. It's all bad.
Okay. Good news is that they're... Wait, their demon heart died, and then he's... Do you take the battle res?
I think he might have. I think there was some miscommunication among the team. Some players, I think, wanted to reset that, and some didn't. And so some players who wanted to reset were just dying intentionally, but their tank wanted to keep it going and actually ended up using a B-res to try and make it happen, and they still reset here. So we are now equal on death timers with 13 deaths apiece for both FTBZM and Dolly only. But Dolly only still reasonably ahead.
This is why I've sworn off this dungeon for my weekly keys.
Yeah.
This dungeon is cursed.
Yeah, dude, that first pull when you get up to the Necropolis, no matter how few enemies you pull, there's always some way for it to go wrong. Okay, they are still decently ahead, though. Dolly only, even though they had a lot of deaths there, it was much less costly than FTBZMs because they didn't have to re-skip everything.
The run back is, I think, the crucial variable that was lost. Like, FTBZM had to run back from the very beginning of the dungeon twice, where Dolly only just... Well, they did chain feed to the pack, I think is the best way of describing it. They... Okay, our warrior's dead again, but it's okay. No harm, no foul. We're just... 15. They're still further than 15 seconds ahead. They're probably, what would you say, a minute and a half ahead or something like that?
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit more than that still. Maybe 2 minutes. It's definitely not a huge lead. You're not feeling great about it. Dolly only setting up a big pull. Yeah, if you wipe again, the door opens right back up for FTBZM. 14 deaths for Dolly only as well. So 15 seconds. Now in favor somehow of FTBZM. Dolly only have to be really careful from here. But the good news for Dolly only, the next 2 bosses and the gauntlet are hard, but they're capped, right? You can't just pull a bunch of extra trash onto any of that stuff. Oh, Gore Splatter goes off. Looks like they're going to be able to heal through it. But that was sketchy. Really not a spell that you want to allow to go off ever.
Oh, okay. So I figured out what their team name means. F stands for fire mage.
Okay.
T stands for tank.
Okay.
B stands for blue, shaman,
Okay.
restoration shaman. Z stands for zombie, death knight.
I thought you were going to say
M is upside down W for warlock.
Okay. That makes sense.
What did you think the Z was going to be?
No, I was worried it was going to be ZDPS.
Oh, no, Z zombie.
I
and
see.
M, upside down W for warlock.
I see. That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
I decoded it. I figured it out.
That makes perfect sense to me.
All right, now Dolly only here. Or onto the double throw cleaver mobs here, these assistants.
Yeah, unfortunately,
to...
one has died well ahead of the other here, so they're just going to have to single target this one down. These things happen, but...
I think, I still think they're probably a minute and a half ahead of FTBZM.
Yeah. Even with the extra death on the board, I think you are absolutely right. You can see FTBZM now getting into this spot. I mean, it's not a minute and a half anymore, I don't think. I think it's maybe 50 seconds.
It's both teams have spears.
Look at that. They don't have a priest, but FTBZM do have a mind control in form of of Control Undead here.
Oh, the Vanguard. Oh, dude, the Vanguard is that guy's giga damn. So most of the time for your Frost, you should do this in your live keys, by the way. This is just a good tip. If you're playing Frost, this guy, you take him from the very beginning of the dungeon, and he stacks up his Enrage up to 20 times and starts auto-attacking really hard. And your Risen Ghoul, that guy's a fraud anyways. That guy only does like 1% of your damage. But that Vanguard is a Chad, and he does like 5% of your damage.
Yeah, it's one of the strengths of Frost over Unholy. Unholy can't give up their Ghoul. Frost can. I mean, okay, technically Unholy can, but it's so bad. Whereas Frost doesn't care.
You can't do it as Unholy. You cannot do it as Unholy, but it's really good for Frost Decay. It's also probably pretty good for Blood.
Yeah, absolutely. Great option for Blood Decay, a spec that we have yet to see in the MDI, but perhaps one of these teams can bust that out. One of the few specs yet unseen in this season's MDI. We're down to just like 15 specs that haven't been played yet.
With 3 of them being Monk.
Yeah, the Monk specs. Just need a Mistweaver to save us.
Yep. Mistweaver's good.
It's good.
Dude, there's a Mistweaver on in high keys that's doing 18s right now. I don't know.
Spec's really good, yeah. I do think that there's a lot of the specs we haven't seen in MDI we will see in TGP, which is, so for those who haven't followed WoW Mythic Plus Esports, you're in for a treat later this season as we move to the Great Push, which is going to be high key pushing. A lot of a very different metagame than in these speedrun MDI keys. And this is our first season with both as well, which is sweet. I love both formats.
Dude, I love the Great Push, dude. I've been pushing a lot of keys on live. This is super sick. Anyways, moving away from that, Dolly only on the right side of the screen here. Have engaged Search and Stitch Flesh.
Yeah, so they are holding 2 spears. They're going to send one of them at this boss almost for surezies.
Do you lust this?
I would just try and send it home. I don't know if they have the damage for it, but I would try. Here comes CDs. There's the lust.
Save.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to make the lust push, you'd rather have it on last boss, I guess. But,
they didn't press it. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, maybe they're going to make this without lust. This boss is getting melted for Dolly only. Hang on.
Hold on. Let him go.
There's the first grip.
Wait a second.
This is just dying.
They got to get it to 5%. They're at 15% right now. 13% as the boss is getting lower and lower. 7%, 5%. They beat the escape. Oh my god.
Dolly only has so much damage. Oh my goodness.
Is Rep Paladin OP?
Is Rep Pally OP? I think maybe. I think Fury Warrior was doing a lot of that work as well.
Hold on. Look at the Rep Paladin though. 3rd place in HPS.
That's true.
Don't count him out.
A little bit of bonus HPS out of that Rep Pally. That's for sure.
Rep, by the way, does a ton of like group HPS. Not even just through like WOGs. I think it's just I actually don't even know where the HPS comes from.
There's Lightforged Blessing that they have.
That's what it is. It just like converts their damage to healing, right? Something
it's
weird.
like every time they do one of their abilities, it just as a little bit of a group heal. Yeah.
Yeah. That thing does like 100k sustained HPS or something absurd.
All right, so Dolly only on the last boss here, 70%. Meanwhile, FTBZM also on last boss, also sending in that Spear Lust combo. Will they be able to catch back up here? Remember,
well, they have 15 seconds.
They have 15 seconds. They don't need to beat Dolly only. They just need to be within 15 seconds at the end here. Dolly only having that first Dark Exile come out. FTBZM as well.
Whose comp do I like more here?
I think I prefer FTBZM's.
I mean, the Resto Shaman doesn't do damage to this boss.
Well, it's not that bad. I mean, it shouldn't be that bad on single target. It's a little bit lower than the Holy Paladin, it looks like, but it shouldn't be awful for this.
I mean, it's like 100,000 DPS difference. I don't know. I think it's going to come...
Yeah. We really want to see our mage not get targeted by Dark Exile, because the mage is such an awful target to be Dark Exiled.
When you come back, Vanguard,
you get full crit.
They don't count. They still have that Vanguard that's MC'd.
Dolly only
it's over.
Wait,
no, FTBZM. Okay. Yeah, this is over. Never mind.
So they need to release that Vanguard and have it die here towards the end of this boss.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be able to do that.
Well, the Warlock's coming back now with full crit.
You have to drop him now.
Yeah,
I don't know if they know that they don't have count.
I think they know. I think
this
guy's
part
of the plan.
Count. This guy's 6 count though. This guy's like way more count than you need.
He's going with their DK. The DK got Dark Exiled. Oh no. Okay, yeah, this is catastrophic. There's no way they can do this in 15 seconds because Dolly only have stopped the clock here. They have all the count they need. 15 seconds now of death timer advantage for FTBZM to try and overcome here. So it is 22:39 that they need to beat to equalize here. They're going to be so heartbreakingly close, but just barely not enough. It's going to be Dolly only advancing despite 14 deaths on the board to a 1-0 lead in this series.
This is a very, very close series between these two teams. I feel like these are evenly matched.
I think you're absolutely right as well. I mean, that could hardly have been closer. That was a few seconds separating those two at the end there.
That was...
It's crazy, actually, with the size of the mistakes for FTBZM.
I know.
That they were that close. I think FTBZM are faster substantially. Like, I think they're like 2 minutes faster strategically.
I agree.
But then they had much, much more costly mistakes in that run, right? Even though the death timers were the same, their deaths came at much worse times.
I think Stone Vault is going to be pretty tough. I think that Stone Vault is going to be a situation where, again, kind of similar to the Necrotic Wake, where it's going to kind of come down to like what team has fewer mistakes. I think that for FTBZN, they just need to make sure that they continue to have 0 mistakes. And then right off the bat, was that a Moonkin? Or is that a Feral Druid? Do we get another bingo?
I hope it's a Feral Druid. It's in cat form right now. It's feral! It is feral! Oh, I was memeing, but it's here. It's happening. All right.
You were memeing about wanting it, or?
No, I was memeing about it maybe being feral, but it is actually the Feral Druid for Dolly only. Wow.
Where's their Red Paladin?
Oh! Their Fire Mage does go... Fire Mage on both teams, Tunnels! We have 2 ones! The only thing the teams agree on is Fire Mage and Resto Shaman. What a time to be alive.
This is a very unconventional comp by both teams, I would say.
Sweet. So, Feral Druid. How familiar are you with the Feral Druid damage profile?
I haven't played much Feral this expansion. I played it a decent amount in Dragonflight, and they didn't change it didn't change it much from Dragonflight to this expansion.
There's one crucial change for Feral from Dragonflight to this expansion, which is you no longer get Tiger's Fury resets when stuff dies, which is absolutely game-changing for how the spec feels in big AoE and how it plays in big AoE. It has phenomenal burst AoE. That is a huge niche of the Feral Druid.
Are they still playing like Apex Predator?
Yes, but that got nerfed in the middle of Dragonflight. So
I remember that getting nerfed. That was an unfortunate nerf. That was their funnel, kind of.
Right. They are still decent funnel as a result of that. So for those who don't know, the Apex Predator's carving makes rip damage have a chance to make your next Ferocious Bite free and deal max damage, like deal damage as if you spent full combo points on it. In big AoE at the start of Dragonflight, you'd have rips on everything, and then you just be proccing this every second. Nowadays, it has a diminished chance per rip to apply, so
That's
you
sad.
do get more of them in AoE, but not much more of them anymore.
That's really sad. That was actually one of the coolest talents I'd ever played with.
It is very cool, yeah. And they do actually have... So Berserk got changed a little bit going into this expansion as well.
I remember reading that as well, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. When you're Berserking, you get these... Wow, look at that debuff as well. It looks like he's playing the Ritual Knife trinket, which is very
The Shadow
interesting.
Binding Ritual Knife? Wait,
Yeah,
who
I
is?
saw the Feral Druid for Dolly only. I saw that debuff on his frame a little bit ago. The
Oh,
Shadow
really?
Binding Ritual Knife, which... Yeah, there
Oh
you
my
see
god, it
again.
is!
So, it's an interesting choice because on live servers, I think it's pretty good. On Tournament Realm, you can have any Myth Track trinket you want at 639.
This
But
is capped
Shadow
at
Binding Ritual
626.
Knife, it caps out at 626, yeah, because it's a
Yeah.
Delve trinket, so you can't get it on the Myth Track. So it is only a 626, so that's an item level loss, but it is a nice stat stick.
Dude, I've watched Meteos play Feral a little bit on live. What I will say, just from like watching it, the only thing that I have to say about like the damage profile as well is it does like a lot more AoE, but I think it has a little bit less priority damage than some of the other like super top tier options for live keys. But I think for an MDI, like its AoE is very, very competitive with some of the top tier specializations. And I mean, dude, look at their single target right here. He's actually doing 1.35 million single target. Maybe this guy's just the god of Feral and Ret Paladin.
Yeah, Feral's sick. It's cool. I love to see this. It's a very, very interesting choice. FTBZM, though, are going to be the
FTBZM
first...
is so much faster.
Yes, FTBZM are faster in a generational way here as they make their way into this next pool. But you got to remember, Dolly only won the last map because FTBZM bit off more than they could chew and wiped. Will that happen to them again? This is a very dangerous part of this dungeon.
Okay, not to be a hater, why is Dolly Only's mage only doing 700k DPS?
Well, so Zyro earlier did say fire sucks XDD.
Well, but FTBCM's mage is like the greatest or something.
Well,
then.
it's going to depend on when the boss gets pulled, right? Because like your fire mage, if your fire mage is spec'd into AoE, and you pull the boss right after all your CDs have finished, and you're now just doing some kind of anemic single target to the boss, it'll look bad on the details, even if you're doing good overall. We'll have to check with the overall damage meters at the end of this run, because the fire mage is in third for both teams right now.
Yeah. But they give 5% intellect. Or actually, no, they got nerfed. 3% intellect.
Yeah, also, Dolly only providing intellect to a Feral Druid and a Fury Warrior, not specs that really need it.
Oh. Dude, their Prot Paladin's also Yeah, he's going to have to drink after this pull.
Yeah, so Prop Pally these days, when they play the Lightsmith Hero Talent Tree, which is the primary one, they get a bunch of free Word of Glories. Now, when we say free, it's the kind of free where you're watching an infomercial and it's like, free, just pay processing and handling. And the mana cost is the processing and handling. You have to still pay that on your Lightsmith Word of Glories. So you get the holy power for free, you don't get the mana, and you can see...
he's drinking.
The tech is sitting down to drink for Dolly only. Oh, dude.
You want some good tech for at home? Oh god, if you drink mage food at the same time that you drink the Belladar's bounty, it doubles up and gives you double drinking, and so it will top your mana in like 10 seconds or like 7 seconds or something like that.
Oh, that's really good.
Dranos looks in actual pain watching the paladin drink. He's just like, wow, this is unfortunate.
Dude, whenever you're in the group and somebody's like, oh, do you guys need to stop to drink before the next pull? And your healer types no and your tank types yes. That's not a good spot to be in, man. It's not.
Dude, one of the healers that I've been playing with is re-rolled from Resto Shaman to Disc Priest, and the tank is re-rolled from Prot Warrior to Prot Paladin, and our healer has never asked us to stop to let them drink, and our Paladin tank is literally stopping after every other pull to drink, and it is crazy to me that they have to drink all the time.
It is very, very funny, though. Okay, so one thing that has gotten lost a little bit in the sauce of this discussion is that Dolly only are actually heading to Skarmorak second, whereas FTBZM...
I don't hate it.
So the problem with this is that if you go Master Machinist second, you can activate the versatility buff in this dungeon, and you get 10% verse for 10 minutes, which is really nice. But Dolly only are going to be getting that a little bit later, maybe for better CD timings by going Skarmorak second? I'm not sure.
I think that just in general, the conventional wisdom would say that like going to the Master Machinist wing and getting that 10% versatility buff and giving yourself just like a more optimal second lust timing potentially should be slightly better for FTBZM. But I feel like for Dolly only, I don't really hate the strat that they're doing. It does come across as a little bit slower. But I think that for them, the game plan is simple. Make sure that you do not die under any situation and be able to capitalize on FTBZM's mistakes. I think for FTBZM, they are a team that should be like a decent amount faster than Dolly only if you're looking at just pure time trial times. So like the way that FTBZM loses is if they make that mistake, and Dolly only just needs to be in a position to be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened for Dolly only, not just in this series, but in last series as well. We saw from them a lot of opportunities to capitalize on the mistakes of your opponents. FTBZM nearly done here with this Master Machinist, though. And then we'll see if they can get that big Skarmorak pull going. Cauterize not available for their mage. Dolly only, on the other hand, do still have that valuable resource. As they get involved with this Skarmorak pull. They are going to get a Lust in that Master Machinist area potentially at this pace as well, which could be very valuable. Obviously, that means you're going slowly through the dungeon, which isn't great, but you could get a really good Lust over there.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like you want to Lust the last boss, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
How big is FTBZM going to go is the question here. They're a little bit light on count, so I actually think they have to play this first Despoiler in the Skarmorak wing. I guess in theory you can actually skip it if you want to play the two mobs that are in front of the final boss, the Voidweaver Iric wing. Oh, they've already killed the Despoiler pack. Okay, I see what's going on.
Yeah,
here.
they took it over with them into the left.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
So how big are they going to go here?
Yeah, they don't have Lust yet. If they wanted to try and use it.
I could be down for a triple here. I don't think they have to just like full send into the boss. They're like really far ahead.
Yeah, they are just going to grab this. Ooh, even with these mobs, their tank is in some jeopardy already. Sigil of Silence comes out. They have a mob casting in the back. Ooh, we have a death for Dolly only. That's going to equalize our death timers at 1 apiece on Skarmorak here. B-Res is available. Will it be committed? Yes, it will be. 2 deaths on the board, actually, for Dolly only.
Have you played Paladin, the Pro Paladin?
Yeah.
This expansion? Why can't they battle res fast?
So it costs Holy Power, which is tough. You are often cycling through your Holy Power as you're getting it, so you need to build again, and then oftentimes you also, if you would be using your Holy Power on a res, you're then going to be dropping Shield of the Righteous, so you need to prep for that. It can be very hard to cast that res, yeah.
I've noticed it like a few times where it's just like somebody dies and the prop paladin is a bit slow to res, especially compared to something like a Blood Death Knight or like even like a DPS DK. They can kind of get you resed up rather quickly, and then it's just like the paladin is a bit slower, but I can never figure out exactly why.
All right, Dolly only are going to be able to kill this boss.
Does FTBZM lust this boss? What do you think?
I'm just holding it, I think. Like this comp, you don't have Infernal up. I'm holding it for last boss, I think, if I'm FTBZM.
Okay.
All right, Dolly only do still have to head to that Master Machinist wing, so they are a full boss wing behind, basically, FTBZM. FTBZM, though, are taking it pretty slow and steady as they are fighting 1 trash pack at a time. Oh, there we go, boss getting added in as I say it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
Oh my god, the DK's taking the boss. Okay,
that's okay, we got plate armor.
Taunt.
Our tank only has leather armor. If you think about it, the DK should really be the one doing this tanking.
The DK does quite often.
Yep.
I've seen DPS Death Knights tank some egregious stuff. In the first boss of Dawnbreaker could be like tanked by a DPS Death Knight.
Yeah, they are quite tanky, especially when they know they're about to get hit. Okay, so the trash is now mostly dead for FTBZM. We do have 3 of these crystals.
Oh, they lusted.
2 of them are going to die here simultaneously.
Look at
Dolly only
lusted.
Yeah, they lusted the big pull in the Machinist wing, as I was expecting, given the pacing through the dungeon. That's why they went Skarmorak and then Machinist, I guess. But I don't know. I feel like this pull, it doesn't seem big enough to warrant the lust being used for this. I guess it's quite big. Maybe this is worth.
I don't know. I think we've seen teams. I mean, we saw FTBZM do the exact same pull without lust.
Yeah, this is certainly a slower and safer strategy on the side of Dolly only. The problem for them is that they are still having deaths here as we now have our Feral Druid go down for Dolly only, the 3rd death. So their strategy is slower than FTBZM, and they're playing it less cleanly.
FTBZM, I think we're going to get 1 more shield here in just a couple of seconds. If they could beat this, this would be optimal, but it looks like, yeah, that shield's going to be coming up in the bosses at 11%
Ooh, that's
HP.
a large shield on the bosses. Well, that's not that big, actually.
That's not that big. You're just kind of praying for Reaper's Mark to crit anyways.
Oh, yeah, that boss is absolutely melted. Never mind. FTBZM lost very little time to that shield. Nice work.
Fine.
Now they head to the end of the dungeon, and this is all they need to equalize the series. They're going to leave that Devour debuff on their Shaman for a little bit here. And then get that 5 stack. Nice.
For Dolly only, our Feral Druid has finally made it back.
Yeah. Things have been going pretty poorly for Dolly only. FTBZM setting up this meld skip now.
Well, I don't even know if it has. I feel like their strat for this dungeon is just slow.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I wonder if they've got something cool planned for the end here that would sort of explain this whole thing. I kind of doubt it.
But yeah, I'm doubtful. Especially with the lust and stuff, I don't know. FTBZM here, on the other hand, looking pretty good here. They end up actually pulling that 3-pack into this Rock Smasher. It's actually very dangerous and pretty annoying. So more often than not in this comp, like this season, you'll have like the Enhancement Shaman like solo the totems. I actually don't know who kills totems in this comp.
Yeah, I think it's probably your Frost Death Knight being forced,
That feels so bad for
or your
Frost
Vengeance Demon Hunter. I mean, your Mage really can't swap onto them quickly. Your Warlock can if they like. You can do it with the Conflagration, so it can work.
I mean,
But-
you can. Oh gosh, I get, dude. Your mage really can't hit them that well, can they?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mage is like the worst way to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think it's ideally it would be your Destro lock if they have like a conflagration ready. You can maybe kill it with a conflagration into a chaos bolt or something.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like mayhem havoc on something, you can like conflag it, and it's just like not too much of a loss. It's not like the end of the world, but yeah, that does sound really weird because those totems actually don't have that much HP.
Yeah.
It's,
The problem is like even Vengeance Demon Hunter doesn't do a lot of damage to them because big globals
Yeah.
like Spirit Bomb don't hit them.
it's like the totem has like 100,000 health, and it's like
Yeah.
it's really, or, you know,
I think you
it's
actually
pro-
just have
it's
to
probably
tap
like
and obliterate into it as the Frost DK. Like I
it's
think
probably like
that's it.
300,000 health is the thing. It's not actually 100,000.
Okay, so Lust popped by FTBZM, but they didn't even pull the boss. Lust is still rolling as they move into the boss here. Infernal's still active as well, but it is
for
now going to
timer,
end.
for timer, what they've just done is slow. For
Yeah.
safety, I'm more or less okay with it. I don't think it's like the end of the world.
I agree. All right, so we just have to finish off this boss. FTBZM are like 4 or 5 minutes faster here, I think, than Dolly Only. Even though Dolly Only's run hasn't been disastrous, I think you're right. It's been a little. It's been less clean than FTBZM's run, and it's just a lot slower strategically.
Yeah. FTBZM here is going to be able to finish off this boss. What is the next dungeon that we even have? This one's as good as over. Oh, it's a Borealis 9. Oh, gosh. I feel like for this, Dolly only... Oh, gosh. I feel like Dolly only probably needed to win the series 2-0, looking at the map. Cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty worried here for Dolly Only as we move into that next game.
Because FTBZM has like faster strats, and so then you kind of hope that they're going to be wiping in some aspects. And so I actually think that like the double 11s with the Necrotic Wake and the Stone Vault really was actually pretty good for Dolly Only. You're just trying to play upset, try to play as consistently as possible, make sure that they're not like wiping to anything major. You know, you can have a couple deaths here and there. You're kind of hoping that FTBZM just makes like a big mistake. Ooh, the Shaman on the side of FTBZM actually just walling and tanking that frontal. Actually really scary.
Yeah? That's what Wall's for. Don't want to move.
I was surprised he lived that. I'm going to be straight up. Even on 11, that seems like... I would assume that did one-shot level damage.
All right, with that, it looks like the last couple points of damage coming over the finish line here for FTBZM. They're going to be stopping the clock here at a 16:44 in Stone Vault, tying up the series 1-1. Not the best dungeon, I think, for either team. There are a couple of concessions to safety even from FTBZM, but it's good enough. It's going to take them into a game 3, a decisive game 3.
Let's look at this mage. I'm interested in seeing the mage on both sides, like how much damage it's realistically doing. For FTBZM, the mage is actually in second place in DPS, actually out DPSing the Frost Death Knight, which is I think it's pretty good.
Oh, Tettles. Oh, the damage meters on the other side are not good here for the mage.
No way. There's no way, man. He lost to the Prot Paladin? What?
Oh, it's bad. It's not good at all, Tettles. Oh no.
All right, roll the next map. We're going to to the Siege of Borealis.
Is this a mark against Fire Mage or is this a mark for Prot Paladin? Prot Paladin does a lot of damage.
So Prot Paladin does a lot of damage. Wings, I've seen on specific trash packs Prot Paladin out DPS. Now, not for overall. It's not like that close, I don't think.
It was a bit of a struggle there for sure.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like that, I don't think Fire's that bad, is it?
I don't think that run wasn't perfect. There were
We're back to
Red
Paladin. Their team has gone, you're not allowed to play Fire Mage anymore. You're actually going back to Red. Fire has too many buttons for you. Go back to the Red Paladin.
All right, Dolly only huge pull to start things off. Same with FTBZM. Dangerous pull for both teams here.
I hate this. It's double Enforcer and Iron Tide Raider. This is actually so scary for Dolly only. They can actually pretty reasonably wipe to this pull if they get gripped at the wrong time when the Enforcer shout is going off. Basically, this first
in danger as well. Ice Cold committed by their mage. Looks like they're going to be able to survive so far. Last couple of mobs going down for them. Dolly only, though, like you said, in a lot of danger here as well. That fire really obnoxious on the ground as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Tar Bombers are pretty annoying. First off, they do incidental damage on players that they do their bomb throw on, but they also will clutter up the ground, like you're saying, and especially if you're trying to line the Enforcers or line the Iron-Tide Raider, Iron Hook, it can actually just, like, you know, clutter up your safe spot or clutter up your line position.
All right, so both teams able to get the same count, basically. Actually, one more count for FTBZM, one more of the little guys in on that pull. And it looks like they're both on a similar strategy here.
No lust pressed for either team. Ooh,
Yeah,
Invis potions for FTBZM.
Okay. Looking to get this boss engaged as soon as possible.
Oh, both teams pressing their Invis pots there. Oh, interesting.
Oh, trash pulled for FTBZM. I think not exactly how they were planning for this to go. They are going to group everything up, though. Good recovery. Dolly only getting an affix spawn. Yeah, we do want to get that boss pulled soon, but you got to be careful because if you get gripped in on this boss by this trash, it can be very, very lethal.
I will say I also kind of hate the comp that FTBZM is running for this specific situation if they wanted to pull like the trash and the boss. Because they're playing triple ranged, there's a couple of key, like say their Warlock gets targeted, they're actually never killing that trash pack.
Yeah.
So I think that they have to play it kind of solo. But the downside is then that they aren't able to actually get the lust into the boss. Oh, that was a good port by their Warlock, actually getting the bomb.
Nice.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, we got the bomb. We got the bomb. That's perfect.
Ooh, and that bombardment's going to hit the boss as well, I think. Bang!
Is that going to cancel his...
No.
Okay. It was too...
Because it was during the stun anyways.
Yeah, okay, so it's not going to be fixated onto the tank.
It looks like it's, correctly refixated.
Yeah, it is fixated onto the Warlock Incident's frame.
Yeah, nice. All right, it goes into the next bomb. Lots of trash spawning here, but they should be able to just murder this boss.
Boss looks dunzo here. This is, FTBZM is just absolutely annihilated this boss.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Dolly only not far behind this time either. So they are going to try and hit that last bomb. They actually need to go soak one with their tank. But the second bomb went into the boss at least correctly. FTBZM into this next trash pull. Remember, this is a +9 key. These are +9s are the lowest keys we have in this tournament. So this is the fastest, the most speedrun aggression key that we have.
Yeah, so we've seen this dungeon at pretty low levels a couple of times, and more often than not, you're just kind of looking at offensive CDs. That's what you're looking at most of the time. And the moment that the offensive CDs come up for both of these teams, just expect them to do a very large pull into a boss. For FTBZM, I think like next time they have Breath of Syndragosa and this Infernal, we might be looking to just like take the entire trash pack into the boss. And they actually might keep the Infernal and the Breath of Syndragosa even desynced, so they can have something that's a bit more consistent and a little bit less lopsided damage profile-wise.
Yeah, they've got these snipers and that spotter. As the affix is choosing now to spawn.
That's not bad. I think the time on the affix spawn's like mostly okay.
They do probably want to finish off this spotter before moving forward. Unfortunately, it is not cooperating and has run backwards. Does happen from time to time. Dolly only a little bit behind here. Maybe 20 seconds now in favor of FTBZM, so not a huge lead at all. Oh, a death for Dolly only on their rep pally. That is not good in the slightest. Birez being committed to try and recover this. Oh wait, maybe the regular res actually.
Oh yeah, you're right. How did it? Maybe their Holy Paladin wasn't in combat or something?
Holy Paladin didn't get combat, I think, which is good.
That's
but
lucky,
also bad.
Yeah. Okay, so next for FTBZM, look at this. Infernal, Breath of Syndragosa is up in, I don't know, probably 15 seconds, something like that. And then the Combustion are going to be available, and they are doing a mega trash pull. I suspect this is going straight into the boss here. I think it should go into the boss.
Death for FTBZM on their Shaman. Instantly onks.
That's good.
Was that actually a death even? I'm doubting myself now. It was so fast. Maybe it was just one
death
HP.
counter. The death counter didn't increment.
It does.
Okay, never mind. Now it does.
Incremented. Yeah, it's a little bit of a delay on that. Last Resort now popped on FTBZM's tank. They've got to be really careful here. This is a sketchy pull. The bleed is now on their tank as well.
I feel like they've had a pretty bad time of actually getting this trash pack up. This is. I think this was a situation where this was scary because the trash never really came in all the way, and so then it became really suspect because of it.
Yeah, this is extremely sketchy for FTBZM. They should be grateful to escape this with their lives. That could have very easily turned into a full wipe.
It's crazy that you don't think that the Restoration Shaman's worth a life.
I mean, they should be glad that they got out of here without it being a wipe, right? With just the one death.
Yeah.
They are going to
who are we
summon.
summoning?
So the Restoration Shaman didn't onk. They released, it looks like, and they're going to try and speed this up with the summon. All right.
What?
A little bit of a time loss, I would say. This could be a big opportunity for Dolly only to actually get this boss pulled first, as FTBZM do get that summon going. But yeah, Dolly only into the boss first. Oh, this is going to be so close here. A little bit more trash still alive for Dolly only as well. We'll see if they can bring these Curse Blades in on the boss, or what the plan is with them. They could just leave them alone as well.
You can also, do you know you can Thunderstorm this boss and
Yeah.
knock it up with Tail Swipe?
Yeah, a lot of movement effects work on this boss. It has an interesting mechanic where you can affect it with a lot of movement impairing effects, and you actually need to, because if you don't impair the boss's movement, it'll disengage around and cast Gut Shot, which is way more damage than the rest of its abilities.
You need a snare on the boss to be able to make sure that it doesn't Gut Shot you. Fortunately enough, a lot of hero talents, like a ton of hero talents, have passive slows attached to them. But if not, you can apply something like a hamstring to the boss, I guess.
Yeah, really hoping to not have to press something like Chains of Ice or Hamstring or something on this boss. But yeah, like you said, almost every class or spec has at least an option. You maybe just need to check your talents and be like, oh, I should make sure I take Moonfire Slow or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like the Moon Bear has Moonfire Slow 20%, which is like plenty. That really works perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be a big slow, just anything that impairs the movement.
Yeah.
All right, both teams working on the last intermission there. It's going to be FTBZM, despite pulling the boss second, but actually get back on the boss first here.
I think FTBZM are still in the lead.
They got
even
a lot
with
of
the
damage.
15. Yeah, I feel like they're just like a little bit faster. To get their pull started, they're faster to actually... Oh my gosh, Dolly Only's tank just stands in the bombardment. I thought he was dead for sure. He was pressing Feldev and just stood there and face tanked.
It's worth it. I'm not canceling Feldev.
Well, you can't. That's impossible.
Yeah, you can't actually cancel it by moving. You have to hit escape.
Well, you can't cancel it because if you ask your Venge Demon Hunter if you can cancel it, they tell you no.
Exactly.
Wait. Oh, Dolly Only's got the double bops. Look at this. Their Demon Hunter tank doesn't actually take any damage from the archer shooting range.
All right, big pull coming out here for both teams. This could be a pivotal one. A lot of damage on this pull. Choking Bubbles casts as well. Really need to be interrupted. One goes on to FTBZM's healer.
It's Choking Water.
Choking Waters.
Choking Bubbles.
That's a good call. Bubble animation around your head.
See, that's what I'm saying, man. We just don't have the names of the abilities on the screen. So we just like say stuff.
Oh, those big smashes as well, doing a lot of damage to FTBZM. The big hurdy stick on ground ability.
Crushing Slam, yeah.
Crushing Slam, as I was saying.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Yeah, FTBZM finish off this trash pull a little bit ahead of Dolly Only now. They're going to move in for another big pull here. So far, so good. This pull should be a little bit less sketchy than that one.
I actually think that this pull is actually really sus because then you have those... oh gosh, what are those mobs from Freehold that put the plague on you, that disease? They make it to where you actually can't be healed, and it's like a stacking dot. I actually think that these I want to say they're like Lightfoots or something like that.
Death!
Those
Dolly
ones are
only.
really
Tank
really
down!
sus. Oh my gosh, what did he die to?
I don't
What is that
recognize that icon. I'm not sure what that would have been. This is not good at all, though, for Dolly Only. FTBZM now charging forward through the dungeon. These are the annoying snipers and spotter here, so they're going to skip past this with Invis Potions.
Invis Potions again, nice.
And now into one pull. Are we heading into the left with the boss? It looks like we probably are here. Bell Devastation.
We don't have Lust. We also don't have our Breath of Cindergrosa in our Infernal.
Okay, maybe we're not going to boss.
Yeah, I feel like we should
maybe
just
once
wait
Infernal's
for a
up,
second.
we'll pull this boss. That could be the vibe.
I could be down for that. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. The problem is like whenever you have these commanders here, they do just like so much damage to you from their charge, and so like you can't realistically have two of them up, especially with the breakwater hits at the exact same time. You can just like die 100 to 0. Maybe you can if you have all of your offensive Ts and you can guarantee that only like 2 or 3 of them go off in total.
but it's not something that you really want to bank on.
All right, they have got the boss engaged. The Lust is going to be up in 55, but I think at this point you're holding it for the last boss. Again, look at the count here for FTBZM, 89%.
So they go back and they do the summon
They're going to do the
strat.
snap summon strat.
So there's one more trash pack in the room that they play. Even if they played all of the trash count that's in this room, I think it's only about 8%. So they play that one commander pack with the wave shaper that's off to the side, and that's going to give them, I want to say it's like 4 or 5% enemy forces, and so that's not going to be enough.
It's not enough,
They do the thing that we saw from Dragonflight Season 3, where they use like the Warlock summon with the Sigil of Flame tag, except the summon thing. That tech, we're going to see that again, and they're going to snap some of the monkeys into the back, like the Buccaneers and whatnot.
Yeah, cool strategy. Is it a
I think
time
it's slow.
save?
No,
I don't think so.
I think it's pretty slow. I think it's really cool to watch, but I don't think it's.
I would agree. I think it is bad, but cool.
I don't even think you could do it on live. I think it would be bad on live even. It's one of those situations where, even on live, I don't even think you want the Buccaneers. Like I don't think you want the Banana Rampage on the boss.
I think it's good if the key level is like 11, 12, or 13 maybe. And then as you get higher than that, it starts to be sketchy for survivability. And lower than that, I think you just don't want to waste the time of moving through the dungeon like that.
I can believe that. So look at this. Look at their Demon Hunter. So he's going to mount up here. He's going to Sigil of Misery the snipers, but the Spotter's still going to be in combat with him, so he's going to have to actually meld off the trash pack. Actually, he's just going to Infernal Strike away, and then he'll meld off. It's like not even that big of a deal. And so this pack... Oh, is the Destroyer on the pack? I actually couldn't see before the Observer ported away.
Yeah, meanwhile, the rest of the group has to get through this gauntlet, which is taking them much longer than you would hope. They do eventually stop that RP, and they will now get their Summoning Stone down.
Have you ever heard the story of the tortoise and the hare? Slow and steady wins the race, Stratnos.
That's true, although I think that in this map, FTBZM, which are definitely more of the hare in this matchup, are looking good against Dolly Only's tortoise. Ooh, danger there on their tank.
It's Sigil of Flame, and then you accept the summon, and then the mobs will port here in just a couple of seconds. Now, snapping is really weird since Dragonflight. The mobs don't immediately become actionable, so your DK is quite worried about getting meleeed by these mobs. Now, he is a DK, so it doesn't really matter, but in certain situations, you should actually be pretty concerned. The Bloodlust is pressed. You see the DK on the left side with the Breath of Sindragosa just teeing off on all this trash and the Demolishing Terror. And on the right-hand side, we saw the Mage and the Warlock just completely annihilating that Gripping Tentacle. And now FTBZM still has some of these Buccaneers alive as they are going into the second phase of Vic Goth.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Just bringing them with them. No, they're aware that the thing that's going to stop the clock here is killing these tentacles, right? So the trash is just getting cleaved down. We don't care too much about it. It does mean they have to look out for these bananas, though.
It's pretty annoying. Like, your DK is mostly fine. He can press IBF, he can AMS and soak the bananas. It's pretty obnoxious as your tank, though, to have those banana rampages going off on top of you.
Those random stuns can be super lethal.
Blizzard... It's been decided whenever we brought back Siege of Borealis that we needed more bananas from the Banana Rampage. And so they just, like, look at this. They just litter the playing field.
Yeah, gotta be careful as you run out of there. Ooh, a stun actually landed on their mage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's so easy to just get stunned by those dumb bananas.
Meanwhile, Dolly Only are on this boss, but they do not have the time to catch up to FTBZM, I fear.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one's going to be over. FTBZM, they looked really scared in the Necrotic Wake. It looked like Dolly Only was going to be able to maybe take it out. But FTBZM, able to turn it around, looked pretty good in the Stone Vault. Looked actually really good in the Siege of Borealis, all things considered. No real complaints about their routing in this. And they are going to be able to down this dungeon and be able to reverse sweep 2-1. Now, they have been playing the exact same composition, which we think, Dratnos and I think, is going to limit them later on in this weekend. But overall, they are making it further into the upper bracket, and they're going to be facing off against Worms tomorrow.
Yeah, well played by FTBZM. Dolly Only not out of it yet either, though. We will be sending them down to the lower bracket, where they will also get the chance to play again tomorrow. But these two teams are both done for the day. FTBZM with an impressive reverse sweep.
Is it weird that we keep saying tomorrow, even though like a week and a half ago?
9 days ago, tomorrow, potato.
Yeah, we're going to watch them tomorrow.
Exactly. That's the end of that series, though.
Yeah, we have 2 more lower bracket games still ahead of us.
We do,
so
yeah. We are going to start our our lower bracket gauntlet of pain, of eliminations. Always my favorite part of an MDI weekend is when we do get to these elimination series. All right, so here is a look at that bracket. So we are going to see the first 2 matches of our lower bracket today, and then we will move into tomorrow where we will see the remaining 6 matches of our bracket. So 2 elimination series. Starting off, we will have Champion of Strength versus OneForAll. Champion of Strength are our 8th seed.
Yeah.
So they are certainly the underdogs here.
I thought that Champion of Strength looked a little bit better than OneForAll. OneForAll was the team that had the Grim Batol mishaps and whatnot earlier, where Champion of Strength, I feel like even though they got completely smoked by Worms, personally it felt like they looked just a little bit better there in that matchup.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah, I do think they looked pretty good, especially when you're coming into one of these tournaments as such an underdog. You often don't want to over practice for your first series if you think you're likely to lose it, right? Like, you want to be looking at the maps in the lower bracket and planning a run down there as well.
That's fair. And I mean, whenever we were looking at Worms as well, dude, they were like, I don't know, 10 minutes ahead in time trials over.
Yeah, exactly. Worms are just a full cut above most of the teams in this bracket, at least in time trials times. It is worth noting, time trials are a very different environment than MDI, where you only get one shot at it, right? You can't just practice over and over again.
So I obviously know in the top right, that's the Sylvanas waifu. Who are the rest of these waifus, Dreadnose?
That's a great question. They all look very similar to me.
You say that?
I mean, I feel like the middle one also looks like Sylvanas. They all... And then there's a hood on the bottom left one? I don't know.
But the one at the top right looked the most like Sylvanas, right?
Are you sure? I don't know.
I don't know. No, not really.
Maybe these are all just different Sylvanases from different eras in her life.
Okay.
Could be. It's like the eras tour for Sylvanas. All right. City of Threads gets banned out, as does Necrotic Wake. So we'll be starting off. We get another Siege of Paralis, and then into a Dawnbreaker, and if we need it, a decisive Grim Batol. Grim Batol, a dungeon that has been in all of our weekends, in both our international group weekends and in the Chinese one so far. Grim Batol has been the most lethal dungeon by a lot.
Grim Batol is by far, I think, the hardest dungeon to be consistent on. Necrotic Wake is a close second, but Grim Batol is like, it is so easy to just rack up a ton of deaths.
Absolutely, yeah. So we will be starting off with that Siege again. Curious to see what comps these teams have lined up for us here, because I don't love the Vendor Demon Hunter Snap Summon tech.
I think we need more Disc Priest, and I think we need more Restodruid from this Chinese region so far.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Resser Shaman being played, and I agree with you that I would like to see more Disc Priest and Restodruid as well, although I do think it's cool that the region just does have a kind of a different idea of what's good than the Western regions.
Why are they playing so much Warlock? Like, what is up with the Warlock?
I like. I do think that is very good. All right, we are about to get underway here. OneForAll.
I don't know.
I'm curious.
I think the Warlock is interesting because, like, it's not something that Group A or Group B really played that much of, but they did play it some. I think like Direwolves ended up playing the Warlock a lot.
Yeah.
I think Stapor ended up playing it a decent amount. So it's not like it was like completely unplayed, but I feel like the Chinese region, I think all 8 teams have played the Warlock at some point.
All right, here we go. We'll get our chance to see here. Could there be another new spec? Another first-time appearance of something. We're running out of specs that we haven't seen so far.
Dude, don't be greedy. We just got Feral Druid in the last series.
I want another one.
What else do we need?
This could be a good Blood Decay dungeon. Yeah.
What about Preservation of Ochre?
Ooh, I would like that as well. It looks like we're not going to see either of those as we get underway here with a Shroud of Concealment. We have. I
like the Shroud. I think the Shroud strat in here is so superior. I think that.
And this is
I think
a Frost
the Strat
Mage
is, like,
as well for Champion of Strength.
I think that Champion of Strength has been playing Frost. They were playing Frost at the very beginning of the series as well, so I think I'm not super surprised.
OneForAll are on the Moonkin.
Look at this Champion of Strength here, able to get their Bloodlust pressed, and sometimes we saw in Group A and Group B
whenever they did this shroud, they actually end up chaining this into the boss here in just a couple of seconds.
It's so sketchy because you get gripped in, and if you get gripped in on the boss, it's not good. But if you time it right, you can get it. You can be fine.
They actually don't have one of the wave shapers come all the way in. This is actually kind of unlucky for Champion Strength to me.
Ideally, we would Death Grip it or Sigil of Silence it, but those resources are stretched thin on this pull.
What is our DK doing? Why isn't it damage?
Maybe the breath... Yeah, I think the breath got griefed here somehow. That does happen sometimes, right? Like, you get gripped in, and it's like, oh, no, I need this global to keep my breath going, and then your breath runs out, and you're just you're down tremendous.
Also, accidentally double tapping breath and canceling it immediately or something like that.
That's a tragedy if that ever happens, yeah.
There's some stuff that you can... like. Something had to have gone wrong with his Breath of Sindragosa for him to be 1.3 million DPS.
This is not what it's supposed to look like for Champion Strength, for sure.
OneForAll, dude, their Moonkin is cooking.
Yeah. It's so what's the strengths and weaknesses of the Moonkins this season?
Really strong AoE, probably one of the best one of the best AoE specs in the game. I think the downside of it is that it has like 0 priority damage, very low single target, just generally speaking. It's kind of why you don't see it too much in raid. Like single target is just like pretty bad. Obviously, it brings Mark of the Wild. It's also maybe a little bit less durable than other specializations, but you can keep it alive if you're trying to in pretty much every single dungeon situation. It's really good on live keys. I think that like you see some of the top DPS compositions in the game involve a Moonkin for live dungeons right now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it does have some drawbacks in terms of like the single target department.
Okay. Yeah, so for an MDI setting, it's weird because you think about MDI and it's like, oh, the key level here is quite low, so just big AoE would be really good.
It does its damage like really slow, is why
I see.
It's kind of why it's historically not been seen in like MDI settings, and it's not because it's necessarily bad, but the ramp up time for it to actually do full AoE involves it dotting all the mobs, and it involves it just like having to build a bunch of astral power, and so it's like a bit of a slower specialization to actually get fully ramped.
Oh, Champion of Strength, their Demon Hunter's in so much danger there. The curse does get dispelled off of him, but the bleed is still ticking. Now their Shaman is low. Healing Surge is going to rectify that, though. And yeah, Champion of Strength do have a lot less count than OneForAll, but that Shroud is so good. I love it. You can pull so much trash in the remainder of this dungeon.
I think the route of Champion of Strength, if they're copying some of the stuff that we saw from Group A, I think that this should absolutely be a superior route. Because I think that Perplexed played a very similar route in the Group A weekend, where they Shroud at the very beginning, and then they just pulled the entire world every single time that the Rogue and the DK CDs came up. Obviously, they were playing the Enhancement Shaman, so it is a little bit different than the Frost Mage, but I think that the blueprint of how you're supposed to be playing this dungeon if you're Champion of Strength was really there.
Yeah, I think this has to be a faster strategy. I think the Frost Mage is sick for this as well. I think it's generally the best mage spec for keys right now is Frost. And you have
people are starting to play mage again. Dude,
yeah,
people are starting to play mage again in high keys. Let me look. I saw like a couple of the top 20 runs in the world. It started involving a mage again. Let me see exactly what specialization.
I think it's probably usually Frost, right?
It's Frost, yeah, and it's from some of these. Yeah, it's from Chinese teams basically. Yeah, they're all playing the Frost mage.
Yeah, I love that. I think Frost is really good.
They've gotten off the DK train. Looks
on
like
pulls
for live
like this,
keys.
You have all of these little mobs as well that are letting you just farm your Blizzard on them.
Yeah,
it's so nice.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously for an MDI, it's a little bit different than a TGP or like live keys, for example, for like high live keys. But I think it kind of proves the point that the mage is like the Frost Mage is still powerful and being utilized.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of really good specs. I think that more to the point, there's a lot of really good damage specializations this season, more so than ever really before. And so like it's one of those things that's why you're seeing so many specializations in the MDI.
Yeah, I mean we've seen such variety. We've seen even if we didn't count the Chinese weekend, we saw like 19 of our different specs.
What happens if you count the Chinese weekend?
We've added another 6, so we're up to 25 by my count.
25 out of 39, that's not bad.
25 out of 39, yeah. It's there's a lot of different options that are good here.
You know the chat loves to complain about the same comps over and over again, but they can't really say that this time.
Yeah, this season we've been seeing a lot of different stuff, and I actually think some of the specs that the Chinese region has brought out would be good in the global context as well. Like the Elemental Shaman, I swear is good.
I think this Warlock is actually looking pretty good. I think that you need a more well balanced composition. I don't think you can actually play the Warlock with like a DK. Like I think you need to be playing the Warlock with like an Enhancement Shaman like exclusively. I think the Warlock is generally going to be replacing like the DK, but I think the Warlock looked good.
Yeah, I think you are probably right about that. So we do have the second boss now in combat for both teams. Champion of Strength are a little bit ahead on boss progression here. They're a phase ahead. But they are missing a decent chunk of count here. So they are going to have to pull more in this next area.
Did you see the globals? Did you see the globals dungeon levels?
I did not know. What are they?
I think they were released, right?
I think so.
Yeah. We got some 12s, I think, for the global finals.
Ooh.
This will be sick, I think.
I kind of feel like some of these compositions, like the Og Evokers and Frost Mages and stuff, should scale really well into the plus 12 keys.
So it changed from 9 to 11s for groups to 10 to 12s for globals.
Yeah, so for those who don't, there's actually a huge step up in difficulty from 9 to 10 as we add the other of either Tyrannical and Fortified. And then from 11 to 12, you lose the Xal'atath's Bargain Affix, and you gain Xal'atath's Guile. So you lose this affix that can give you power, although it does require you to play around it sometimes, so sometimes it can be very nasty. But you gain Xal'atath's Guile, which gives the mobs 10% more health and damage on top of the key level scaling, which is scary.
It's a pretty steep jump. I actually expect to see more tank deaths on that 12 level. That's going to be brutal.
I expect to see a lot of prot warriors in the 12s. I think that is where that spec really starts to shine, or prot paladin potentially.
What do you think about Pally? Yeah, I was going to say, what do you think about Pally?
Yeah, we see a lot of Pally in live keys. It does a lot of damage and it's very survivable, so that seems like a winning combo.
The problem is that you got to gallop into battle and you can't just like Infernal Strike around.
Right, you're a little bit slower mobility wise, and also you need to sit and drink twice per dungeon.
That is certainly an issue.
Yeah, it's a danger for sure. All right, Champion of Strength into this pull, trying to get that extra count that they need compared to OneForAll. This is a scary area here. Very important. So both teams should have Spymaster's Web stacked up on their casters at this point. Any caster deaths would be catastrophic for that reason.
They used Kingsbane on this pull, but they didn't use Deathmark. Interesting. Kingsbane's the more AoE focused ability anyways, isn't it?
Yeah, Kingsbane is a AoE ability. Deathmark adds a little bit to it, but the way that Assassination Rogue works is that your poisons will do 40% of their damage in AoE around your primary target, and Kingsbane is a poison. So you put Kingsbane on a target, you make sure you have Caustic Splatter on that target as well, and then you just are dumping damage into that target, and it's splashing onto everything nearby.
I was told to like watch the Kingsbane whenever I was playing with Og, like for Breath of Eon's timing, so it makes sense though.
Yeah, it's actually a really cool spec, the way that Assassination works right now. Looks like they are holding on to big CDs here for the next pull, potentially for Champion of Strength, at least holding on to that Kingsbane. Every other CD, I guess, has been
pretty
already
low CD
committed.
anyways.
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
How big is Champion of Strength going to go? Here's the question.
Oh, we have a death for OneForAll!
Oh, no.
Warlock down at the start of this pull. Infernal, at least, wasn't available, wasn't committed, so that is nice.
Yeah, they do end up getting him up with the battle res. I mean, OneForAll is actually starting to play catch up a little bit. If you're looking at the count, they actually have a lot more count of Champion of Strength. Is OneForAll going to be able to win this map? I feel like Champion of Strength to just like do the eye test was a little bit ahead basically since the beginning of the dungeon due to the shroud and whatnot. But it looks like OneForAll, with that additional count that they were getting from the very beginning, is able to kind of claw this back.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very, very close. Those 15 seconds of death timer could be pivotal here. This is a huge, huge change, this expansion, right?
The Shaman Zoom.
Yeah, so Totemic Shamans do run out of mana really quickly. I wonder how Champion of Strength's Shaman is so high on mana. I wonder if you could ever play Farseer in these dungeons. Ooh, Shroud fails for Champion of Strength.
God.
That is very, very bad. They're going to try and make this work, but you have 4 snipers in this pool now. That's a lot of extra damage on either your tank or your group. The way these snipers work is they pick somebody in the 180-degree arc in front of them to shoot every time they shoot. So if you can get your tank to face them away from the rest of your group, they will only shoot your tank. But it is still a lot of extra tank damage, and they cast ricochets on everybody.
The fact that you can bait where the shots are going is actually pretty nice, but it is really, really annoying whenever you're playing like double melee DPS to actually make sure that they're not getting shot. And it looks like Champion of Strength is trying to like kite and LOS the pull to get all the mobs stacked back up. I wonder if they end up committing the Kingsbane. They committed the Birth of Syndragosa as well. I wonder if there's no way they intentionally pulled that. So that sucks. They used their offensive CDs there where they really didn't want to.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's not over just yet, but OneForAll have gotten a huge advantage off of that as they've gotten straight into boss already. They're just doing all of their damage without having to worry about trying to set up an adaptation. Because sometimes in MDI, something can go a little bit wrong, and then you have to figure out how you want to change your next pull to take advantage or, recover from that. And it looks like Champion of Strength don't have a good answer for that. They are just fighting this pack by itself. That cannot be feeling good, because previously I think they wanted to take the 2-pack into this pack, so now they're doing a smaller pull here than they'd like to be doing.
Looking at OneForAll, I'm pretty sure OneForAll is just in a commanding lead here. They're going to be having their Bloodlust coming up in 15 seconds here, where Champion of Strength are actually using their Bloodlust on Hadal Dark Fathom. I actually don't even necessarily think this is a bad Bloodlust for Champion of Strength on Hadal. I think just OneForAll, though, they were just like kind of silently trying to catch back up with a bit more trash count. And then that monkey area, OneForAll was able to just really accelerate, pulling far fewer destroyers, pulling far fewer buccaneers and pillagers and whatnot that are in that area. And now they're going to be able to down Hadal Dark Fathom. And it's really going to come down to Vikgoth, because OneForAll, they're going to have that lust. They just need to make sure that they don't have any deaths. They're already 15 seconds behind in terms of death penalty. If they end up having like 2 deaths or something like that, it would be catastrophic. But I think that barring a catastrophe on this +9 non-tyrannical key level, I think they should be fine. And again, it's a 9. It's no Tyran. They shouldn't have deaths to Vikgoth.
Yeah, this should be okay for OneForAll. They have a sizable advantage, especially with access to that lust that Champion of Strength have already used. So I definitely like OneForAll's position here. I think they probably have something like 45 seconds or so in their favor, but that's not enough to be feeling super comfortable.
Dude, the rogue from Champion of Strength, every single time I look over it at the meters, their rogue is just like gapping the rest of their DPS.
Dude, the spec is really good. I don't know what to tell you.
Assassin is crazy. What I will say is, if you're playing with Assassination at home, what you want to do is actually you want to have a couple of trash mobs on top of the pack with
it's so good, yeah,
with the boss, because they're actually super energy starved on pure single target. So any situation where you can get like a couple of random mobs that don't really matter, that is like the Assassination Rogue dream. So Unnaturalers for like Wagglamation, Unnaturalers for like Grandizo, stuff like that. Those are mobs that Assassination Rogue just loves to have on top of the boss.
Yeah, not really a great option for pulling anything onto Vikgoth, unfortunately, although Assassination Rogue can potentially do some multi-dotting here, dropping some bleeds and poisons on one and then shadow stepping over to the other.
Is that good?
I think it's worth doing. It depends, though. Like, it looks like Champion of Strength, they're just trying to finish off this Destroyer Tentacle, but I think ideally you would do a little bit of that kind of multi-dotting, because it does help with your energy income as well. Like you said, so the way Assassination Rogue works is you get income of energy when you have bleeds and poisons both ticking on a target. So if you're stepping between them, those are going to fall off of one of them pretty quick, but you still do get a little bit of extra poison, and you're also damaging 2 targets instead of 1, so it's a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, like how it's pitched to me is like you need Rupture on the target, right?
Yeah, and you need Deadly Poison on that target as well.
Gotcha.
Like, you need bleeds and poisons on the same target for extra energy.
It also like requires you really want to be out of stealth prior to pulling the boss with the mobs as well.
Yeah.
Or you want to be out of combat.
Yeah.
Not out of stealth, out of combat. So you can be in stealth for free.
Yeah, the way the hero talent works
too.
is you do ideally come into combat out of stealth or in stealth, but if you kill a mob with your Deathstalker, so it's a really cool hero talent tree. You put these Deathstalker's marks on things, and you can only have one of them out at a time. When the target with it dies, you then get to apply it with your next Envenom on a new target. But it is going to be OneForAll that 2 stop the clock here as I ramble about Assassination Rogue. But yeah, the TLDR is starting in stealth is good. You don't have to, as long as you've killed something with your Deathstalker's mark recently. But yeah, OneForAll 1-0 in the series, despite, I would say, an opening advantage for Champion of Strength in that dungeon. I liked that Shroud strat at the start. It looked faster.
I think it was faster. It's kind of like I think that the fastest strats for this dungeon involve a rogue. I mean, just looking at his DPS too, he's doing 2.5 million overall. I just think that they were pulling a little bit of a slower strategy just in general. Now, are they gonna be able to come back from this? Probably. I think that Champion of Strength is absolutely capable. I thought that the way that they were doing the beginning of dungeon was great. I thought the OneForAll Moonkin also looked solid the way they were playing around that, and I think they just had a better, more cohesive strat, all things considered.
I think this is going to be a 2-0 for OneForAll. I think OneForAll I think that had to be like one of the best possible cases for Champion of Strength, right? Like I feel like their strat should have been much faster in there because they had that cool rogue with the Shroud. And given that wasn't enough in that map,
You're probably right. Yeah.
I feel like Dawnbreaker doesn't have anywhere close to as much like of a potential opportunity for them.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Just like with analysis of like what we actually saw from that last run.
All right, here we go into game number 2. The Dawnbreaker, Champion of Strength versus OneForAll. This is Champion of Strength's last chance to stay alive in this tournament. They are down 1-0. This could be the end for them.
I think they've looked pretty good for an 8th seed, all things considered.
Absolutely. All right,
same
we
comps.
are starting off. Yep, exact same comps between these two teams as last time.
I feel like the Chinese region has really preferred comfort over best comp a lot of the times in a lot of these dungeons.
I think you're right. Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams just sticking with what they know, what they've been using, playing the same comp in every dungeon. Only a few teams have been doing swaps. They have been our top-seeded teams, though, which is sort of to be expected. That used to be something you'd see in the global regions as well, right? Is like, you know, seeds 1 through 4 would multi-class, and seeds 5 through 8 would just play one comp in every dungeon. And recently, over the past few MDIs, that sort of stopped being true in our Western regions. But it looks like over in China, that is still largely the case, is that the lower-seeded teams tend to just have a comfort pick and stick with it, rather than trying to learn multiple different comps in multiple different dungeons.
You know something interesting that I learned the other day whenever I was watching some like live key VODs of some of the top Chinese streams, is that have you played this Ritualist Commander pack before where the Ritualist doesn't come all the way in?
Yeah.
So the way that you actually ensure that it comes all the way in is if you wait a couple of seconds for the Ritualist to walk off of the staircase and finish the full like patrolling animation or whatever, where he like stands there for a second. If you wait a couple of seconds for that to happen, then he'll come all the way into the pack. Otherwise, he could kind of get like stuck on the staircase and whatnot. So you just have to be a little bit more patient with the pulling of him. And I saw OneForAll actually get stuck where they ended up pulling that mob a bit too early. And so Champion of Strength was a bit more patient. They were able to finish off that pack just a hair faster because of it.
Yeah, very good comms. That's useful to know. Does look like both teams are...
We kept getting it stuck, and then we would accidentally pull the Shadow Mages on the side. It was really annoying.
Yeah, that's good to know that's why that happens. Champion of Strength are slightly ahead again at the start of this run.
I like their comp. I think their comp is good. What I'm going to say is I actually just, again, like I was talking about earlier, I actually don't like Resto Shaman's dungeon. I think that Resto Shaman's dungeon is just like, because Aster Rain doesn't work on the Dawnbreaker boat, they just lose so much damage. I think that another healer option would be noticeable amounts of damage gain.
Yeah, something like the Resto Druid with the Heart of the Wild, or the Disc Priest, right? Power Infusion, just passive damage.
Most people were playing Resto Druid in here in Group B weekend. It seems like that just... the ability to be able to sit in cat form and have that Heart of the Wild and commit your Convokes to doing damage, that seemed like that was just a superior strat.
Yeah, Resto Shaman is just so cozy, right? Like, you have so many tools to top your group. It's really nice.
I love playing with Resto Shaman. I think Resto Shaman is by far the easiest healer to play with, like, actively doing a dungeon. Whether you get the Downpour 10% HP, the Vigor 10% HP, the Kicks, Thunderstorm, Cap Totem, all of those things are fantastic. And I'm purely talking about it for MDI level speed.
Right. There, it's like, Resto Shaman's nice, but Resto Druid could do 300k more DPS over the course of the dungeon, right? And like
and have
that
more
just has
wild.
To be better.
Yeah, it's 300k DPS and it has 3% versatility.
in the Western region, we saw no need for the shaman and the healer spot because basically everybody was always playing enhance. That is something that the Chinese teams haven't been doing much of, is playing enhance.
That's a good point, yeah.
If you don't have an enhancement shaman, Sky Fury is really valuable on your Rescue Shaman.
I'm pretty sure you have to have Sky Fury for Assassination Rogue and Frost Death Knight. I think that both of those specializations get insane value out of Sky Fury. Not only just the mastery, but the auto attack.
The extra auto attacks are nice. Yeah. I mean, mastery is also a great stat for those specs too. So
exactly.
So I think probably the right answer. It's like a multi-part process, right? Where it's like, these teams going into Global Finals weekend should pick up enhance and another.
You probably
spec.
shouldn't be playing mage, and then you probably shouldn't be playing Wrestler Shaman, right?
The mage. I think mage is a cool thing to tech into, especially the frost mage in some of these dungeons.
Yeah,
I do think it is cool tech for here.
You would be teching out of a DK though. I'm pretty sure is like what the tech out is, not like the shaman. I think the shaman's like the main character.
I do think the enhancement shaman just looks so good, but the enhancement shaman is not easy to pick up on a short time scale. Like that is quite a hard spec to play at an MDI level.
Dude, we had somebody like for live keys picking up enhancement shaman for this season.
Yeah,
and
tough.
we spent weeks doing quote rep keys where we would just play keys that were like lower levels just to get our enhancement shaman more comfortable with the specialization, and eventually it paid off, but it took like probably a couple of months.
Yeah, that's like time that you might just you can't afford to have as an MDI team.
It's a piano spec. It is, but whenever you are able to play it at like a max level, it does so much damage.
Yeah, it is very high potential. A lot of variance as well, depending from pull to pull. So you got to be ready to react to different situations.
That depends on your builds. Like the Flowing Spirits Wolves build is really high variance. Like you said, you can, depending on when you get Whitening Wolves and if you get Whitening Wolves, that build can be like super high variance. Sometimes they actually just don't even play that build and they end up playing the manual cast of the wolves, and that's lower variance. Obviously, it's a pretty high variance spec just in general, but it's lower.
Champion of Light are going to finish off this boss like 2 seconds ahead of OneForAll. This is such a close game in this series. OneForAll already inside.
What's the pull, I wonder?
The chapel here. Waiting for this trash to spawn.
Look at the lust differential between the two teams here.
I think OneForAll, given that they have lust, I think I like their side of this a little bit better, even though they're like 2 seconds slower on the boss, right? But they have lust. Lust is really good.
Yeah. I will say I think the DK Frost Mage Assassination Rogue is much better for this pull that they're doing right here in terms of priority damage. So they should be able to get the mini-boss killed off a lot faster. But like you're saying, I think that the lust... I'm going to assume that OneForAll is going to be taking this Bloodlust into the boss. And assuming that they do that, that is where they're going to accelerate a ton. And I think that they should be able to beat Champion of Strength, assuming that there's no differences in the routes here on out. Obviously, routing differences are a huge portion of like what makes the MDI, but just not factoring that in. Yeah, I think OneForAll should be ahead.
Despite that, I mean, OneForAll are indeed ahead on mini-boss HP here.
Well, I mean, Champion of Strength's going to get way more count. I mean, they're pulling so much more trash on the outside.
Yeah, the question is, how great of an equalizer will this lust be? Because both teams are going to get another lust in this dungeon, but Champion of Strength will have to use it on the last boss, whereas OneForAll can probably use it on a massive trash pull into the second boss if they want to.
Yeah, are they going to Grandma's house next? Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
they don't really have
sense.
I don't. This is really scary, actually, driving this. They don't have CDs like at all.
Yeah, they are fighting 7 mobs here. This is a dangerous pull.
They have Magic Zone. They don't have Link though. I don't know about this one, man. They could actually be in danger of dying here.
Yeah, so we're gonna have AMZ. We've got Barkskin rolling. Here comes that webcaster.
They played that
as well.
webcat, dude. Yeah. This web mage is. I hate this. This is so much damage on your group. Here.
Not even bothered.
So the good news about the bolts is that the bolts only go on the tank. The downside is that then you get the enveloping
cocoons.
web, or cocoon cast onto your DPS, and say that's going off at the same time that this mini boss is AoEing, you can actually die pretty reasonably. Now the upside is that you're getting a lot more DR for your shaman for kicking. That's nice, but they already had DR from the Dark Casters, so not actually that big of a deal. But I mean, it's a lot of count.
Yeah, this is a lot of count for OneForAll. Their tank drops super low, does survive just barely.
He's just getting bolted. Yeah, dude,
in this area.
I mean, dude, every single bolt was just going into their tank. That was actually a very spicy pull. Oh my gosh.
All right, OneForAll do finish off the pull a little bit ahead of Champion of Strength. Looking at the count situation as well, the two teams are basically identical on the enemy forces count here. OneForAll.
Chimney.
Yeah, hopping on the chimney for a sec. Waiting for everybody to get here.
Saving Christmas.
This can't be... Dude, that's got to be slow, right? Stepping on the chimney for a sec, waiting for everybody to get there.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is-
I think they're waiting for the rest of Shaman to drink.
Maybe, yeah, that makes sense, actually. I guess you do have to wait for that.
Oh
Extra
my
Shaman
God.
down for Champion of Strength.
Instant
That is
onk,
one
instant
death.
onk.
Instantly
So-
onks.
He got Umbral rushed. Here's the... For the viewers at home, here's the issue with these mobs. They will Umbral rush your healer immediately if you don't tag them with Taunt or a single target ability if you are the tank. If you body pull them, they're immediately Umbral rushing your healer. If you throw glaive them and the throw glaive doesn't actually hit them or something like that, they're Umbral rushing your healer every single time. Those mobs are so easy to accidentally just like kill off your healer because of how they function and because they immediately Umbral rush any target with threat. And so I've seen a lot of people body pull them and then just immediately get their healer Umbral rushed, and you just have to be super careful with how those mobs get pulled. Now, Champion of Strength doesn't really get punished. All they end up paying is the 15 seconds of death penalty, and they end up committing that onk. But I feel like Champion of Strength, like OneForAll, should in theory be in a better position here. They're about to be lusting the exact same boss that Champion of Strength has just pulled, and they're going to be pulling more trash into it.
Yeah, I like OneForAll's side of this as well, but they have to get this boss pulled as they wait for mana on their Shaman. Oh no, Tuttles, this is...
Is he drinking?
Yeah, this is tough.
Oh no.
Okay, here we go. The pull starts, and out comes the Lust for OneForAll. This is their big opportunity to catch up to Champion of Strength. Remember, one death on the side of Champion of Strength is 15 seconds as well, so OneForAll don't have to overtake. They just have to stay within 15 seconds here.
I mean, whose position do you prefer here? Because I feel like Champion
I
of
think
Strength is supposed to
OneForAll.
have... I think
Well-
Champion of Strength has more single target, right?
Yeah, and Champion of Strength are going to have a Lust on the last boss, whereas OneForAll won't. OneForAll has to catch up a lot here over the next little
This
bit of time.
boss is-
Ooh, Last Resort for Champion of Strength.
This boss is also insane for Assassin Rogue single target. You get
That's
like
true.
these web victims that you can dot. You get the oozes that spawn like pretty consistently. So I actually think that the Champion of Strength single target damage here is much better. And even though OneForAll pressed that Bloodlust and they caught up a little bit, now the Bloodlust and the cooldowns are fading, and Champion of Strength are still coming out of this exchange in the lead in terms of boss HP.
Yeah,
And the Lust is going to be up here in 5 seconds.
they're going to use it on the last boss almost for sure, right?
Yeah, I think that it almost has to be on the last boss.
All right, so this is going to come right down to the wire. I think a lot of it is going to depend on which of these comps is just able to do more single target on that last boss. I don't know. Champion of Strength do have that assassination robe, but OneForAll... Well, I guess they probably sent Spy Masters with that Lust, huh?
That's I think he sent he sent Spy Masters with the Lust. It would probably be in the second use of the Spy Masters, the dungeon.
That is sketchy. All right, the boss does go down for Champion of Strength. 94% count, so they are good on that front, as are OneForAll. So they just have to do these Dark Architect and the last boss. Champion of Strength, 15 seconds of death penalty working against them, but I think they have enough of a lead here where that shouldn't matter, especially because they will get to press this Lust. As long as they can keep up that single target DPS, that's going to be vital. All right, mini boss going down for Champion of Strength.
Dude, they are kind of melting this mini boss.
They are indeed. OneForAll getting it pulled now.
I think they're gonna be able to even this up 1-1.
I think you're right.
This is crazy for Champion of Strength. I think it kind of came down to the comp. Dude, their rogue on the side of Champion of Strength is doing a lot of the heavy lifting for their composition. This guy is just topping the damage meter on every single pull whenever we were watching him.
Yeah, that spec is really, 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 really good. That's part of why we've been expecting to see more of it than we have so far in this
We're seeing
bracket.
we're actually seeing it on live sometimes too. We're seeing teams actually drop out of the DK and play the more squishy rogue. Now, dropping out of the DK kind of sucks because you lose a Mac truck for a very squishy rogue. But the damage that's provided by the rogue is incredibly good, even on live keys. And so I think it makes sense that we're seeing it super often in the MDI as well. But I mean, look at this. Look at the single target damage. The single target damage is way worse off than some of the other options.
Yeah, when you have pure single target, you don't have anything to farm that extra energy on, you are just in despair as that assassination rogue. Although, of
He's
course,
just carrying the bomb.
CDs on pull here.
Yeah, he's carrying the bombs. It doesn't really matter. He's got his bleeds up.
Yeah, out comes a King's Bane, so this should help the rogue spike up a little bit on the overall. Meanwhile, OneForAll also on this boss. They are trying to get within 15 seconds of Champion of Strength. I think they're actually reasonably close here. Here comes the second set of bombs for Champion of Strength. That third bomb throw is going to force the boss to retreat at 64%.
That's not bad.
Meanwhile, OneForAll getting another set of bombs. This is going to be so close, Tuttles.
Yeah, they're gonna have what, the Death Mark and the Breath of Sindragosa with the Pillar of Frost,
And
They're gonna
Lust.
at least, and the Icy Veins with Lust. I'm pretty sure that Champion of Strength. I think I would much rather be in this position. OneForAll is able to phase the boss, and it looks like it's in the somewhere of the order of like 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, maybe 30, maybe 15. Maybe that death timer is equal to it. But
man.
like you say, the Lust is the big variable here that I think is in favor of Champion of Strength.
I don't know, dude. The
They are
15
going to have
seconds.
a lot of offensives here.
15 seconds is gonna be tough.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult for them
OneForAll
to
doesn't even have
overcome.
Infernal or Incarnate yet.
Yeah, those will be coming up once more in the fight right at the end. It's going to be sketchy. I do think you're right. I think
What
this
are
is
they-
a Champion of Strength favored ending of this
Why
fight.
are they? Why is OneForAll standing here? They're gonna get knocked back by the boss.
Huh. Why are they standing there?
They just lost like 2 globals getting knocked back.
All right, 62% for Champion of Strength as that Lust is rolling. Boss is dying very quickly for them. 63% for OneForAll. 15 seconds is going to be the bonus time that OneForAll get at the end of this run. Will that be enough? You think no? I also think probably not.
I think that Champion of Strength is going to be more than 15 seconds ahead.
It's
They
so
were more
close,
than
though,
15
right now.
They were more than 15 seconds ahead pushing into phase 2. They now have had that Bloodlust and are able to accelerate a little bit. Again, it's going to kind of come down to compositional differences and how much DPS all of these players are going to be able to do into the final phase of Roshanon. The Breath of Sindragosa has faded. All of the
There it
cooldowns have
is.
faded for Champion of Strength, and they have finished the last boss.
15,
now
22,
OneForAll have 15
10,
seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, and that's it. That is going to be Champion of Strength.
How close
they
was
are
it?
faster by, let's see here, 9, 10, 11, 12 seconds or so. 12 seconds or so. A little bit more
Okay.
even. Wow.
That's crazy. That was weird that they just like lost a couple of globals there getting knocked back by the way. I don't think it really mattered.
It
but-
certainly didn't affect things at the end there. That was more than a few seconds of time at the end, about 15 or so. Well played, though, by Champion of Strength, and they just looked better in that dungeon. I mean, they won with a death. It's actually going to be 21 seconds faster, so it would have been 36 seconds without that death, plus however much damage was lost on the death, which was just a healer, so
Yeah.
not the end of the world. So, I mean, Champion of Strength, there are 8 seeds, don't forget here. They should be slower in zero death runs against OneForAll, and yet they were faster.
I
Well
think
played.
I think it's a situation where I just, again, the Champion of Strength comp, I actually just like the Champion of Strength comp a little bit better. Oh no.
Tells, what have we done? No.
It's the Grim Battle.
Oh, wow.
We're sending them back to Cataclysm Classic.
This is a fitting punishment for both teams being unable to secure a 2-0. They are being sent into the ancient dwarven fortress of Grim Batol,
It's a Dwarven Fortress?
taken over by the Twilight's hammer.
Is that real lore?
That's real lore.
Learn
That's why it
something
looks
new
like
every day.
Ironforge.
Oh, it
You
kind
learn
of does
something
look like
new.
Ironforge. I never really considered that. That's a good
Yeah.
point. So wait, why are the Twilight people there?
Well, housing's expensive. Player housing isn't in yet. That's coming next expansion.
Dude, I hope so bad they have like guild halls. By the way.
Oh, me too. That would be sick.
so cool.
All right, so we see the prop paladin deployed by Champion of Strength in here. I actually really like this for this dungeon.
I think the prop paladin's by far the highest DPS tank.
Yeah, you're
whenever
gonna
they
just
have wings
melt
available.
these pulls.
I mean, there are specific pulls where the paladin can actually do on par damage to like
Yeah.
DPS, depending on the situation. I mean, dude, look at the Champion of Strength prop paladin. This guy is just full sending the pack right now.
OneForAll going for a huge pull here. There's Spirit Link Totem, but we have our first death of the game already on the side of OneForAll. Their Warlock taken down already. That's going to mean this pull will live for so much longer than it otherwise would have as well, because that was right after Infernal was pressed. Now we have the
mass
Druid
eruption
dying
The
as
mass
well.
eruption.
And no, the dragon's going to cast here. That's going to be
we're
more
wiping.
deaths.
We're actually wiping.
We are indeed.
The mass trimmer cast kept going off.
So this is why I like Champion of Strength's comp here. I love the prop pally because you maybe just pull a little bit more slowly and you just say, you know what? We're going to fight fewer mobs at a time, but we're going to do more damage per mob with this comp. And we're going to avoid having to do these really sketchy pulls like the one that OneForAll just did. And OneForAll are in some danger of their tank just dying on pull here, and that's going to be exactly what happens. And we are...
Dude, I think Champion of Strength are going to win this map.
We are in purgatory right now. We're OneForAll fan here. This is just absolute despair. Only 1.5 minutes into this dungeon, and OneForAll already have 4 minutes on the board thanks to these death timers. This is just utter misery.
This is tough.
See, the thing is as well, you can't even just give up if you're OneForAll because it's Grim Batol. Champion of Strength could easily lose this much time throughout the rest of the dungeon.
Don't use your logic on me.
It's not over
right.
yet. That's the thing.
I know. The problem is that it's actually not over yet. I think everybody's been in a situation where this has happened to them in Grim Batol, and you just keep playing it out.
Yep. The ball is now firmly in Champion of Strength's court, though. That's the thing. If they are just clean from here, that is such a huge time advantage they've gained from these 11 deaths at the start of this run.
I mean, dude, they just kept letting the mass tremor cast go off. I wonder if they were supposed to be like pre-defensing it and surviving it or something like that, or if maybe there's like a really bad overlap. I wonder just like what happened, because once you end up losing the lock, you end up losing the free infernal stun. Like, you obviously don't have like blasphemy stuns or anything like that anymore. But, like, once you end up losing that warlock DPS, it's really hard to catch back up.
All right, Champion of Strength, they're actually going to aggro another dragon here as part of this pull.
I like this pull. This is a good live pull.
It is a great live pull. A little bit of free damage on all of these enemies except for that dragon. Here comes that knockback. They have this little pillar on the bridge for their mage to line at least. Everybody else just going to take the damage, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Champion of Strength doing really, really, really well here.
They just need to... honestly, my goal for Champion of Strength in this map is don't wipe. That's like the only... Like, if they don't wipe, there's no situation in which OneForAll can ever come back. And that's the only goal you have from this position. It doesn't matter if you were holding W, if you're doing a weekly route or whatever else. If you don't wipe here, you are probably almost 9.5 times out of 10 winning this map.
Absolutely. This boss is pulled for Champion of Strength. No lust available, no lust needed. They don't have any trash with it as well. They did a lot of damage, actually, to that trash pull on this boss. Usually we see teams prioritize a few less shots on that pack before this boss because you can just take it into this boss. But they actually did so well with their bombing run. They did so much damage to, like, basically every pull. Really nice shots.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, OneForAll starting their bombing run, trying to claw their way back into this, but they're just so far behind.
I think MDI teams have historically actually been under prioritizing this trash pack that's in front of this boss and actually like leaving it at full HP, where Champion of Strength actually committed a lot more damage to it, and instead undercommit to the triple caster pack, and they undercommitted to the bridge pull, and instead they played that with the dragon, and that, you know, it seemed pretty smooth to me.
Yeah, I agree. All right, here comes the next damage, the next roar on Champion of Strength. As they move the boss over to the safe spot. OneForAll finish their bombing run. And yeah, this is just... There's about 15, maybe 12 minutes left of this dungeon, maybe 10 left in this dungeon. And all Champion of Strength have to do is play all of that cleanly. That's the good news for Champion of Strength. The bad news is... It's a very hard dungeon. There are a lot of ways to wipe, even if you're not pulling that aggressively here. OneForAll are going big. Oh no, their tank tunnels their tank. The tank for OneForAll. He's alive.
Oh my god,
somehow.
he's alive.
How? That looks
Dude,
so
he was
sketchy.
like 1% HP. How did he actually get healed all the way up to full like that? I mean, this is one of the things with the Resto Shaman. The Resto Shaman, that was the vigor diff right there.
Was the answer for that? But now we're not going to have meta for boss pull here.
Yeah,
it's a little bit worrying.
I mean, it's a 10. Like, your tank probably shouldn't die to... So this guy is really scary for the tank. Like, the bleed that he ends up putting on the tank is taking out many tanks. But I think since it's a 10, like, he should be fine to be able to just, like, fully take this entire thing.
All right, now, on my end,
It's paused.
I have had it pause a little bit. All right,
It's
I'm glad
also
that's
paused.
happening for you as well.
Yes, it's also paused for me.
Okay.
What did you do?
I didn't click on anything. I don't know.
Resume the broadcast.
Yeah, let me see.
I was watching that.
Let's
You turn that back on?
I'm sure we'll be able to get this back underway here in just a moment. But yeah, in the meantime, as we have our pause.
Although we're throwing the pre-screen.
So, start of the map at least. A very strong opening for Champion of Strength. Very, very good to be on 0 deaths at this point in the dungeon. Very bad for OneForAll that they wiped twice, basically, at the start of this run. That is such a brutal start to a Grim Battle. And this, for either team here as well, this is match point. So, whoever loses here, they are out of the MDI. Whoever wins will stay alive into tomorrow.
Now chat's spamming up. Okay, don't say awkward silence. Try to say I didn't know what was going on, okay?
These casters, SMH my head.
Yeah, my bad.
All right, so let you guys in on a little behind the scenes of what's been going on here. Tettles just asked in our group chat what happened, and our production person says, quote, IDK Lamau.
I don't think you're supposed to tell them that.
So no, I'm allowed to leak. I can do it for comedic effect. Little smiley face.
Okay.
All right, well, we'll figure out what exactly happened with our VOD again. This is pre-recorded as a VOD, so it's not nothing to worry about there, at least on the players having the opportunity to finish the map or anything like that. All of that has been going on. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get back underway soon enough.
I feel like Champion of Strength was way
I love
ahead.
their comp. I mean, I think the prop alley is so good in here as well. So many of these bosses do so much tank damage, but the prop alley CDs work really well against them because prop alley is super durable, actually, against dots. As long as you're standing in your consecration, like the bleed from the first boss, you're very tanky against that. And then the second and third bosses, like they pummel your tank a little bit, but you always have a defensive, especially on that second boss when you need it.
I think if you like that comp, I got good news. Whenever the TGP shows up,
Yeah.
that comp
It's
is going to
basically
be
a high key comp.
Yeah, that is a high key comp right there.
All right, 2-minute fix, water check. Everybody, chat, let's check your posture as well. Posture check.
Oh, I gotta sit up.
You don't actually have to sit up. It's fine. Just make sure you're in a nice neutral posture. 90-degree angles in your on your joints is good.
I was lounging.
Yeah, lounging's fine. Whatever's comfy. I give you permission.
How have you felt about this region so far?
I really liked all the different specs that have been seeing play across our team so far.
Yeah.
Some of them I think are just genuinely really, really, really good options to use a lot of. Like, I'd love to see more prop pallies, more frost mages, more elemental shamans in our global region. Some of them I think are a little bit more like comfort pick type things, which I do like seeing comfort picks, but I don't think we'll see them translate into, say, the global finals at all.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think we need to see more enhancement shaman. I think that's a specialization that I think has been underrepresented in the Chinese region that we need to see more of. I do think that there's been... I actually think it's been nice that we've been showcasing a lot of strong but underplayed specializations, I guess is how I would describe it.
Yeah. Elemental, I think, is a great example of that, and all the mage specs as well. How about you? The Moonkin and the Og has been, those are your two kind of things. We've been seeing them quite a bit this weekend, or this weekday.
I think the Moonkin and the Og are, like, I think they're good, and I think they're especially good for live keys, but I think the reason that they've been bad in the MDI in the past is the same reason that they're bad in the, I don't say bad, but like, less optimal in the MDI now. The Og Evoker is ultimately beholden to buffing up two specializations, and realistically, it's not stronger than another very good third DPS option. I think that, there's probably a third DPS that you can find that ends up just being a little bit faster than the Augmentation Evoker in most situations. And then for the Moonkin, I think that it's good. It's really good for live keys, but I think the ramp time is just a bit too slow for an MDI specifically.
Yeah, that is a little bit of... It's one of those things, though, where, okay, when we move to the global finals, our key level does go up by a level on average, right? So those sort of higher ramp specs could maybe find a place there. I'm not sure.
That's true. I mean, dude, a 12 is...
A 12 is a lot harder than 11.
Yeah, I remember when the Guile was 20%, and the 11-12 jump was like, oh wow, the keys have just gotten real. Like, it's obviously not like that now since it got nerfed from 2020 to 1010. But I think it's still going to be a situation where those 12s are going to be real rough for the global finals. Oh, we've returned.
All right, we rejoin the action. Still same deaths on the board. We are going to see OneForAll having the boss pulled just as Champion of Strength finish the encounter over on our left-hand side. As they now run on up the stairs.
Saved.
Yeah, nice work. Okay, so we're into the Throngus area. We have another death here for OneForAll on their DPS DK. Ooh, Tettles, this is not good. We're now down to DPS. Our tank is dead as well. This is another wipe for OneForAll. That is now 17 or 16 deaths on the board, I believe, for OneForAll. They didn't have a battle res available there, but it's a good thing they didn't, because they would have probably used it on the DK, and then the tank would have died soon after. 4 minutes until another res is available for OneForAll as they run back.
Again, not OneForAll. Champion of Strength really just, again, like we were talking about, need to make sure that they do not wipe
Not
here.
only now are they a boss ahead and a trash pull ahead, they have 4 minutes of death timer in their advantage. So that is a lot of time.
This is so over.
They just have to not, if they don't wipe, they could pull one pack at a time for the rest of this dungeon and win comfortably.
Now, OneForAll might be in territory where they maybe deplete this key.
Yeah. Things are getting bad here.
That's kind of the situation
Our crests are in jeopardy. Hellhunter resummoned for OneForAll, but yeah, Champion of Strength playing it very slow and safe here. They're just fighting this one Molten Giant pull all by itself.
I don't hate, again, they're kind of playing this like a live key. I don't really hate how they're doing this. They're playing one of the highest DPS compositions similar to how you play a live key, and I think that the way that they're doing this is totally fine.
Yeah, they're playing a high DPS comp and then low risk pulls, and I think that's a great combo.
This dungeon is just pinnacle of, it's so easy to wipe in. Every single time you try to pug this key, you always wipe. The highest key of this dungeon is like a 15 or something. This place is so hard.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very, very difficult dungeon. Even this pull that Champion of Strength are doing right now, which is basically just a double pull, is super sketchy. There's a lot of tank damage here.
I mean, there's a reason that they're not doing. There's a reason that they're not doing it into the boss, right? Like, if this was an easy pull, they would have done it into the boss. But there's like, you know what? Nah, got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, the bubble taunt, a very powerful piece of utility that Prop Pally gets. A lot of these pulls really shred your tank. Bubble taunt can do things that even meta can't.
The Pally is going to probably be the most popular tank option for the TGP, by the way.
I think you're right. Yeah, that spec is really, really good. I think the Warrior also a option for some dungeons, but
the Pally just does a lot more damage than the Warrior, and then the Pally enables the Disc Priest to really come online in a lot of different ways that it's really hard to do super high keys without the additional interrupts from Avenger Shield.
Yeah, if you want to play a priest that doesn't have a kick. It's another thing that's nice about the Pally as well is you get a little bit more defense for your squishiest DPS player, right? Because you can sap them, you can spell ward them, you can bop them, depending on the situation, right? All of those extra little bits can be enough to just get your squishiest team member over the finish line. In these MDI keys at plus 10, that isn't really necessary on any pull, right? But as we start moving the key level up, there can be just mechanical overlaps or boss fights where you just have to have that to keep something like an Enhancement Shaman alive.
Ronga's is going to be going down for Champion of Strength here in a couple of seconds, and the first boss is going to be going down for OneForAll here. Again, now they're moving into that Throngus area, but Champion of Strength is almost a full boss ahead.
Yeah, Champion of Strength is looking so good here. They have all the trash dealt with in this area, whereas OneForAll still have to do all that trash. The Champion of Strength, they got an extra dragon at the start of this dungeon too, so they have a lot of count.
Oh my god, they did get an extra dragon. I didn't even consider that. They have so much more count.
Yeah, they can skip a pull or two in this. I mean,
they can skip
skip much is the thing. This dungeon
they can skip the double lava bender.
Count. Yes, you could do that.
So they play if they play one more dragon, they can skip the double lava bender.
It's a little bit awkward to do that though in an MDI setting.
We've seen a lot of teams actually playing the double lava bender for MDI, but I think it is definitely something that you could be looking to skip. They have a lot of cursed dispels. So I actually kind of expect them to be comfortable pulling a bunch of Warlocks here.
All right, here comes this next pull for Champion of Light. Again, I would urge caution. Looks like they are going to go with a pretty conservative pull here. Bubble is back available here. You play a lot of bubble cooldown reduction this season as a prop pally, so you can bubble taunt a lot.
What is it, Herald of the Sun?
Even if you're playing Lightsmith, you can get some from it. Herald of the Sun is the other hero talent tree.
They are Lightsmith. They are Lightsmith, right? And that. What is the bubble cooldown? The effective CD of bubble? It's like 2 minutes or something, isn't it? Something crazy like that.
Yeah. So you play Unbreakable Spirit, which gives you 30% cooldown reduction on bubble.
So it goes from 5 to 3-ish or whatever, right?
Yeah, and then I think you play something else that gives you cooldown reduction on it as well, though I don't know that for sure.
Okay, I think they get CDR.
That sounds plausible. Yeah, I'm messing over some talents real quick.
They do get CDR. I think it might be something in the Lightsmith tree.
Yeah, you're playing Resolute Defender in your spec tree that says each 3 holy power you spend reduces the cooldown of Ardent Defender and Divine Shield by 2 seconds.
That makes sense. And because like that's why they're able to get bubble to like a 1.5 CD every single time you have Bloodlust as well. Like Lust is an insane haste. CD because the extra haste, is crazy for them. I think the spec also stacks haste. From memory.
Yeah, and they actually have 30% cooldown reduction on Divine Shield from their class tree and from their spec tree. So they get cooldown reduction on spending holy power. Yeah, so you watch that bubble, it is back up almost instantly. It's
like a minute and a half to 2 minute CD. Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
Incredibly powerful cooldown.
Bubble taunt. I think that's one of the biggest reasons. Like Paladin was expected to kind of be squishy coming into this expansion, and then with the 11.0.5 changes to them, and some of the new builds forming, this spec has actually turned into one of the more tanky specs. Again, downsides they have to drink occasionally, but all that aside, this spec owns. It's very good for keeping the rest of your group alive.
Yes, that is a very big piece of it, unless you're killing them with the Tempered in Battle.
Dude.
Except for that, it's really good at keeping the rest of your group alive.
Greg has a screenshot folder of people dying to Tempered in Battle.
Yeah.
I saw your guildmate Show Belly die to Tempered in Battle last night.
It happens. These things happen.
To Forgotten.
Yep. Not much that can be done about it. All right, so we have Champion nearly done with the trash before the third boss here. OneForAll starting this trash section.
Nothing's wrong with their splits at the bottom, but
this is a big pull. Yeah, the splits at the bottom. I think it's cumulative time, not boss. So like it's just the timer when they killed the boss. Maybe.
Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. Yeah.
Yeah. Rather than when we run this in our in the global region, we usually do just the boss, like the time between boss 1 and boss 2 instead of boss 1 plus boss 2. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. I think it. I'm gonna be honest. I think it makes more sense doing it this way, where it's cumulative.
Yeah, both are definitely useful.
But yeah, both are pretty reasonable. It just kind of depends.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we see double Lava Bender here for Champion of Strength.
I think this makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
This is
great Frostmage pull as well, splitting ice. One thing we don't talk about a lot is Frostmage is a great 2-target DPS spec thanks to that splitting ice talent.
They if they don't play another dragon, then they end up having to pull the double Lava Bender, because Lava Benders actually give okay count. The problem is their efficiency score is very high. The problem is that they're really dangerous to actually pull, and so normally you don't want to pull the double Lava Bender pull because it's like, oh well, now you have to press all of your offensive and defensive CDs, and so for like high keys they're not like that great, and you'd rather just play a dragon because they're easier to play. But yeah, for the MDI it makes sense that they're looking to play something that's more efficient.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, boss pushed here for Champion of Strength. Dude, OneForAll are so close here. They've had another death, though. Their Druid goes down.
I mean, Champion of Strength is literally just holding W.
Yeah. But, I mean, OneForAll are closing this gap. Are they closing it by enough to then overcome the 4 minutes and 15 seconds? No. But they're closing it to within range where maybe they're only 1 wipe behind instead of 2. We have another tank go down. That is certainly not true anymore. They've been pulling bigger, and that looks good until you wipe. And then once you wipe it, you feel very silly, and all of that advantage goes away.
So these spells have anti-sync on them, and it's kind of weird because the Warlocks, especially with the Solar Beam, the Warlocks, whenever they have the anti-sync on them, like the Solar Beam will come out, and any Warlock that actually like moves out of the Solar Beam immediately starts casting. Because the mobs aren't like silenced like that because of how the anti-sync works on the casting. But for most situations, the Solar Beam is actually very, very good. But for that very specific situation, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, this is really, really tough here for OneForAll now. 22 deaths on the board for them. That is an awful lot of time. Almost 6 full minutes here. 5.5 being leveled against them. It's all Champion of Strengths to lose from here. They are nearly done now with Valiona.
5 minutes and 30 seconds of death penalty.
That is rough.
What did you say? What did you say your max
again.
was?
24. 24 deaths, and I've timed this key. 25, haven't yet.
How close were you on the 24th?
Very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Champion Strength here, just playing the 6-pack. Straight up. Not even looking to chain. I think that they have no interest in putting themselves in a position where they can wipe Dreadnoughts.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they should pull they should pull the dragon by itself next. They shouldn't even bring the little mobs into it, right? I mean, I guess you could pull the little mobs into it. It's so safe to do that, but very much not interested in anything more aggressive than that. And it looks like they're maybe even skipping the dragon. Ooh, I gotta be careful of this skip, because sometimes that dragon likes to pull. Looks like they've gotten through it, though.
You just make sure you hug the wall
nicely
as
done.
tight as possible, and it's not the end of the world. They could even be looking to pull a double Corruptor here. I think that the comp that they're running, especially since they have triple Night Elf, double Corruptor should be pretty reasonable for them to be looking to do. But they, again, have no interest in putting themselves in any position to wipe.
Things are looking very, very good here for Champion of Strength. As they finish off that Corruptor. 3 Corruptors to go. They're going to fight this one by itself. Looks like, their tank is sort of backpedaling here. Okay, yeah, we're just going to stop here. Again, slow and steady wins the race for them, at least through to tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Now they just have one more champion, double Corruptor pull. I said champion. One more double Corruptor pull, and then they have the final boss of Grim Batol, and they will be making it to tomorrow. They're going to have to battle back pretty hard in the lower finals. I don't think that, like, some of the other teams that got knocked to lower bracket, like the Team Udon, I don't think that, like, Team Udon would actually... I think that this would be very, very Udon favored if they faced against, like, this matchup with Champion of Strength.
Yeah, this is I'm very worried for tomorrow for our teams that were sent down to the lower bracket first, just because so many of the other teams looked so strong. I think this lower bracket is going to be really, really nasty for Champion of Strength, and I mean, it's just going to be so brutal. All of the teams are so deserving, and only 2 of them can make it out of this group. One of those slots is pretty much earmarked for Worms, I would say, at this point. So they're all fighting for just one other slot. You've got to be able to beat every other team, basically.
Mm-hmm. Now Champion of Strength here, having a Void Bound spawn right as they pull the boss. I actually think this is pretty optimal timing for this Void Bound spawn, because now you're going to get that 10% DR with that 20% damage gain as this boss is going to be doing that pulsing AoE on you. And I think this is just like optimal timing to get that Void Bound spawn.
All right, here comes the first circle for Champion of Strength. Looks like they're actually going to hold on to Cloak of Shadows here. I like this.
They're going Deathless here. They're going to 3-chest this as well.
Yeah, this is really good for Champion of Strength. I mean, 0 Death Grim Batol should not be overstated. That is really impressive. Should not be understated how impressive a feat that is.
0 Death Grim Batol.
It's really good.
Better than most of my Grim Batols.
Yeah. Extremely, extremely strong. Like, this would beat a lot of teams. A lot of really good teams have deaths in their Grim Batol runs. Champion of Strength are going to avoid that. So yeah, I mean, I'm worried about their timer against other teams tomorrow.
Yeah,
but I'm really impressed by their consistency in this run.
A 20-minute run. I feel like that most other teams are not going to be putting up a 20-minute run in a Grim Batol, right?
Yeah.
I feel like what, most teams are going to be putting up like a 15 in here or something like that. Assuming that they're not having like catastrophic OneForAll level deaths.
Exactly. All right, there it is, a little bit over the 20-minute mark, so certainly not the fastest Grim Battle we've ever seen, but one of the cleanest. Champion of Strength are going to 2-1, OneForAll. OneForAll put up a good fight, but unfortunately, this Grim Battle right from the very beginning just went so bad for them. And that is going to be all it takes to eliminate them from our tournament. But Champion of Strength, we will see again tomorrow. They survive in the lower bracket, but they can't be feeling great about their position in this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, now we have one more matchup, right?
Yes, one more match that we will be showing today. Here's a quick look, though, at our damage meters, our overall damage. Again, you can see the overall not looking as high as we see in a lot of other maps, but you got to remember, these pole sizing is a lot smaller on average in Grim Battle, so the overall gets a little bit deflated as a result.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it looked like Champion of Strength didn't play Grim Battle all too often. They were just trying to make sure that they played the most clean that they possibly could. That to me is how that series read.
And hey,
that map read, rather.
A really smart move. It's just that can't be your strat in all the future series.
I agree.
If you really want to have a good chance of winning, right? Like it's possible that every team will die a lot against you, but it's not probable. I wouldn't be wanting to bet on it.
Yeah.
All right,
last
so here
matchup.
we go. It's going to be Try Another Way versus Warrior Optimization.
I think Try Another Way looked better than Warrior Optimization.
Yeah, so we saw Try Another Way play against FTBZM.
Yes.
They got 2-0'd, but FTBZM looked really good in that series. Meanwhile, Warrior Optimization played against Dolly only, who did lose to FTBZM.
There was the Grim Battle and the Necrotic Wake in that series, though, right? That looked both sketchy from everybody. All teams involved, I think.
I wonder what the maps that we have in this series are between Try Another Way and Warrior Optimization. It's going to be a Mists into an Arakara, into a Dawnbreaker Decider if we need one.
Mists 9. So, I mean, these are pretty straightforward.
These should be much faster keys than that Grim Battle was.
I would describe them as low variance. I was about to describe them as easy, but I think I would describe them as like low variance, to where you should be able, like, playing your gameplay and playing your strat. Like, there should not be as many deaths in these dungeons than there would be in something that's like a Grim Battle or a Necrotic Wake.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that is 100% a fair characterization here. Even the Dawnbreaker, once we get there, Dawnbreaker has some variance moments, but these are, for the most part, these kind of shorter, more consistent runs, right? Where you're often
this one's
kind
also
of
a
bounded.
9.
Yeah, the 9 is an interesting texture to add to Mists, because it really means that you want to be thinking about, like, movement through the dungeon, even optimizing time spent in combat versus getting the perfect pull. Because if you just spend 10 extra seconds grouping an extra pull, even if that pull looks really good and you feel good killing it, 10 seconds is so long in a +9 of mobs walking to you or grouping. So
yeah,
we'll see how that affects what the teams decide to pull.
I think that triple Villager is probably going to be on the table for both of these teams. I'm kind of interested in seeing comp, because I think that Warrior Optimization was playing the best comp. But I guess we're gonna see.
We will indeed, as we're going to have the last match of our day here. Right off the bat, we have...
a Serve Hunter.
That is
is
a
that
Hunter.
Serve?
It is
it's Coordinated Assault. It's Coordinated Assault. Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is a great
Spear.
map for Serve Hunter.
I like Serve. I think Serve is actually quite good.
Yeah. This a big pull for Warrior Optimization coming as well.
Try another way, a little bit smaller of a pull. They're only double Villager here, where Warrior Optimization is actually going for the triple Villager. I think the triple Villager is a much superior strategy.
Power Infusion lands on the Enhancement Shaman, although this is a little bit more targets than Enhancement Shaman would like to be fighting.
No Lust.
Yeah,
for
no lust
Try Another Way.
For Try Another Way. They're just relying on the Unholy DK to carry this with cooldowns, and you know what? That looks pretty good to me. Here comes the Warlock Demonic Gateway for Try Another Way. This is one thing that I really like about Try Another Way's comp. That gateway is so big. Skipping through here and again after Mistcaller if you want. Saves a bunch of time. All right, they're going to be opening up the side passageway to those mushrooms.
I also really like the Disc Priest over the Restoration Shaman. Disc Priest actually opens up a couple of opportunities. First and foremost, you can MC the soul... I want to call them Soul Cleavers.
That's not
Mobs
right,
that cast
Soul Carver, maybe?
Yeah, the mobs that cast Soul Split on your tank.
Cleaver could be it, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't really matter. Those mobs actually put a 20% damage amp on Droman and Ingram Malloc if you want. And so I think that like mind controlling those with Dominate Mind is a strat that you might see happen from Warrior Optimization. I think it's a strat that's actually really good.
Yeah, I think absolutely worth considering, as both teams now are on this double mini-boss size thing pull.
Double mini-boss size
What,
thing
what
pull,
are these
yes.
mobs called? I'm blanking
Bow
on it.
Breakers.
Bow Breakers,
Drust,
yeah, very
Drust
scary.
Bow Breaker, yeah.
When they get pushed below 50% health, they do a big AoE on the group. Powered Barrier comes out for Warrior Optimization as we have that first tantrum starting. The barrier, though, has to be fled. There are all these spikes in it, and it does expire. Meanwhile, Try Another Way already into the boss here. They are behind a little bit on count, but in this dungeon, count can be a little bit fake depending on how you can exploit it at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Warrior Optimization with the Serve Hunter, they're probably going to end up actually using the pet to pull through the wall a little bit. It's kind of what I'm assuming. Try Another Way could pull through the wall with their Warlock pet. They don't necessarily have to, though.
Yeah. I don't think that it's worth it at this key level to spend the time trying to set up these big pulls in the mist through the wall. I think you just try and zoom through the mist as fast as possible.
What is Try Another Way going to lust? Is it going to be the boss? I think
you're just going to lust the burn on the boss. Okay, yeah, here it comes. The burn starts, the execution sentence lands on the big guy. Out comes all their damage here.
Oh.
This is going to be huge.
So one of the reasons that they have to have the Shaman, by the way, is that they need a lust.
Yes. Yeah, whereas the Hunter can provide it for Warrior Optimization, as can the Enhancement Shaman.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Try Another Way with this lust able to... Oh,
6%.
Dude,
pretty good. Oh,
this
here
is
comes the chain
unfortunate,
for Warrior Optimization. Will they be able to answer? They also get a beautiful affix spawn timing. They got 9 stacks of it.
They aren't using the Soul Cleaver or Soul Carver dot on the
Right, but they are
boss.
using Power Infusion on an Enhancement Shaman. Is it going to be enough? 17% when they lose the damage amp. That is pretty slow.
They're way higher. I don't.
You can
like
still
that.
target boss here, but yeah, they're going to be fighting this for a long time. I don't like this at all.
Yeah, I mean that's tough. I mean you're actually going to lose a lot of time there. You're probably losing like 20 to 30 seconds even.
And it's not good.
Looking on the right or left side of the screen here, Try Another Way is actually pulled through the wall, trying to grab some more mobs into this first pull. Now, more mobs in the double defender can be good or bad depending on your route. More often than not, if you're not getting a double 5-pack in the maze, the pack on that right side is optimal. And so, for 10 out of the 12 possible paths through the maze, you're actually going to want to pull that pack.
Yeah, it looks like Try Another Way are about finished with this, as they'll be chasing over on the left-hand side. Okay. Yeah, there are a couple of different mazes, a couple different textures that this maze can take.
There's 12 paths. There's 12 paths in total, but the teams are going to get the same path. They don't know what the path is, but they're going to have the same path as one another.
Right.
But like MDI level teams typically have all of the paths like memorized or known. Like some people go to school to become a doctor. Some people play World of Warcraft to memorize the Mist of Tyranno Scythe maze. I might be the latter here, but yeah. Once you see like left into that right door, you actually should just know the path. Like that's
right. Yeah. Once you have your first 2
solved.
rooms, you pretty much have it nailed down.
Exactly. The path is solved at that point.
All right. So Try Another Way, working on these this pull. Warrior Optimization are like 1 room behind. Wow, they're pulling a lot of stuff here from these other rooms.
Oh
actually.
wow.
Hang on.
I actually like what Warrior Optimization is doing here. So typically it's not very good to pull through the wall, but if you're pulling the door that's actually ahead of you,
yeah, you kind of just
can actually
time.
Yeah, that can actually end up saving you a little bit of time. The problem is that this turns from like double stalker, double defender into triple defender. Oh my god, Try Another Way, missed the door.
Oh no,
into
that
triple
is catastrophic.
Defender, double like a tender, a shaper, and a stalker, and that's rough.
All right, so Try Another Way now starting the next pull here in the maze. A skull marker comes out on one of those casters. They're backing up towards this area here. Are they going to pull through the wall? Doesn't look like it. Looks like they're just fighting this by itself. Out comes the Infernal, even just here on this 4-pack. I can't be feeling great, but there's often not a good way to do this in the maze.
Yeah. This is the... Oh gosh, what are these mobs called? The Infinite Guardian route. What Warrior Optimization Try Another Way have is the Infinite Guardian route, where it's like 2 guardians in 3 of the rooms, and so your tank just gets the complete
it's kind of a great spot to be a
single
Prot Warrior because Spell Reflect is really good against that. You can do a lot of damage and remove one basically every 2 casts.
Dude, Warrior Optimization just pulled a pack to the left into this pull. So they pulled a 3rd Guardian into this, and while they did have cooldowns and they were able to kind of burn it rather quickly, I felt like just like pulling that much more count, like, okay, we're going to come out of this area at 90% count, but the area that's at the end with the Staghorns and the Acid Gullets are just so much faster.
Can we talk about how Warrior Optimization have played 2 teams so far, and the other team has played the Warrior in both runs as well?
Well, they optimized out of the Warrior.
I see.
The optimization is that they're not playing Warrior.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I do think Prot Warrior is really good in this dungeon.
Well,
some big reflects available.
That's true.
All right, try another way. Appropriately named if you have any
confusion. They're trying another way. Yeah,
that's
we read through the wrong side of the base. Try another way.
Maybe that's why they're called Try Another Way. Hang on.
Yeah. So look at this. Try Another Way is going to exit this mage at 70% enemy forces. Warrior Optimization is going to exit it at like 75. But the problem is that the 75 that they're exiting the maze at, that bonus 5% doesn't actually do anything for you. It doesn't save a pull or anything like that. And so Try Another Way, I think, is at the optimal amount of count.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you have a little bit less count, but you can just get that in one pull at the end of this dungeon. It's a +9. Well, I think that's a lot better.
The mobs at the end of the dungeon are the most efficient mobs in the dungeon, count-wise. So, like, I don't know. I'd rather play those. Like, it makes sense.
Okay, so a big variable here is going to be, will one of these teams be able to deal with Mistcaller from 10 to 0?
Yeah.
And if the other team can't, because that can be a big time save, but it is quite tough to do. Got to save some cooldowns for it. Some short kind of stuff like Wake of Ashes, just even banking a couple of Soul Shards so you can send in 2 Chaos Bolts.
It's mostly going to be Mad Queen's Mandate, though. I think
Mad
that's
Queen's
like,
is huge for it.
That's the biggest upfront hitting ability. Oh, dude, Warrior Optimization. What are we doing with all this trash?
Well, yeah, I mean, we have a rogue, so we could do a big shroud at the end here and just run straight to the last boss, right?
Okay, so the thing with these pulls, and okay, at least this is true on live. This might be a little bit less true on MDI, but the reason that you actually don't want to pull these mobs through the wall is like you want to either be focusing a guardian or the defender in this pull. You actually don't want to be hitting the boss, so because like the trash is so dangerous for your tank. So like hard focusing the trash ends up being like the preferred strat. But again, it kind of comes down to like what are we doing with all this count? Like, oh, cool, we're at 85%. We only needed 70. Like,
yeah, I mean, well, we jump down at the end, we hit Shroud, and we just pull like 2 packs into the last boss. That could be a really fast thing to set up. Will it be enough to overtake, though? Because, I mean, Try Another Way only need 32% count. That's not a lot from the end area. It's not like they're going to have to go way out of their way for that.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, here comes that burn. It's not even. They're not even going to really attempt it. Try Another Way.
Oh, maybe they're not wearing Mad Queen's Mandate or anything. Maybe they're just like.
It was kind of an awkward timing as well. They had other stuff going on. The Fox connects.
It's okay. The shaman didn't die. The A
Lay on
bomb's in the
Hands
block.
lands on the shaman. It looks like there.
The A bomb is in the block though.
Yeah, that's not a great feeling. All right, so they are going to be able to finish off Mistcaller here. Here comes now the Warrior Optimization attempt, perhaps, after this guessing game phase.
The Try Another Way is... Oh, somebody died to the dodgeball. Oh, the hunter on the side of Warrior Optimization dying to the dodgeball. That is catastrophic because we're kind of looking at the count, and Warrior Optimization is going to have to... Like, they're so far ahead in terms of count. They have their bloodlust available.
They have 2 reses. Okay, they were able to land one.
So, their comp doesn't have a good way to res.
Yeah, they had to cast the Engineering B-res. Okay, here comes the opportunity. 10 to 0. Warrior Optimization need to do this in order to have a chance in this game. Try Another Way, setting up this big gateway skip.
They have to wait for the pat of the Acid Gullet.
Good timing for Warrior Optimization as they get that cast. Oh, which is not going to be close still.
I don't think they're running Mad Queen's Mandate. That's what it looks like. It looks like they actually just don't have Mandate on.
Okay, so Try Another Way, starting off now a Staghelm pull here. So they have a side pull coming into this as well. Warrior Optimization, so they are still going to have Shroud here out of this. I don't know. This is still kind of close.
They
There
have
are
lust.
15 seconds in favor of Try Another Way. Try Another Way are going to get a lust right at the end of the dungeon, whereas Warrior Optimization can have it whenever they want.
So try another way kills the stacker and then immediately just beelines to the boss, right? I'm pretty sure that's just your strat here.
Is that even faster than finishing the pull and remounting? Yeah, okay, we're out of combat. We could mount up. Perhaps. Yeah, forward goes their tank. Okay, dropping the mount now to get in combat with everything, charging forwards. Here's the shield wall.
They're not taking this into the boss. They're fighting
No,
this.
they are not. I wonder if that will come back to haunt them. Here comes Warrior Optimization now. This could be the Shroud. There it is.
They have lust available as well, so they just go straight into the boss, the remainder of the trash that they need. What is going on?
This could be the great equalizer for Warrior Optimization. So they will grab this pull and the next one, and I think that's all the count they need. Here comes Xalatath, not a great timer for that affix. This is that exact situation you were talking about several hours ago of those orbs
with the
just
Oblivion-
filtering in
the-
behind you.
The Oblivion Orbs are just like, well... So if they contact any mob that you're in combat with, no matter how far it is, it applies the Oblivion buff to all of the mobs.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate spot to be in, and also you don't get the buff from them. As you can see, those orbs now... It looks like they're going to be able to soak a lot of them, luckily.
Dude, this is just I'm pretty sure this is just a race.
It's just
look at
boss
this.
damage.
Yeah, so Warrior Optimization has popped their lust. They've pushed the boss to 65% HP. Try Another Way is going to have their lust available right now, and it looks like they're pressing that Dark Transformation, the Unholy Assault. They do have the Infernal available as well, and it's going to be a burn on Tradova, basically. It's going to come down to who's able to kill the boss faster. Warrior Optimization, with that Hunter dying on Mistcaller, they have to be able to kill Tradova 15 seconds faster than Try Another Way.
This is going to be so close here, right at the end of the dungeon. The lust is still ticking for Try Another Way for a few more seconds here, whereas for Warrior Optimization, it has expired. The boss is going to get another shield here in a moment, and then they'll be able
Try
to
Another
just
Way is
burn.
past Warrior Optimization.
Oh, a death for Warrior Optimization. The rogue goes down. That is so brutal for them, but they won't have a good way to cast this res either. And now this shield is going to last forever as well. Oh, that has got to be decisive, I think. Try Another Way do have full count, and Warrior Optimization are still actually missing 3% count on top of all of that. So I think that that is the nail in the coffin for Warrior Optimization. Try Another Way. Despite things getting a little bit sketchy at the end there, despite them pulling a little bit more slowly than we would have liked at the end of this dungeon, they are going to be bailed out by the mistakes happening on the side of Warrior Optimization. They are going to advance to a 1-0 lead in this pivotal series, the last series of our day. Well played by Try Another Way. 1-0.
I mean, now we're going into the Arakara as the next map, and it's a situation where I think that both of the teams, they looked pretty solid in the mists. I mean, I don't think there's really too much to complain about. I feel like if you're Warrior Optimization, you kind of have to be kicking yourself. That feels really bad to be losing to Try Another Way, especially whenever you know that it's just those two deaths there at the very end.
Yeah, the deaths on Mistcaller on the last boss, because otherwise their route did look pretty good, although I have to say I do like not getting as much trash in the maze as Warrior Optimization did.
Yeah, I think that whenever you're doing that, though, you have to be like committed to doing a pretty large Tradova pull in a way that might be initially scary or require a lot of reps. But I think that being committed to doing a very large Tradova pull saves you a ton of time.
All right, so we will be moving on to Arakara without any further ado, straight into Game 2 of this series.
Same comps as the Mist.
Interesting.
Oh, no. No, it's Enhancement Shaman instead of Surf Hunter, right?
Yes, yeah, the Serve Hunter has been benched.
Okay.
I believe it's for the DK, yeah. I think they were playing the Enhance. Yeah, because they had the Lust from the Enhanced Shaman in the last dungeon.
You're right. They had the Lust from the Enhancement Shaman, so they swapped out the Surf for the DK. So this is a full, meta comp.
Oh, beautiful Lay on Hands comes out on the Resto Shaman there, keeping them alive. So all these mobs are grouped up. Sigil of Silence, keeping them from casting. Now the Warlock dropping low. Bubble comes out from the Ret Paladin. And are we have 9 unique specs and 2 unholy DKs. Close.
Oh, dude, you were about to say, do we have 10 unique specs? That would be crazy.
Close. Yeah, it's the unholy DK is the glue that both teams agree on.
I feel like it was possible. I feel like it's possible this weekend still.
I wouldn't be surprised. We've been seeing a lot of innovation out of this region. All right, here comes the second mini boss.
Ooh, try another
Does
way
get
here,
stunned.
stunning up. Yeah, stunning
nice.
up that second mini boss. The composition of Try Another Way is actually really good at dealing with these crawlers. For warrior optimization, one of the scary parts of this comp is that you actually don't really have a good way of getting those debuffs off of your players. You really want to be like committing the poison cleansing totem, but now the poison cleansing totem with 11.0.5 being changed to a 2-minute CD, you can recall it, of course, but it makes it pretty tough, especially whenever you have the Devour affix on top of it.
Yeah, Poison Cleansing Totem it puts in a lot of work in this dungeon. A lot of random kind of incidental poisons, and also the last boss has that huge poison mechanic. Now you got to be a little bit careful. You got to be a little bit careful with Poison Cleansing Totem on the last boss, because you can accidentally cleanse those poisons when you're not ready for it, and they can just go and kill somebody. So, got to be very careful of that. All right, Try Another Way, rushing forward. Grabbing a fairly large pull here. That's shield wall on the Prot Warrior.
How do you feel about Try Another Way not lusting the first pull?
I
guess the question is, like, are you going to get good value out of the lust that's not on the first pull? Because 2 lusting this dungeon seems like a superior strat most of the time.
I think you're still getting 2 lusts. I think you still can get a lust on the last boss and the first boss instead of the first pull in the last boss.
Okay.
I do think you have to use it on that first boss, though. Looks like Infernal is being held here, so yeah, I suspect that that's going to be the idea, is just lust on first boss on pull here.
Oh, dude, they're posturing to actually pull more trash. They're looking for the 50% count.
Wow, yeah, this is a lot of count here.
50% count route.
A lot of danger for the Prot Warrior. There's shield wall.
2 casters, too, is actually one of the bigger things, too. You need to really make sure that you're getting kicks on those
yeah, you don't
attendants.
have sigils to help bring them with you wherever you want to go. You just got to fight them while they're here.
Oh, good shockwave. Great shockwave, even.
All right, looks like they're done with the casters now for the most part. Just 20% health left on one, 40% on the other. Boss pulled already, though.
We saw Mandatory doing this pull during Group B weekend. So it's not completely unprecedented to actually be pulling this trash into the like this. It looks a bit slower whenever you're watching it. You're like, oh, this is pretty slow, but then you see how much count they get at towards the end, and it kind of makes sense.
All right, Try Another Way, running into the boss here. I expect this is going to be their lust.
Yeah, Warrior Optimization already have engaged the boss here. They also have these. Oh my god, the crawler. Oh, Gossamer Burst Death. They are going to be able to have an Onk, but I mean, if he dies to the Gossamer Burst, he probably died to the ground effect of it. So they're going to need to be pressing their battle risk, and they're actually not even able to get him battle.
No, Warrior Optimization, that might have just cost them this tournament. That is 5 deaths on the board for them. Brutal turn of events.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm curious how 1 death turned into a wipe there for them, because it wasn't their tank that died first, right?
No, it was the Enhancement Shaman.
Huh. Maybe the Enhancement Shaman had a stun or a kick or something?
Did the boss eat? How did they die to the Alarm Shrill there?
Could be, yeah, or it could just have been unprepared.
I mean, dude, your tank's not dying to the Alarm Shrill, I don't think, regardless of what happens.
Sometimes you get a situation I like to call being brain globaled, where when somebody dies, you sort of... everything starts going wrong because everybody sort of just messes up what they were supposed to do.
I'm looking back at the boss. The boss definitely ate.
Okay.
Some ads. He was huge.
That's not good. That's very much not good.
Which makes sense as to why the Enhancement Shaman died to the Gossamer Onslaught.
Yeah. Because Gossamer Onslaught does less damage than the Alerting Shrill.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. Oh man, that sucks.
That does suck indeed for Warrior Optimization. Try Another Way, on the other hand. Very happy about that.
If you're in crab mode and you reset the boss respawns with just a massive hitbox.
Oh, that's good.
Good tech.
All right, Avenox does go down for Try Another Way over on our left-hand screen as they mount up. Only 44% count for them. Actually, only a huge 44% count for them as they...
only.
Yeah, I was looking at it. The word only is not appropriate. They only need 55% count in the rest of the dungeon, so they'll be able to do some skipping here, and they won't need to pull anything from the sides at the end of the dungeon.
I'm kind of anticipating them go left after this,
okay.
This Bloodguard, just looking at the count.
Yeah, it looks like a single Bloodguard pull for them. They're not interested in any of the double Bloodguard shenanigans that we've seen other teams doing in this area. Comes that slam.
Ooh, it looks like Warrior Optimization having problems actually killing off these crawlers again. Yeah, they
So-
wiped. I mean, they wiped earlier to the crawlers getting eaten, but it's. I
Their
feel like they're not
comp is good at swapping to them, but you have to actually swap,
okay.
and maybe they don't want to.
They're not tanking the boss correctly. I don't think this is like a weird criticism, but they're not tanking the boss close enough to the ads whenever they spawn. Like the rogue like has to have the boss like near the ads realistically.
So-
kind of the same with like the DK.
It's weird because you think like, oh no, I can't have the boss near the ads because it'll eat them, but it actually won't until like 10, 15 seconds after they spawned, right? So
Yeah.
you use that time and then you run away from them and you stay medium close so
Maybe-
that people can cleave a bit.
I mean, maybe you can have the Ellie like solo them, but I really don't think you should be banking on the Ellie soloing them.
It's an enhance as well.
Look at this guy's Ellie, is he not?
I believe playing enhance, I think. Warrior optimization?
Is this guy not Ellie? Hold on.
I think enhancement, I think.
Hold on.
We'll see on the next poll as the details leader currently doesn't have the last DPS player, but I think we've got an enhancement shaman at least this game. As we see them starting off a pretty big pull here, including a alarm one. No, you're right, it's Ellie. I'm me dumb. Okay, yeah, so the Ellie can swap like you said, but it is costly if they're not close. If they are close, I mean, realistically, Earthquake, it's very hard to get Earthquake hitting the ads and the boss. You'd have to be right on top of each other. But yeah, what you'd like to do is just throw a liquid magma totem over there, flame shock all of them.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I still think you want the boss like tanked on top of the eggs.
Wait, they were playing Enhance in the last dungeon, right? Because they played Enhance with the Serve Hunter?
You have me questioning everything. I actually don't. I can't
And then
remember.
they swapped over to Ellie?
I thought they were playing Enhanced now, but I'm now questioning like
Yeah,
whether or
okay.
not.
That's kind of cool if true. I think that would be our first team that would have played both Ellie and Enhance, because we've seen people on one or the other, but rarely have we seen a team that has been deploying both in a series. All right, another Blood Guard comes in for Warrior Optimization. Meanwhile, we already have the second boss pulled over on the left-hand screen. Oh, death here for Warrior Optimization on their healer.
Oh, dude, they're gonna have a full wipe again.
B-Res is available, but it looks like it's not going to be in time. Ankh used on their Shaman. Where's our B-Res? Oh no! Our Shaman goes down again. And everybody is dying for Warrior Optimization. Things have gone from bad to worse here. And there is very little room for Warrior Optimization to come back in this map. 11 deaths on the board now for them. Try another way on a beautiful 0 death run. Already almost halfway through this boss. It's looking so good for them.
Damage kind of slow in here. I feel like the composition for Try Another Way, we kind of talked about it a little bit, where it's that Unholy DK and it's that Warlock. Both of those specializations are fantastic at doing AoE damage, but you know, once you get to the pure single target boss encounters, your damage kind of slows to a crawl a little bit.
It's when you're outside of CDs, both of these specs are very sad. Very sad single target outside of CDs, I should say.
Okay. Good news, he was playing Enhance of the Bests.
Yeah,
so
okay,
we're not
nice.
dude,
Not completely fried, only medium.
We cast 8 games today. I was like questioning as to whether or not it was.
That's cool though. So the same player here has actually played both Elemental and Enhance.
This guy's just
That is
good.
impressive, yeah.
I feel like very rarely do you see somebody be able to multi-class like that, especially since Ellie's so much different than Enhance right now too.
Yeah.
Ellie's a couple buttons, and Enhance is a lot of buttons.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Shaman's good. This is honestly the best tier I've ever seen from Shaman.
Very nice tier to be playing a Shaman. Again, all 3 specs of Shaman have been seeing a huge amount of play so far.
Okay, Try Another Way is going to need the Overseer, and then they can just run down mid, but they have to have this Overseer with the double winged carriers. So both sides of the winged carriers, I think they're going to end up needing like all of these Blood Guards as well. Yeah, this should be pretty easy for Try Another Way. I don't think this is like any super crazy strat that they have to do here. It's just like 2 pulls, and then they do the boss.
Yeah, they are going to throw the tailoring stun here on this Overseer. Not to skip it, but just to fight it. Now, Warrior is this area you get killed as the tank because you get a 90% slow on you, and then you get these swirlies you have to dodge. Now, you have a couple of tools to deal with that. Avatar will clear your snares, and you can also heroic leap or intervene out of it, and you have a blessing of freedom.
Ooh.
So there should be no way to die to that in this.
They're going
comp.
left even. I think they could have just like ran straight down mid. Running down mid is a little bit faster. It seems like for some of the MDI strategies, which is why you've actually been seeing like most of the MDI level teams just like playing that mid route. But Try Another Way is actually going for something that's a little bit safer.
So what's our count situation looking like here for Try Another Way?
We're gonna be a little bit overcount. It's not like the end of the world though.
Okay. Yeah, being overcount is fine. Being undercount is bad.
Well, they might actually need the wing carriers.
I think they
guess,
do. I mean, they still need a little bit, right?
Well, this double overseer. Double overseer is so much count. I think double overseer is like 8% or something like that by itself.
Okay.
So I think they're still going to need the wing carriers, so they're going to be a little bit overcount with those wing carriers, but
That's all good.
95. Oh, actually, they.
Yeah, just the overseers should do it, right?
Oh yeah, they might actually just need the double overseer.
All right, here comes that gateway. Nice little 5-second time save. Ooh, it looks like maybe just the winged carriers. Oh, I guess the winged carriers were just in the way there. That's unlucky.
Yeah, that's fine.
What
whatever.
can you do?
They're so far ahead of Warrior Optimization because Warrior Optimization had those two full wipes that I don't think it necessarily matters too terribly much.
It's tough to, I mean, the Warrior Optimization side of this is just so brutal, right? Losing not only the time in the dungeon, but also 11 deaths of death timer. That is almost 3 minutes. That is so much time.
So the double overseer is 5.77%, 28 count total.
Okay.
And so that wing carrier pack is 15 count total.
Okay. So yeah,
they're
they
a little
are
bit over,
more
but whatever,
than
who
good.
cares? Yeah,
That's fine.
That's kind of why I was like a little bit confused because I was like, I expected them to run straight down the middle, then they're just like, oh,
Yeah. Or to have, say, skipped the...
yeah.
So
like,
the problem with their
started-
comp is that their tank isn't a Night Elf. Their tank is playing Dark Iron, so they can't meld skip the the Overseer with the tank at least. And having a non-tank player do that kind of thing is sketchy, to say the least.
We've seen teams do like stuff where they will like maybe web wrap the Overseer and then meld, but yeah, I think you probably want just like Nelf on your tank. What do you even get value out of Dark Iron here for? Oblivion or not Oblivion? Devour, I guess.
Yeah, you can Dark Iron Devour off of yourself. You can do it on random poisons on you as well, and like the poison on this boss, for instance. But I agree. I think that it's probably not as good as being able to just meld skip that Overseer.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they just liked tailoring stunning it and killing it that way. That looked reasonably good. Here comes the Lust as well for Try Another Way, expiring soon.
It's a little bit slow. Again, it's a little bit slow. It's not like the end of the world. I mean, they're still going to be putting up a 15-minute run in this dungeon on an 11. It's not. Again, it's not the fastest we've ever seen for this place. I think the like super fast keys are going to end up being probably like 11-ish minutes for this dungeon. Mm-hmm. But I think that what they are doing is something that is very, very consistent. Like you didn't. I don't feel like Try Another Way ever really put themselves in position where they could reasonably wipe.
Ooh, Try Another Way's healer super low here. Does manage to survive, but got very, very close to death there. Meanwhile, Warrior Optimization trying to claw their way back into it, but it's just going to be too little too late. They have another death coming out here on this pull. 38% left for Try Another Way here. All they need to stamp a 2-0 on this series and survive through to tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Things are going so
there's
well
Shaman.
for them.
Is their Shaman about to die?
Yeah, that's okay. No, nobody saw that.
It's one of those situations that you're just like watching the sequence of events unfold, and you know he's dead like 5 seconds before he dies, and you're like, oh, he's dead.
There's just sometimes there's just not really counterplay, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like watching something in slow motion. You're like, oh, that guy is a 100% dead.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's why we play Ankh.
Gust of Wind is an optional node. Most of the Shamans aren't playing it anymore. They got too much stuff to get.
Ooh, another player getting webbed there. That's their Warlock.
Oh, he's alive.
Somehow going to survive. And that's it. Try Another Way. Kill the boss. They stop the clock. And they are going to 2-0 Warrior Optimization and stay alive in our tournament. Extremely well played by them. Tough for Warrior Optimization after a brutal start to that dungeon.
Would you describe this as Shaman Optimization?
Yeah, that's maybe I would. I like seeing the different Shaman specs out of them. That was cool. sad that we will not be seeing them tomorrow. But yeah, here is a look at that overall Ret Pally topping the meters there.
Warlock a little bit lower than I necessarily thought they were going to be. I thought that Warlock was going to be a little bit higher.
I think the
than
Warlock is
this.
often doing single target in a lot of these pulls, potentially. When you have the DK doing AoE, you're just Chaos Bolting instead of Rain of Firing, perhaps? I'm not sure.
Bring a rogue. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, if that's what you're going to do, just, I don't know.
I think you might be right about that. All right, well, that is the last game in our day here with the final score of 2-0 for Try Another Way over Warrior Optimization. Let's maybe take a quick look at the bracket so we can take a look at what we will be seeing tomorrow, as we are going to be coming back tomorrow to see the remaining 6 games of this bracket. So Worms versus FTBZM is where we're going to start off. The winner of that series makes it to Global Finals. Then we will move into the lower bracket, where we will play 4 elimination series in a row. The person who survives the one team standing after that bloodbath will also make it to Global Finals. And then we will play the finals of the weekend for the glory between those 2 teams that have made it through to the Global Finals. Should be pretty exciting here, but yeah, it is going to be a gauntlet down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall Worms looked like a world-class caliber team. I think that they are a team that could pretty reasonably get top 4 in this MDI.
I think Worms is a team to look out for every other team in the world, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like their comps that they're playing are a little bit weird. But I think that, like, assuming that they start playing stuff that's maybe a little bit more conventional, I think that they absolutely could give everybody run for their money. In addition to that, maybe as well, maybe they're just like the innovators on the meta, and maybe everybody else should be taking note as to what Worms are doing with their comps.
I would expect like 80% China should copy over what the Western regions were doing in the last 2 weekends, and maybe 20% the other way around, right? Like, some of these things do look good to me.
Yeah.
Stuff like that prop pally, I think, is something, especially as we move into higher keys in the Global Finals, I'm definitely thinking is something that teams should experiment with. And again, I've always been a fan of the Ellie Shaman, but I'm curious to see what the teams have for us tomorrow. Some of our best teams haven't been seen in all of the dungeons yet, so maybe there are more surprises in store. But that will return tomorrow, so it is in 18 hours. 18 hours from now, we will start up those last 6 matches from MDI China, and then you'll also want to set your clocks for this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday is Global Finals, so same time.
If you did get enough of us, you're going to get more.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
We've got a lot of MDI, a lot of dungeons to be run, but that is going to be it for us today. We will see you all tomorrow.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.